According to the butterfly effect, the fate of humanity can be altered by a single small choice. In other words, it's a damn phenomenon, at least to me, because up until now I've made more than a few decisions I regret. Suddenly there was a loud pounding on the door and a shout that left him stunned. Honey, are you listening to me? I came here because I'm certain you're in there. You'd better open the door. I already asked awfully, the dorm manager. She said you don't have any classes today. Are you planning to ignore me completely? He was now extremely irritated by that ear-splitting voice. She was nothing more than a stalker. Then the person outside started to growl, and a knife thrust pierced the wooden door. Fine, then I'll just barge in myself. He panicked at the sight, drenched in sweat, eyes wide. This crazy woman. Seeing the door being battered by slash after slash, Dot panicked and shouted to stop her. This is a violation of the rules. The student council president is the one who enforces punishments on rule breakers. More and more slashes appeared on the door, accompanied by a terrifying threat. Too bad for you, because I am the student council president. The other person quickly marched in boldly. You've been avoiding me a lot lately, haven't you? To be specific, 32 times. Dot sat down on the floor in fright. You actually counted? Eo's beautiful face and seductive figure peeked out from beneath the hat. I have a question for you. The silver toe of a shoe gleamed on the floor. Do Camillo. Do you want to marry me? He sat on the floor in a panic, staring at her at 147. Eo said, hold on. Another voice suddenly rang out, making Dot break out in a cold sweat and turn to look at her. Eo, wait. Another voice suddenly rang out, making Dot sweat coldly and turn. What are you saying? Princess Chi So-tun. Se-jiat So lounged on the windowsill and, with a provocative tone, said to her, I didn't expect you'd go after a man who's already taken. Is that how your family operates? He recognized her and, wary, called her name, Se-jiat So. Eo shot Se-jiat So a cold glare. This place seems far too bright for an assassin to hide. Wouldn't there be too many witnesses? She showed no fear, sticking out her tongue and winking mockingly. Killing all the witnesses is my creed, princess. Dot grew even more flustered, leaning against the wall and looking up in a panic to protest. Wait, this is really awkward. I never even considered getting married. Another loud noise rang out as a full-figured figure with striking green hair dropped down from the roof into the room. Both she and Se fell into a more sober silence, while only he, his face ashen, called the name, Lilu. Lilu shouted loudly, Dot. She beamed with delight and made an offer, come live with me. The more Lilu spoke, the more stunned Dot became. The wedding preparations were nearly complete, now all he had to do was follow her. Suddenly, Duridia appeared from behind, bristling with murderous intent and holding a length of chain. How rude. She calmly stepped in front of him. Cheetos, what on earth are you doing every day to attract so much trouble? As your fiancé, I can't ignore this. He could hardly believe his eyes. Duya. Following the shock, Phy Non appeared spectacularly, riding a broomstick with roaring flames swirling around him. Could you all be quiet? You despicable lot. Dot is mine. Faced with that arrogant remark, he seemed unable to contain his emotions. Phy Non. Phy Non coldly glanced at Eo. It seemed the matter had turned into a competition to claim him. Se-jiat So was no less aggressive. You people are truly delusional. Lilu hurriedly urged, what are you standing there for? Come with me now. Duridia quickly offered him a solution. Cheetot, I think you should refuse everything. Phy Non, deadly serious about the contest, looked at him and said, if anyone opposes something that's already been decided, then there is only one possible outcome. In the end, Dot was surrounded by 5 stubborn, domineering women, turning so pale he looked drained of blood. The women began rushing at each other to fight a decisive battle. He was trapped in the middle, about to scream. How long are you all going to keep arguing over nonsense? Oh right, the survival game that thrust me into this situation is called Savior Zing, also known as S, a bright academy tale for passionate young people. It has a slightly cheesy vibe, but the characters are familiar and steady. The game Savior Zing is like every time I had beaten the game and watched the ending. I thought it was quite interesting and felt rather satisfied. But the next day I was pulled into it. Tada. Does this make any sense? This isn't me cursing the game and some godlike programmer targeting me, right? I don't have any feelings for the main character at all. Anyway, I was incarnated in there as someone with absolutely no power, the son of an obscure viscount, a third-rate background character in that world. The Cambio territory mainly depends on agriculture and doesn't even have a dungeon. Something that exists throughout the empire was only mentioned briefly in SR's introduction, so the fact that a Viscount's son was accepted into the Royal Academy became a story that shocked the whole world. The father spoke, "At last, you're finally leaving." The son replied cheerfully, "Yes, father, I'm off." Viscount Cambio wiped away his tears and, moved, admonished, "You are the pride of our domain. Take care of your health and don't cause trouble. Elfanti is where the noble families from across the empire gather. The best thing you, as a Viscount's son, can do is not draw attention, understand?" He obediently smiled and replied, "Yes, I understand." The system displayed his information: status, strength, E, agility, E, stamina, E, luck, E, power, E, skills, none. Masteries, no particular specialties. Special gifts, none. He frowned helplessly. Everything was E. Even veteran gamers had never seen such pitiful starting stats. The system popped up a notification: main quest, enroll and be assigned to a class. According to the game's system, if you skip the quest, it's game over. And the Elfeni Academy I'm about to enter will soon descend into chaos because of the villain's rampage. I won't do anything that could endanger my life. He firmly reassured his father. "Don't worry, father, I'll do my best not to attract anyone's attention." The father, helpless, hurriedly protested, "That's not what I meant, but..." Before he could finish, the son cut in, "I don't want to indulge in fanciful dreams about raising the domain's reputation." Under the clear blue sky, he was determined not to attract attention. He said firmly, "You don't need to get high marks, just stay around average." Viscount Cambio stammered, trying to interrupt him. That's not what I meant. Isn't the protagonist supposed to do everything? I should have been invisible at the academy." My school life began. His face suddenly darkened when he saw the person opposite. "But from the very beginning, why? Am I in the same carriage with her? ELO, the bloodthirsty. Eo la chi so tan, the one who piles up corpses. She is the final boss of this world." In the scripts, she and the protagonist continuously clash and her sanity gradually collapses. The dormant presence within her, the Grey Demon, will eventually devour Eo's body. And then she becomes the final boss that no one but the protagonist, who has completed her ultimate evolution, can defeat. The dormant presence within her, the Grey Demon, will ultimately consume Eo's body. Then she becomes the final boss whom no one but the protagonist, who has completed her ultimate evolution, can defeat. Eo was reading a book and softly asked him, "Are you okay? You don't look very well." Hearing that, he quickly stammered and forced a laugh, replying, I'm fine." He thought to himself that Princess Chi So Tun seemed to care a great deal about their image. She said coldly, "My sitting here instead of in first class is a deliberate decision, meant to show that we, a high noble family, are also approachable. Sorry for making you worry." Everyone who shared a carriage with me had that same expression. He was startled and thought, "She's different from what I remember." The keywords used to describe EO are values, competence, perfect, and daring. But what's this sensitive side of hers? Her gaze slowly lifted, her pale pink eyes glittering as she looked at him. She asked, "Why aren't you answering? Are you curious about something else?" He awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, It's nothing, you're surprisingly kind." Eo picked up a cup of water and asked softly, surprised, "Have you heard something bad about me?" He hurried to protest, but before he could say anything she continued in a firmer tone, "Could it be that we've met before?" He thought to himself that he must be going crazy. Seeing her sigh, he answered, "I just heard that you're quite strict." She replied, "You're a strange person." The male lead's face darkened, embarrassed. He admitted, "Yes, I do hear that a lot." He silently told himself, "I'm just an extra, don't get involved, don't get involved, it's best to stay quiet and look out the window." Now that he thought about it, the surrounding scenery was magnificent, and several large boulders were rolling toward us. "Wait, what the hell?" He suddenly widened his eyes at the rock hurtling toward him. He whispered, "Student Council President." Eo gave a small puzzled Dot quickly reached out toward her and casually said, "Sorry, may I ask?" A huge rock, traveling at tremendous speed like a raging fire, smashed straight into the window beside him. Identify armor and craft armor for the adult skeleton. Eo always carries that thing with her. I can't survive if all my stats are forced. This action of his made Eo widen her eyes in surprise. In the dimness, Eo asked, "Are you okay?" He, content, buried his face in her chest and softly replied, She continued, "Can you move?" It's too heavy. When he lifted his face, he was startled and cried out, "Ah." Maine awkwardly and bashfully stammered, "I'm sorry." She replied reassuringly, "It's okay, you did that to save me." He felt surprised inside. What? She lay beneath him, turned away, and explained, "This is the first time someone's approached me face to face like that, but thank you. I understand what you meant, so don't apologize." He awkwardly answered aloud, But in his head he thought, I only rushed at her to benefit from her armor. EO stood up and asked him his name. He, surprised, replied, "Huh." He looked at her and wondered to himself, I have a feeling I'll run into her often if I answer. So I should respond like, if I tell you, what will you do? But then he gave his name, Kamel. Hearing his name, she automatically repeated, Kamel. Her gaze returned to its cold edge, all right, I won't forget. I'll repay you later. As soon as she finished speaking, the system notified him, you have attracted the attention of a villain. The condition to receive the special gift has been activated. You have received the skills Desperate Survival and Deadly Charisma. Someone blurted out in surprise, what? Looking at the burning carriage crushed by a large boulder, he shouted, did this train depart from Eo-Fa? Dot was being bandaged and his wounds treated. He said that thanks to special security measures, casualties were not many. He groaned softly in pain, it hurts. He asked helplessly, where did I touch? The wheels began to roll. Someone instructed, those who have finished being checked may leave. Another person responded promptly, yes. The horse-drawn carriages quickly proceeded toward the city gate. System notification, special gift, Gift 1, Fateful Attraction. You will receive more rewards when you attract the attention of those with villainous traits. After reading the notice, he said thoughtfully, no wonder I couldn't figure out the activation condition before, no matter what I did. In the Cambio territory, never mind evil-aligned traits, even people with neutral dispositions are as rare as gold. Of course that gift couldn't be activated. Should I check more thoroughly? He sat in the ambulance wagon as the system continued prompting him to check, Desperate Survival, Skill, Rank. When you encounter danger, your stats will rise according to the level of threat. Deadly Charm, Skill, Rank. When facing those with the evil trait, you will more easily draw their attention. The more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. He stared seriously at the system screen and analyzed, Desperate Survival, will definitely be useful in combat and help me survive. But, Deadly Charm, can I really get something like that? The system displayed another reminder, it helps you attract the attention of those with the evil trait. He read it, frowned, and wondered, the evil trait. Those who have this trait in the game include, a battle-crazed warrior, a sword god driven mad who slashes anyone within a 3-step radius, a violent assassin who kills anyone so long as they're paid, a magical genius with an extremely warped mindset. They're all troublesome, but that should be fine for now. The most important thing is having skills that help me survive. But the strange thing is the skill ranks were marked with question marks. Even as a veteran S-ranked player, I've never seen this status before. What does it mean? The healer, seeing him frozen like that, spoke up and asked, are you okay? Do you need me to run a psychological check? He replied firmly, no, I'm really fine. The carriage set off again. Upon arrival, Cambio sat down on a chair and sighed. A man standing on a platform spoke clearly and loudly, although an unfortunate incident occurred, I still thank everyone for arriving here safely. This year's freshmen are wonderful. He asked him, hey, freshman, I hear you rode in the same carriage as the daughter of Duke Chi So-tun. He replied coldly, so what? The man sneered, you're just the son of an obscure viscount with no connections. At that, he closed his eyes and calmly recounted, I was also a student of Elfanti, born into an obscure noble family. Hearing that, he was greatly surprised. The man continued, do you think it was mere coincidence that you sat with her among so many other options? Duke Chi So-tun has countless enemies, you'd best stay away from her from now on. Getting involved with that circle of high nobility will only bring you trouble. Turned to look at EO and replied, I'll remember that. Just then the system displayed a notification, EO, Affinity, low. 2. An early-stage trust event is about to occur. No way. I'm already drawn in whether I want to be or not. In an academy full of schemes, it's not surprising she's a candidate for the top spot. Just standing next to her could drag you into danger at any moment. While brooding, someone suddenly shouted his name, Cambio, you bastard. A big, burly guy rolled a sheet of paper into a tube, pointed it at him and growled, why are you just standing there like that? The fellow beside him immediately sneered, "Look at that country bumpkin." The man holding the paper added, "Everyone else has already paired up for sparring, you're the only one left standing alone. After the enrollment ceremony, the combat test will begin immediately. His opponent has already been automatically selected." Hearing that, he scratched his head stupidly and asked, "Excuse me, so who is my opponent?" At the same time, a growing sense of anxiety stirred in his heart. He thought to himself, if everyone else has already chosen, wouldn't the one left last be the strongest? Elia stood above looking down and addressed him, "Hello." He looked up and cried out inwardly in surprise, "Elia, the greatest genius in the world." She smiled brightly and asked, "Do you need any help?" He looked at her and went weak with nerves, stammering, "I'm fine." He thought to himself, in the future she'll become the savior and also the main character of Saviors Inc. This girl is the protagonist of Saving. Elia reached down from the stone dais and offered him her hand. His face suddenly fell, his eyes misting, and he thought to himself, "Am I doomed?" Voices from inside the room sounded as if taking roll call. Count Dien had just arrived, and even Viscount Galanti had only just shown up. A girl was propping her chin on her hand, lost in thought. What's the matter with her? The one-on-one admission duel is happening, so why is she late? She seems anxious. A young man spoke up. What about Miss Chi So-tun? When will she arrive? Before the words had even finished, Eo stepped forward, her clothes still stained with blood. She went to the table in the center of the room and plunged her bloodied sword into it. At the sight, the girl seated on the dais, apparently unsurprised, raised an eyebrow and demanded, "I have a lot to ask you, but where have you been?" With the blood on her face still unwiped, Eo answered softly, "I was handling a few matters." Eo continued, "Sorry, but I have something else to take care of first." Hearing that, she showed no surprise and replied decisively, "Very well." In the dark of night, the full moon hung high as they spoke. "By the way, did anyone die?" "Not many, only about a dozen." Eo folded her arms and began to recount. "They tried to assassinate me, they dropped a boulder onto the Academy ship and tried to make it look like an accident. I found out who they were, and since I happened to be nearby, I killed them." El Fanti, having heard this, admonished, "You should have left matters like that for the students to handle, right?" Eo turned her head slightly and replied coldly, "Too much trouble." She glanced at her, her voice like gravel asking, "Or do you expect me to be perfect, only forgiving those who tried to kill me?" Hearing that, she could only helplessly warn them to keep the village out of it, but at least go change your clothes first. The one-on-one entrance duel is happening too. If she goes now, she'll see Elia, a rare genius. Eo and Kamel, what the hell is this? The bespectacled girl looked through the file and replied, "Yeah, that's him." "You know him?" "At a glance he doesn't stand out at all." Eo began to recall the image of Dot sitting in the carriage and couldn't help but smile. She murmured, "That guy is pretty strange." Over here, the people below shouted taunts, "Charge, you country bumpkin." Meanwhile he stood on the arena floor trembling, gripping his sword. Some, excited, even started betting, "Everyone wager how many moves he can last." Another answered, "What wager? If I get hit by her, I'm finished." Dot looked at Elia opposite him and thought, "My stats are pathetic, if I get hit, I'll be dead." But looked at another way, this could be my chance. This situation is so dangerous I have nothing to lose. System notification, desperate survival skill, level. When facing danger, your stats will increase according to the severity of the peril. Dot glanced down at the cheering crowd below and silently reasoned, "I'm sure the villains I'll have to face are among these people. If I don't die, at least I can attract their attention. With this informational advantage and these stats, I can survive." Elia saw him just standing there without reacting, so she called out, "Hey." He was startled and, by reflex, blurted, "Huh?" She made a dismissive PSH gesture and said, "Tell the truth." Hearing that, Dot's face gradually darkened, revealing his confusion. Elia looked at him and asked, "You're really very weak, aren't you?" He was so surprised by that he was left speechless. Dot stammered in reply, "That, She stepped closer and then said confidently, "I guessed right, didn't I? At first I planned to beat you to a pulp, but in this state." The sentence suddenly trailed off, making him shiver even more. He fearfully stammered, "Beat me black and blue? Why is that?" She asked softly, "You were traveling with Miss Chi So-tun, right?" "I hate her. Not just her, but the whole Chi So-tun family. They're all demons disguised as humans." Dot narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "Bold, saying that here, and he's not wrong. According to the plot, she holds a deep grudge against the Chi So-tun household. It's a family feud, I can understand that. Dot explained, I only happened to be in the same car with her. Hearing that, she boldly pointed the tip of her sword at him and said, but you still make me think of her. You annoy me, so I intend to beat you to vent my anger. But never mind, how about we fake a fight instead? He heard that and pondered, honestly, it sounded tempting, but if he didn't get stronger fast within the next 2 days, he wouldn't survive. But never mind, let's pretend to have a match. He mulled it over. To be honest, it sounded tempting, but if he didn't get stronger quickly within the next 2 days, he wouldn't survive. With that in mind, Dot suggested, fight with everything you've got. He began to taunt her, actually, I rather like her. Elia suddenly widened her eyes and stared at him in a terrifying way. She tightened her grip on the sword and asked back, are you serious? He answered silently in his head, of course I'm lying, but if I want her to attack with everything she has, this is the only way. Dot's gaze was firmer than ever as he replied, I'm as serious as the hatred you feel for her. System notice, deadly charm skill activated, the villain's attraction to you has increased significantly. A new reward has been added to the gift catalog. Elia sneered and said, then I have no reason to feel guilty at all. Having finished speaking, she lunged swiftly toward him, swinging a powerful slash that snapped the tip of his sword in two. The strike was so fast and decisive that it left Dot both surprised and frightened. He leaned back to dodge, and his face twisted as a result. Io asked in surprise, you dodged that? So you're not completely useless after all, huh? All right then, I'll pick up the pace a bit. Hearing that, his face went dark with fear. Dot ground his teeth, sweating bullets as he stared at the opponent. The system flashed an urgent red alert, warning of a detected dangerous situation, danger level, not life-threatening. Desperate survival skill activated. It seemed he couldn't control his hand and punched her square in the face, instinctively blurting, eh. He thought to himself, could the rank of this hand contain such great power? That punch showed no mercy. She looked at him in surprise, eyes wide, blue rays of light radiating around her. He was stunned, thinking, isn't this the highest rank? Dot's powerful punch left everyone watching the match agape, and Elia was knocked flying into the stands. He himself was still stunned, frozen in place. Like the spectators, he stood open-mouthed and speechless. Those around seemed unable to believe what they had just witnessed. They all gritted their teeth in fear before it, the one whose entire ranking stats were maxed out. The first day at El Fanti Academy had successfully stirred up the protagonist of this world. Inside the building, an analytical voice sounded, there are 2 possibilities. 1. This kid is an extremely skilled con artist. You change your mind too quickly, don't you, brat? In any case, this is truly absurd. Con Jayat sat in his chair and spoke. Those with insight could clearly tell that before the match he had no combat skills or power at all, but that strike was undoubtedly real. Atan, sitting opposite in the center, immediately asked, what do you mean? He answered frankly and wearily, I mean no one in Ihan could get back up after that blow, not even me. The most likely explanation is that he defeated Elia Kanax using some banned drug or device. By some method he temporarily boosted his strength. The second possibility is that he truly is a monstrous genius. Then, Anti adjusted his glasses and said seriously, but it's hard to accept this victory. The border commander Kensit, Elia's patron, certainly won't remain idle. However, if the academy overlooks a student with great potential, it will suffer a significant loss. If he's really a fraud, it will come out sooner or later. So let's wait and see what happens. He asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Atan Anti replied, there are a lot of interesting students this year, some are special enough to require different treatment. If he's truly as special as you say, he'll surely have an important role. Very quickly, news about Dot broke. Hot headline, the whole world is turning its eyes to Dot. Who is he, after all? A descendant of a great knight, or the most powerful genius ever to set foot in the academy? Beneath the ridiculous photo was a clear caption, the new star of Commander Kenjit. A shocking defeat right after enrollment. He held the news sheet in his hands and sighed in annoyance. These damn news stories, are they serious? The system displayed a notification, profile information related to the special gift has been updated. The system brought up Io's information, character L Lakhit. Trust level increased from rank 1 to rank 2. Rewards ready to claim, character event D1, Baron Amu, curiosity level 2. Received 100 points. He dejectedly tossed the newspaper aside, sat back in his chair, and watched the system notifications. The system continued to display, Viscount Lubin, Curiosity Level 1, received 50 points. Viscount Gond, Interest Level 3, received 100 points. Dot looked up at the system screen and thought to himself, if the development levels go from curiosity to interest to trust, and these points can be used in the points shop, then the person with the highest curiosity level is EO. But why does the final boss, someone who should have no interest in him at all, have so many points? The system displayed, reward received from Elo's gift. You have acquired the Chi So Tun swordsmanship trait. Startled, he tapped the screen and said, the Chi So Tun family's sword technique, one of the world's premier sword arts, is quite the bargain. He hesitated inwardly. The problem is this clan is linked to demons, but oh well, live for now. The system displayed character information for Elia CXR, Curiosity Level 4, rewards cannot be claimed at this time. Seeing this, Dot exclaimed in surprise, why is she on this list? He wondered pensively, the gift is only for villains who take a positive interest in me, but she's not a villain and she isn't interested at all. While he was thinking, a knock at the door from outside made Dot start and spin around. The person outside called in, is this Dot's room? He thought for a moment, the voice sounded so familiar. It was Elia outside. She said, Elia here, can I come in now? Hearing that, Dot was a bit stunned. Huh? What's this? Why is she here? If I stay silent, maybe she'll leave. She looked pitifully bruised, standing outside the door and softly asked, hey, are you there? If you don't answer, I'll break the door down. Dot heard that and panicked, shouting, wait. Are you crazy? Elia, hearing that, confirmed, so you're in there. Can you open the door? I have something to tell you. He gritted his teeth and asked, what is it? Elia leaned her back against the door and said sheepishly, it's just things to help us understand each other a little better. Dot heard that and was baffled, wondering to himself, what the hell is going on? Looking down the long corridor lit by warm yellow lights, Elia frowned and glanced around. Then she turned her back angrily and, as she walked away, said, he should go along with it. Why is he being so stubborn? Elia recalled the moment she was dragged. She had struggled and shouted, hey, can't we just be friends? Back in the present, Elia was both annoyed and curious. There's something strange about him. She sighed, hesitated, and thought, I don't know how to befriend a man. Because she was lost in thought and not watching where she was going, Elia bumped into the person coming toward her, causing a small bag in that person's hand to fall to the ground. She knelt to pick it up when the other person spoke. You should watch where you're going. Chastised, she stammered, Eleanor. The person opposite looked down and asked, are you okay? Seeing that the person in front of her was Eleanor, Elia went weak and was left speechless. Neither of them said anything, just staring at each other. She suddenly remembered the desperate warning, hey, run, Elia. It reminded Elia of that stormy, firelit night when someone stood in front of her and settled the grudges on her behalf. She replied in a trembling voice, I'm fine. Elia's eyes were filled with hatred. Inwardly she thought that she had reflexively seized her sword. At my current level, can I defeat her? Elo Chi So Tun. As soon as that name crossed her mind, Eo gently reached out her hand. She was astonished, staring at her, puzzled inside but certain she had seen the hand. Why didn't she react at all? Eo said, give it back. Elia took the bag and stood up, wondering, is she implying she doesn't even need to respond to me? Her hands trembling, she returned the small bag to Eo and said, here, take it. Elia still hesitated inwardly. Why, does he also know her? The two of them passed one another, and Eo reminded her, keep to the right, past this turn you'll come to Dot's room. Eo froze when she heard that, then called Elia back, looking puzzled, wait, how do you know where his room is? Eo's face darkened and her brows knitted when she heard the reply, I've been with him the whole time. She asked further, for what? Elia wondered to herself, why is she so hostile? Thinking that, she still smiled warmly and responded out of freshman friendship. Eo warned seriously, freshmen are not allowed to socialize with the opposite sex. She was extremely surprised by this newly added rule. Filled with hostile intent, she slowly repeated, not allowed. Elia asked in confusion, is there actually a rule like that? Before she could finish, Eo cut her off sternly, I've just made a rule, from now on you are not permitted to go to his room. She looked puzzled, scratched her head and asked, excuse me, but what relationship does the president have with him? As she turned to leave she called back, nothing. However, remember exactly what I just told you. Watching Eo's retreating back, Elia recalled Dot's remark that when she fought she was as serious as the hatred she felt toward her. She thought angrily, there's definitely something between those two, even if only a little. I should keep moving closer to him. The class placement exam at El Fanti Academy is designed to meticulously analyze every aspect of a student. After a one-on-one match, students are sorted into groups. Because I defeated the warrior candidate, I was placed in the highest tier. Everyone looked proud, while I was the only one who seemed worried. The biggest problem is this girl. Yesterday I pushed her away, but now she's in the same group as me. The system continued to display character information for Elia CXR. Interest level is approaching intrigued, curiosity level is 5, reward not yet obtainable. But it's nearly time to change the interest state. An important character will have a special event when that state changes. He thought helplessly, her interest level has gone up again. What's going on? He remembered that last night a package of snacks and a letter wishing him luck on this exam had been sent, which made him start analyzing in his head. So someone is watching me? Why is all this happening to me? A voice called out, Group 1, it's your turn. He sighed, then decided to set that aside for now and focus on the exam first. There probably wouldn't be too many incidents since this was part of the main storyline. The system displayed character information for Ella Ches. Trust level is 2, a character event will occur soon. ELO stood up solemnly and said crisply, pleased to meet you. I am ELO, the one in charge of this exam. He was extremely surprised to see her. What? This definitely can't be a coincidence. Elo's event had been scheduled for today, yet she was directly overseeing his group. If nothing happens during this exam, that would be the unusual thing. The 5 people seated around the round table watched intently through the orb placed in the middle. They all agreed, if he truly is a genius capable of defeating the warrior candidate, they want to see how he will perform in this exam. Let the team leaders oversee the test, just in case anything happens. EO waved his hand and said, first, move to the testing area, we'll answer questions when we get there. Luca exclaimed in surprise, they must have invested a lot in this place. The person walking ahead shushed him and told him to follow. They all entered a dark space together. Someone exclaimed, this place looks amazing. Another said, the lights just went out. She fell silent, lost in thought. Elia beside her urged, hey, you said you'd answer the question when we got there. So is this part of the test? Dot was staring at the lever, pondering, I think I can answer this. The entrance has been sealed and the power has been cut. The system suddenly announced, the low event is now in effect. He read it, sighed, and thought, this is a trap, not a test. The system then displayed character information, Ilola Ches. Next event after the assassination, the surviving assassins are still targeting her. Protect this person. A member of the group of freshmen spoke up to reassure them, they will handle it, don't worry. Another person with strawberry red hair said we should move. No one knew what might happen here. Dot stood back and watched, thinking, wait, now I notice. All of these people are members of the protagonist's party. If I remember the script correctly, this is where they first met. In other words, everyone in this room is quite important to the story. As soon as he finished thinking, he pointed at a wall and said decisively, I think the central hall is the most sensible place to move to. One of them exclaimed in surprise, huh? What the hell? There's a map table there. Dot continued, there definitely won't be any relief supplies there. More importantly, it's a large area, and it will be easier to defend against ambushes than these narrow corridors. Chi-Sa put on a frightened expression and asked, ambushes? He went on to persuade them, you two must have felt it too, right, President and Elia? We're not the only ones here. They heard this and didn't know how to respond. All right, we'll go this way. Elia asked blankly, huh? Why? He replied curtly, because it's necessary. She angrily pointed at him and said, but why? That's completely the opposite of the central hall. Dot's expression darkened. He replied wearily, I can't say right now, but this is very important, I'll explain later. He looked at EO and thought, yeah, it's really important. I'm not lying to them, nothing is more important than protecting my own life, right? Footsteps echoed in the night. Dot spoke up, all right, then keep walking. He recalled the powerful punch he'd landed on EO and thought to himself, it seems defeating Elia has given my words some credibility. Now I just need to hide until this event is over. After all, the assassination target is EO, so they won't pay attention to me, I just need to find a quiet corner and wait. While he was calculating, someone suddenly called out, hey, you there. He tilted his head to look. A very suspicious, tall man looked at him and asked, I'm here to fix the electrical system, could you show me the way? His eyes couldn't make out much in the dark. While Dot was feeling bored, the system displayed a red alert, warning that a dangerous situation had been detected. The group moved through the darkness. Chi-sa stepped into a puddle, producing a splashing sound. She called, "Hey Eli, do you think Dot's okay going alone? What if something happens?" Elia suddenly realized something and replied, "He must have a plan. Whatever he's doing, something's not right." They stood talking, unaware that above them many mysterious, masked figures were hiding, ready to ambush. But Io had already noticed them all. She cast a quick glance upward. Over here, Dot was walking with the repairman. The repairman schemed. The vanguard had been wiped out by that crafty woman. But that would only have happened if we hadn't been here. Even this guy could be easily deceived. He continued to walk nonchalantly ahead of him. The two walked on. He said, "The equipment room is ahead of us." The other remained lost in thought. As a professional assassin, he only needed to observe movements to judge someone's skill. And this one is just an amateur. I can toy with him a little before finishing him, then I'll take his body and eliminate Miss Chi-So-Tun. Dot glanced back slightly when he received no response. The man began to peel off his mask. He held a short sword in his hand. "Very well, it's time to teach you a lesson." He sighed wearily and replied, "Thank heavens, as I predicted. If the opponent had any real skill, I could have been in danger. Luckily, you're Gate, and that snot-nosed kid, you're still the same as in my memory." He frowned angrily, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? He began to grip his sword tightly and said, "Let's see, desperate survivability. Grade A." Ha. He hesitated slightly, which made the other scowl and think, I really don't know what else to say. Anyway, he's just a weakling, I'll finish him off immediately. Dot also assumed a fighting stance, gripping his sword tightly with both hands. Elsewhere, a man in black was slammed hard against the wall. Another man was struck by an arrow, red blood spraying everywhere. They all moved in perfect coordination, taking down the entire ambush. One of them wondered aloud, "Damn, they're quieter than I thought." Elia turned and barked, "Van, touch them and freeze them." She then murmured to herself, wondering, what about EO? At the thought of ELO, she planted her foot hard on the floor. A single light swing of her sword sent 4 ambushers flying into the wall. One of them cried out in pain, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. And the man beside him immediately started spitting blood as well. EO stepped up to one of the ambushers and asked coldly, "Besides you, has anyone else been deployed? If you don't answer, I'll break your neck." His hands were frozen, and trembling with fear he answered, "The Crescent Blade Guild, a man named Ha." She asked again, "Is he in this building?" The man replied, "I can't tell you." Hearing that, she grew angry and decisively stamped her foot on his face. She hoisted him upside down and asked coldly once more, "Is that assassin here right now?" She stared intently at him. He trembled as he answered, "Yes, he came with us." Elle called from behind, "What made you risk your life like that?" The other man replied, "They tried to kill me. And here May of the Crescent Blade Guild is an assassin who can assume another person's appearance after killing them. So who is truly the most dangerous person in this building?" Elia frowned and thought it over. There was only one person. She muttered hesitantly, "Could it be? Did Dot turn himself into bait to draw out the strongest enemy? They're assassins targeting you, so why did he go so far away? What is the true relationship between the two of them?" EO replied coldly, "I already said, we have nothing. At least as far as I know." On the other side, he muttered angrily, "Damn it, a professional assassin like me got bested. The guardian spirit should have been an immaterial barrier that only reacts to weapons. So why are there traces of the Chi-So-Tun sword technique here? This academy is an ancient and mysterious place, so that makes sense. But an assassin is a weapon in himself. But why? Could he beat him so badly using only a stick? Before he could retaliate, he drove a single, heart-piercing thrust through him. The system displayed a notification, "You have successfully executed the Chi-So-Tun sword technique. Your Chi-So-Tun sword technique has increased." He looked at the stick in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought angrily, the Chi-So-Tun sword technique. It seems I shouldn't have messed with him from the start. After that, he slumped against the wall and croaked, so it was you who lured me into the trap. Who are you? He asked in bewilderment. The system continued to display, deadly charm skill activated, the villain is stunned by your meticulous plan. Thanks to the game's system, you can't use weapons at save points, that's why I brought him here. When he saw you didn't respond, he sneered and said, I guess you don't intend to answer. Fine, go on. He replied calmly, I don't intend to kill you. He asked in surprise, why? Instead of answering, he only instructed, pass this message along, don't be foolish enough to go near Miss Chi So Tun. And tell them that even a top-tier assassin like you nearly lost his life. Thinking of Elo's grim expression, he quietly reasoned, I don't know who gave the order, but it's very likely they won't stop. If that happens, the chance of the Grey Demon inside EO awakening will only increase, so I want to snuff out this threat from the outset. He looked at him, sneered, and asked, and what if I come back? He didn't hesitate and directly challenged, then go ahead and try again, because next time I'll protect her too. He asked skeptically, is Miss Chi So Tun really that important to you? He answered frankly, let's just say she is. Upon hearing that, he was suddenly left speechless. The system displayed a notification, lethal charm skill activated, the antagonist's favor has spiked dramatically. EO heard the two of them talking and looked at him in bewilderment. Dot turned around to look. ELO was now stepping toward him. In a room of the student council at Elfanti Academy, a strained, anguished voice rang out. Oh God, it's all a mess. I understand why the director is angry, but ordering me to hunt down the organizer immediately? I already have a mountain of work to handle. This academy is a complete mess. Based on the route and timing of the assassination, you can be almost certain there's a spy inside. EO, I know the political backstabbing aimed at you is an everyday occurrence, but this is the second assassination attempt now, they seem really determined. In response to that concern, EO barely seemed to care and said evasively, I wonder. Quick to speculate, the girl continued, yeah, this case seems a bit different. Whoever's behind this, I'm sure they'll strike again. The people who accompanied her last time were all commended. Yet not a single one of them was killed. As for Dot, he's the only one with no record of having been commended, there's no reason he shouldn't have been recognized. And I don't know why that's the case. It's as if he deliberately avoided the academic team's attention. After hearing a string of analyses and worries from her companions, EO only said, I wonder. The friend, interrupted, snapped angrily, I'll punch you if you say, I wonder, one more time. EO showed no fear and provocatively replied, try it. Fuming, the friend grabbed a jar and hurled it at EO, then shouted, what's wrong with you, anyway? EO easily caught the jar and, emotionless, asked back, is there something wrong with you? Her friend, losing patience, said, you've been distracted all day, can you focus at all? I don't know what's going on, but if you don't tell me, I won't help you anymore. EO then unexpectedly spoke up, I think I'm beginning to be interested in someone. Startled as if she couldn't believe her ears, the friend asked, what? EO gently repeated, I said I'm interested in someone. Immediately a question popped out, no need to think, who? She replied shyly, you just mentioned him, didn't you? The friend asked in surprise, Cambello? A hush of silence enveloped the whole room for a few seconds. Only then did the girl seem to process the information, and she asked in surprise, wait, hold on, you like that country bumpkin? EO immediately objected, I didn't say that. The girl looked at her friend anxiously and asked, you didn't? I don't know what he's done to catch your eye, but what if Duke Chi So Tun hears about this? EO simply replied, that old man will definitely be furious. She stepped closer, put back the bottle she'd just steadied, and said nonchalantly, besides, I don't even like him. Seeing that casual attitude, her friend could only think to herself, probably true. Elfanti rubbed his head tiredly and said to his friend, for heaven's sake, don't deny it. After all, however he behaves, he treats you fairly well, doesn't he? Normally you would start to be suspicious right away. As a young lady of the Chi So Tun household, shouldn't you be more careful? EO answered calmly, that's true, but I'm only testing him. She looked at the photo on the student's file and said, if you look closely, it should be fine. Her friend didn't really understand and asked, what do you mean? In the dorm room, Dut, the one just mentioned, was sprawled on his bed, staring oddly at the Academy's notification, and he said something similar. What does that mean? The message read, "We regret to inform you that we are currently unable to notify you of your class. The academic team is still undertaking a project to ensure optimal results. You can expect good news in the future." After reading it, he felt nothing about the notice and only thought, I don't want to wait for anything, just throw me into some class and forget about me. But by the rules, shouldn't I be placed in a special class like Elia's group? Why are they treating me this way? Then saw another notification arrive. The first main task has been completed, new information has been updated. The main task is to resolve an incident that will occur during the freshman welcome ceremony. The reward is materials for crafting exclusive equipment. He began analyzing the new task. The freshman welcome ceremony is where the protagonist's class is decided, archer, warrior, mage, or priest. My specialization will be determined by what I focus on developing. Like Elia, who uses a sword, I'll also go in a strength-focused direction. That way, I'll receive the appropriate exclusive equipment crafting materials. There was only one problem. Clicked on the bulletin about newly updated characters. The information showed that the character Alola Chi-Certain's trust level had risen from rank 2 to rank 5, temporarily due to a special influence, and a special reward could be claimed. This is an important character and a special event is imminent. Time remaining for the related event, 3 days. Next was the information for the character Elia Catch. Her interest level was 5 and she needed to reach the threshold for an affinity change. She is an important character and a special event is imminent. Time remaining for the related event, 3 days. Bowed his head, clutching his head in exhaustion, thinking, the final boss, the protagonist, and the main quest event all happening at once, something big is definitely about to happen. Suddenly a notification arrived. The acquired skill was Skill Copy, which allows copying a skill from a target. He stared at the flashing lines in astonishment and blurted out, "What the hell is this? Copy a skill? That's insane." He had not expected this at all. The joy was completely unexpected. Can I copy the final boss's skill? But, he hesitated, thinking, no, using it now would be such a waste. Although EO can currently stand at the top of the Academy's food chain, like the protagonist Elia, she is also a final boss with growth potential. Later she will have dozens of overpowered skills, so there's no reason to use skill copy at this time. For now, I need to prepare for the event that will take place over the next 3 days. Luckily, he knew something that could help him survive. Taking advantage of the darkness, he hurried to a warehouse deep within the Academy's abandoned quarter, which was the old armory. Seeing the dilapidated place before him, breathed a sigh of relief. It was great to be able to use the point shop. Before coming here, he had equipped himself with several items for this operation: a low-level speed potion to slightly increase his speed, a low-level shadow mask to boost agility, and a low-level cat rope to enable silent footsteps. After getting past each layer of security, he finally reached one of the treasure hunting spots favored by the HC. Agile as a night cat, climbed the wall easily and landed softly with a precise jump. This time, among the items exchanged through the system there was a rather special one, a recovery cake that restores your stamina like never before. Sounds like an advertisement, but it really works. Now let's look around. He rummaged through the piles of old junk filling the warehouse. As he chewed the cake, he thought to himself, he had already found all the other important items, now only one final item remained. Found it, the Supreme Relic, an ancient censer that contains 1,000 years worth of power. He took out the censer and whispered to himself, all right, I have everything I need now. Suddenly, looked up with a stunned expression. It turned out that when he took the censer, he had carelessly disturbed a stack of wooden crates and stared at them in panic. The crates began to fall. Panicked, damn, I should have known things couldn't go smoothly forever. Suddenly, after a pile of old things toppled, a girl appeared, fast asleep, which surprised him. He picked her up and was stunned to realize who she was, Duya. At the same time, she woke up and, surprised, said, huh? Duya. The boss of Chapter 2, nicknamed the Cursed Sword Goddess. The item I had just picked up belonged to her. So it turned out she usually hid here. Suddenly the system issued an emergency alert, dangerous situation detected, life-threatening level, desperate survival mode activated, frog tier. Duya tightened the chain around her wrist, the tense air frightened him, and he hurriedly said, "Sorry for waking you, but actually." But before he could finish, with a panicked look, was attacked by Duya swinging the chain. Back then it was only a one-on-one fight with Elia. But now the blows were much stronger, and he could only grit his teeth and endure them. The cold iron tip of a sword slid past, making him fully understand the situation before him. Now it was a matter of life and death. During the fight, Dot tried more than once to explain, "It's a misunderstanding, I didn't mean to do anything while she was sleeping." He thought in pain that even with frog-level power his whole body ached. Duya didn't answer, but her eyes flashed with scorn, cold and full of suspicion. Not giving Dot time to rest, Duya tightened her grip. The chain roared through the air like an angry steel snake. Meanwhile he only dodged and kept saying, "Please." She lunged forward, murderous intent flaring with each movement, while he managed to quickly dodge the attack to minimize harm. Duya stared in astonishment, then without a word resumed unleashing a storm of blows. Dot recoiled in panic, his heart thudding in his chest. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Luckily he knew what to do to avoid being hit again. The tip of the sword shot toward him like a lightning bolt, but Dot ground his teeth, shut his eyes, and stood perfectly still. He held his stance without moving, but strangely, the magical sword tip halted, stopping less than a knuckle's width from his face. Immediately after, Duya retracted the chain. From his previous experience playing, he exhaled in relief and thought to himself, a 3.5-step radius, any enemy entering that range is immediately defeated, but in return she can't advance even a single step. That is the mechanism of Duya's curse, an absolute limit. Looking at him standing within that distance, she asked, "Can you take one step forward?" Dot didn't hesitate and replied immediately, "So you want to cut me?" Her eyes still fixed on him, she replied bluntly, "Yes." But at that moment, Dot realized he couldn't escape either. In the silent space, her stomach suddenly growled. In that very moment, Dot suddenly realized, wait, this is her private area, she must be isolated from everyone. Even teachers rarely come here. He thought for a moment, then spoke softly, "Hey, do you want some cake?" Having said that, Dot spread out his hand. In his palm were a few energy recovery cakes he'd bought from the system earlier. They would restore stamina like never before. He basically thought people always feel hungry in situations like this. Seeing him act that way, Duya snapped angrily, "I won't be tricked by such petty games. Are you really trying to bribe me with food?" Dot didn't say another word, he simply tossed the cake. Yet by instinct, Duya sprang forward and caught it like a little puppy. The atmosphere eased thanks to the cake. She spoke up, "All right, I believe this was just a mistake." Dot also made a note to himself, she really can't communicate when she's hungry. Only then did Dot dare to breathe out, muttering under his breath, "That was close." Duya stood obediently behind him and suddenly asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" That question made him freeze. In his head he thought, to steal things, but of course he couldn't say that. He answered righteously, "I came to bring you food. Someone I know asked me to look after you." Duya chewed the cake while glancing at Dot with curiosity. Someone he knew. Leaving a small impression now might be useful later. In the game there's no way I would have met Duya this early, so he added aloud, "Ah, that's right. Don't worry, your sister is still fine in the Holy Empire. The current emperor doesn't care about you two sisters, but needless to say, it's better if you stay put for now, I'll return." Duya was originally from the Holy Empire, and she had to hide in Elfantai because of the Holy Emperor. Duya's sword was infamous as an evil artifact, and as the sword's bound vessel she was forced to bear the 3-step curse. So mentioning her only remaining relative probably wouldn't be a problem. She must have been through a great deal and had little hope left. Cut to the next morning, sunlight poured in, and a pleasant voice rang out across the open grounds. "This is the academy building, that is the arena, and over there is the training field. Can you all see everything from here?" "Yes." The presenter was none other than Principal Offelier. She was guiding her students. "You will have to choose a major and a minor, production, academics, martial arts, and faith. You already know about these 5 faculties, right? A curious student called up from below, does the tribe have the same educational system as the Holy Empire? Miss Offalier smiled, not at all annoyed by the question but rather amused. Yes, we teach them similarly to how war training and the Grand Holy Temple do, so don't think about transferring schools. Let me explain more about the majors. Amid the students listening to the briefing, Dot stood silently, her mind sinking deep into her own thoughts. This was an orientation event where she could learn more about this world, but she couldn't skip it, everything she'd worked for so far would be lost. Dot thought anxiously, why do they keep asking? Then she saw a young man nearby point toward the distance and ask, Principal Phi, who is responsible for that area? Almost completely separated from the academy, a vast area appeared, covered by a shimmering barrier whose hazy light looked like a border between the real and the unreal, between magic and reality. The teacher replied, yes, but that's a restricted zone, anyone who enters will be punished immediately. A thought flashed through Dot's mind. The Void region, it was the remnants of the historic war between heaven and hell. It was here that the divine envoys and the chosen warriors sealed away the demons. Even after hundreds of years, the aftershocks of the divine and of death continue to clash. This area is critically important in case the demons break the seal. Therefore, the Holy Empire, the Tribal Alliance, and the Empire established a golden triangle to oversee this area. Elfanti and other academies are also part of that system. Snapping out of his thoughts and back to the present, the atmosphere of the student orientation came sharply into focus. Luca Ca, his hair standing out in the crowd, raised his hand, his voice a mix of curiosity and excitement. Principal Awfully, may we come a little closer to take a look? Awfully replied gently, you may stand at the edge of the Seijia pin's protective barrier, inside it you'll be safe. In the crowd, Dot gave a small, pleased smile and silently thanked them. All right, the next plan is to leave, have lunch, then return here. As for me, I have other things to take care of. The angels, beings who can overturn mountains and drain oceans, and the Seijia pin, entities even above angels, created this barrier. The group of students was now standing directly before it, only a few steps from the void. Phi Lai, arms spread wide, called out cheerfully, let's have lunch here. The students smiled happily, resting while taking in the surroundings. Although they were standing before one of the most dangerous places, it was only thanks to the Seijia pin's barrier that the academy could exist so close to this area. Dot gripped his bag strap, looked at Ms. Phil, and asked for permission, may I step a little farther away? I don't feel very comfortable standing here. Upon hearing this, she frowned slightly and thought, the boy has been the subject of a lot of discussion among his classmates about what happened, yet she still cautioned him, you mustn't go far, or you'll get into trouble. Dot quickly replied, yes. In the distance, Ta Lion saw that and, angry, muttered, that country bumpkin is getting arrogant. Is it just because he's getting attention? In a secluded spot, Dot took out an ancient censer and put in it Chelan horn powder, a phoenix feather, and a fan made of coral. Everything was ready. The supreme divine relic, a portable censer imbued with godly power. At that moment, a spiral of ethereal light suddenly appeared in the air. He stared at it without blinking, wondering, I didn't miss anything, did I? I came all the way here to use this. This allows me to reach entities ordinary people would never dare to dream of. Dot stood before a massive explosion with no sign of fear. A mist rolled in, and a voice from somewhere rang out, you said the Allied forces are where? He told us to level the ground, not to dig a trench and leave it unfinished. He looked up and focused ahead. They said it was the Zijian group who did it. Following Dot's gaze, they saw someone digging who called out, look. Hey rookie, do you think flatten means dig a hole? Well, the ground's just too hard, someone replied. Isn't the shovel in your hand supposed to be harder? Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Geo and the man beside him both turned to look at him. He couldn't help asking, what's up with that human? He kept looking this way for a long time, but oh well, at least he's quiet, which is better than those who loiter and bother us while we're working. Suddenly, Geo stepped forward with a terrifying expression and demanded immediately, why did you stop all of a sudden? Why isn't your shovel moving? He stammered, that. A magic circle appeared before his eyes. Meanwhile, the two on the other side were still arguing. It's moving. You, spread out, don't dig down any further. Then the other shouted, in a somewhat frightened tone. A frog jumped out. After a while, a truck arrived equipped with 2 loudspeakers. Someone in the truck called out, "Hey everyone, the sacred mud bricks are here, unload them quickly." An angel asked, "How many are there?" No sooner had he finished speaking than sacks of bricks were dumped onto the ground with the reply, "A lot." Then there was a shout. The woman driver saw an angel snacking during work and asked, "Why are you sitting over there eating cloud cookies?" He replied suspiciously, "You're the driver, right? And I'm a soldier too, so please save your strength for driving." He stood before the magic circle, watching. Ego urged the other angels, "Hey, don't you see the seniors are working? Move it." Hearing that, the fellow ran off in a hurry, stammering, "Corporal Ego, I'll do it right away." Then he came over and asked the captain, "Captain, hasn't the supply delivery arrived yet?" The captain replied, "Sorry, the transport truck is delayed, they're fixing it, please wait a little." There was a complaint from over there, E-level corporal, "It's broken." Hearing that, Dot chuckled to himself, thinking, no wonder the angels won't behave properly. If one were to describe angels, they are like an army. They have a clear hierarchy with a strict chain of command. This world has its own rules. Encountering angels can only happen starting from Chapter 2. As for direct contact with high-ranking angels, that won't be possible until much later. I know what they want, something simple and basic. Just a moment later, where he sat was filled with food neatly packed in cardboard boxes. Dot exclaimed, "Thank you for the meal." He immediately took the first bite. The delicious taste made Dot close his eyes in enjoyment. The aroma drew the angels' attention, and they whispered among themselves, "He's still looking this way. What did he bring? Look how happily he's eating, can we ask for some?" "You still don't meet the requirements, what are you standing there for? Move the bricks." Suddenly he smiled and said, "Dear angels, please eat before continuing your work, or you'll exhaust yourselves." With that, the boxes of food were instantly teleported elsewhere. A system notification appeared, offering delivery complete. Those pastries were delivered to the angels who were working. They turned to look at one another, smiling, and Ego said loudly, "This guy is really... Okay, break time, 10 minutes. Does anyone want a roll? There's even steak, what a considerate human." Dot thought to himself that the rules of this world are different from the real world. A single meal meant just for him was already enough for all of them. When the sky picked up a few rays of light, a voice sounded from the ground, "We're full." How extravagant. While we're still doing this, bring it here, huh? The censor beside him, "You came to us because you need a favor, right? Hand it over and I'll bless you. Speak up, but make it reasonable, I'll try to meet your request." Hearing that, he thought in astonishment, "Huh? Just like that? He's already agreed? I had prepared a ton of negotiation plans, was there ever such an easy path in the original?" He seemed to read all those thoughts. Ego's face went pensive. "You're wondering why someone as ordinary as me is being treated so well?" He thought, seeing through things. Just by observing, he can perceive the true nature of something. Then the man's gaze fixed on him. "You seem to understand things quite well. You possess an ability but haven't developed it at all. Invest in it now and you'll benefit greatly later." Hearing that, Dot was even more astonished. What, was he talking about that gift? He means my trait, being loved by darkness. Ego added, "That gift is far stronger than you think, but how you use it is entirely up to you. Yet it is precisely because of it that a ruthless but oddly friendly monster has taken an interest in you." He was worried but showed no emotion. "Sharp, I knew it. After obtaining the sensor, I'll find every possible way to optimize my chances of survival, no matter the cost." In just a second, E suddenly shifted into another form, apparently to praise Dot. An ordinary person would immediately panic upon hearing such words, but Dot began to analyze and strategize calmly. "I see now, a great person is gradually taking shape, it seems I have nothing to worry about anymore. Alright, I've finished bestowing the blessing." He replied, "Thank you, sir." Different voices rang out. "Sergeant, why would you say those things to a human? Routing complete, almost done. Meanwhile, Dot remained bewildered by his thoughts. Cruel but friendly, what does that mean? And me, a great person? Isn't he overestimating me? Before leaving, Ear still managed to turn back and say one last thing: believe in yourself, I acknowledge you. When the conversation ended, the circle faded out. He sat there, dazed, for quite a while. Then sighed because he had just achieved his goal. I only worked hard because I didn't want to die. But since this was a warning from an angel, I'll think it over carefully. When the sensor hovered in the air, the system appeared, Supreme Divinity C+, containing a special power from the divine beings of another world. There are 2 ascetic skills. C converts all additional stats into stamina by using a small amount of mana. Cooldown 20 seconds, can evolve through Proof of Faith. Protective Shield C uses a small amount of mana to create a one-time protective barrier and grants a stamina effect. Cooldown 20 seconds, can evolve through a Holy Wound. He closed his eyes, his mind restless with vague thoughts. That angel had granted him some rather useful blessings. Physical stats relate to health, so they directly affect survival. Since my desperate survival skill can help me raise stats quickly, these skills will definitely be useful. But the most important thing is evolution. In this world, things that can grow will naturally improve their performance over time. Getting this so early in the storyline is truly a godsend. The system notification appeared, consumes a small amount of mana. He thought, but the problem is that's only a distant dream for someone like me, who doesn't even have a single relevant trait. If I can't use mana right now, I'll have to find another temporary substitute. That's also why I came here. The person in front of him reminded him, you're not focusing at all. Dot replied, I'm still listening. Did you hear what I said? I heard everything. You said we have to form a team of 2, right? He wore a somewhat foolish expression and asked, do you know what a 2-person team is? So where's your companion? Hearing this, he smiled confidently and replied, she'll be here soon. The man mocked, who would go with someone as obscure as you? Dot said, I'm not lying, this place will fill up soon. Dot said, I'm not lying, this place will get crowded soon. What are you talking about? He glanced at his watch and observed, my companion is more than just famous. He thought to himself that she should show up soon, given how the story was unfolding. No sooner had he finished speaking than Elia appeared right behind them. Hello, sorry, is this the Monster Research Department? Dot turned to greet her, thinking to himself, actually, I didn't intend to get involved with the protagonist at first, but I changed my mind, especially after hearing that old Archangel's advice. Elia also recognized him and murmured under her breath, Dot. Dot turned to discuss matters with Elia, asking whether what she had said about getting to know each other better still stood. She was flustered and for a moment didn't know how to answer. Recalling the past, EO had said, I really like that person. But as soon as she finished speaking, a guard roughly hauled her away, painfully separating the 2. The others whispered, freshmen are forbidden from dating each other. What is the relationship between the 2 of them? They repeatedly asked. Nothing. What is Dot doing? You said there was nothing between us. Dot extended a friendly handshake. She was flustered, thinking to herself, he's unbelievable. Dot has no effective methods, so now he's resorting to tactics that make people feel awkward. Was I only hearing rumors? How delusional is this guy, really? The Academy's simulated dungeon. In the dim space, only 4 ominous red dots appeared. Someone asked, are you sure about this? Dot tried to persuade the other with an unconvincing expression, trust me, don't you want to be friends with me? Do you remember when we first met, you were about to hit me? Elia replied, her tone a little forced, of course, even though I was the one who got hit. Then he immediately switched to combat mode, his face deadly serious, and shouted, pointing ahead, if you really want to be friends with me after that, do as I say. Now, at 9 o'clock, 3 of them. Immediately, the huge monster let out a furious roar. Its sharp teeth looked as if it could chew enemies to pieces at any moment. It raised a fist to attack. Someone suddenly shouted, huh? She launched a quick sword strike and sliced off the monster's head. Everything happened in an instant. Then Dot said, 2 more from the ceiling. They were two bat-like monsters, but with long fangs and deep red, piercing eyes, looking extremely ferocious. Using his observation, knowledge, and experience, Dot quickly announced, their weak point is the neck. Don't aim for the wings, strike straight at their bodies. Elia reacted swiftly, launching 2 quick sword strikes into their bodies. At that, she spoke, sounding displeased, don't just stand there giving orders, lend me a hand. But she only received a curt reply, no. He continued to observe and give directions. 2 blades were coming in from the left and right, but she only needed to deflect them, just hold them off for 10 seconds. The blades hurtled forward at breathtaking speed, but, surprisingly, Elia moved skillfully and evaded them all. Along with Dot's guidance, the next threat was a paralyzing toxin. There's a poison sprayer on the right, destroy it now. Elia delivered a decisive sword stroke and cleaved that poison sprayer in 2. Dot continued, next, dodge the 3 arrows flying from our side. Just stand still. 3, 2, 1, now there's an attack coming from behind. Hearing that, Elia panicked and immediately turned around. Although surprised, she was still able to block that attack thanks to Dot's guidance and her quick reflexes. Faced with the recent situation, Dot giving instructions and her following them made Elia angry. If you already knew everything like this, you might even handle it better than I would. Working together would get us through this gate a lot faster. He had only been cheering and giving directions instead of fighting. Hearing Elia say that, he froze. I want to help too, but I can't. I'm just a worthless character with all my stats at garbage tier. This is just a simulated battle with no real danger, so my desperate survival skill won't activate. These are merely artificial entities operating on preset programming. Because desperate survival isn't an all-purpose skill, I have to raise my stats quickly. Suddenly Elia lunged at Dot, her face set and terrifying. She charged forward with her sword and shouted, Dot. He went pale, eyes wide with pupils constricted, and forced a strained smile. That's too cruel. Elia sprang up and unleashed a powerful sword stroke. That single slash severed the head of a large humanoid monster behind Dot. Her expression was utterly resolute and confident. Dot, witnessing what had just happened, could only gape in astonishment. As she landed, confetti burst out. At an astonishing speed, she had just broken the previous record. Elia, still not fully recovered, asked in a panic, what the hell is going on? I fought alone and set a record? This was supposed to be a 2-person stage, how did this happen? His smile was a little forced. Dot thought to himself, even if I look messy, I'm really the genuine article. Then Dot answered Elia, we're in luck. The next area will be a bit harder, but let's keep going. Good luck. But perhaps Dot didn't see how furious she was. Her brows knitted, her eyes squeezed shut, and she bit her lips so hard she didn't even bother to turn back and curse. It seemed as if someone had witnessed the entire battle through a magic mirror. The person spoke approvingly, they did quite well. That was the head of the SBOZ department, Bye-Bye, who put a hand to his small mouth and decided, it seems we will have to allocate more funding for mock battles next year. Then he turned and asked for opinions. What do you think, Conrad? A man in a military green uniform, placing his hand on the head of another person barely over 1 meter tall, spoke up and asked, was it designed by the tactics department? The other answered, mm. The man in uniform was Conrad, he continued, but more importantly, it seems we're quite lucky that the target performed so well. At this, Bai replied, are you talking about that girl? The warrior candidate from the next cohort has progressed extraordinarily, she's truly worth noting. But he quickly corrected himself, no, not her but him. Cambio. Bai looked annoyed and challenged, that fraud? Isn't he just clinging to the warrior candidate? That's the problem with you pen-spinning mages. Why are we even arguing about this? But Conrad replied firmly, that warrior candidate couldn't have set this record on her own, she's full of surprises. What? He then explained, anyone can see that she's stronger and the main fighter. But he's the real key. The way he arranges his teammates' positions, issues precise commands every second, provides flawless cover, every one of his actions is the most accurate decision. The rat assessed silently, everything had been calculated down to the smallest detail, as if he'd fought on brutal battlefields 1,000 times over. Then he turned to BY and proposed, BY, place a bet. Make her momentarily surprised. At that moment, and ELO heard a mic check announcement. This is the rat from the Knights department. I'm starting to take an interest after observing you two. The magic department has decided to place a bet. The wager is whether the two of you can get through freshman year. If you two truly succeed, I'll grant you a privilege. You may make any one request. Hearing this, Bai was taken aback, her confusion plain. Huh? Why would you go this far, teacher? He continued, if you feel pressured, I won't force you. Given your current situation, this request is almost impossible. But unexpectedly, replied confidently and clearly, no problem, he declared emphatically, of course we can do it. Elia was utterly unsettled, her face uncertain. Huh, Dot's confidence displeased BY, who looked at him oddly. But the rat was different. I'll bet on your success. So, let's begin. Elsewhere, Fan T complained, sounding displeased, well, what on earth is going on here? I get that you're here to clear your head. A voice suddenly cut in, give me the water already. She went on reproachfully, but do you have to overreact like this? EO lay sprawled, exhausted, reaching for the water bottle. She spoke heavily, there's something I want to remember, but I don't fully understand what ELO meant. I want to recall it, she confessed. When I was little, my mother taught me these techniques, but I don't remember them clearly, so I'm trying to refresh them. A demon lives in the bloodline of the Chi So Tun clan. This dark rumor has two sides. One is the transcendent, inhuman talent they possess. When asked, EO, are you overdoing it? She barely opened her eyes. The other side is sudden eruptions of madness, moments of extreme violence, and the erosion of reason. That's why, although members of the Chi So Tun clan achieve countless great accomplishments, their final years always end in tragedy. She paused. EO opened the bottle and gulped down the water. Fan T asked, it's not that serious, is it? She sat up and replied, there's nothing to worry about, I don't care about it anymore. The other woman didn't believe her and asked again, really? In that case, I suppose I can be blunt. EO set the water bottle down and looked serious. Why are you being so cautious? I've already said it, nothing can trouble me now. The brown-orange-haired girl replied, about that. The other person told me to report it immediately. I heard this from a junior who is currently staying with a warrior candidate from the next class. Hearing that, EO turned to the next class warrior candidate. She quickly confirmed, yes, Elia Catch, the girl who fought. She mused absent-mindedly, so you're saying those two are working together, since the simulation test is arranged in pairs. I see. But it was easy to tell, she sighed again, probably lost in thought. The water bottle had been crushed out of shape and water was spilling onto the floor. EO said, take me there. Fan T exclaimed in surprise, but you just said you didn't care. Drew his sword. Seeing that, Elia asked, what are you going to do? I know you're very skilled, but even so, is it really worth trying to beat the all-time record? He responded tersely and indifferently, yeah. Faced with Dot's reaction, Elia, his face a little smudged, slightly frowned. His confidence was not to be taken lightly. Does he really have a plan? He adjusted his clothes and thought to himself, artificial monsters have fixed movement patterns, so it's easy to target their weak points, but that's something I can't tell her. So he replied very casually, all right, since you're here with me. She frowned slightly, her cheeks flushing, and replied, I don't believe you. The rat announced over the loudspeaker, this is the rat, are you two ready? He replied without hesitation, I'm ready. Hearing the certainty in the answer, he was somewhat approving. Bravo, now adjust the test difficulty, and if you do, they'll receive bonus points. Answered confidently, please set the difficulty to the highest level. Bai frowned and said loudly, you really can't trust these freshmen. They may seem reasonable, but this is going too far, the highest difficulty could very well get them killed. He still answered very confidently, even so, I believe it's worth trying. The rat, pleased by his confidence, said, grant his request. Elia looked visibly worried, perhaps she didn't think the two freshmen could complete a task of the highest difficulty. Reassured her, don't worry. Warrior, the water's been spilled, there's no scooping it back up now. At that moment, while enjoying a hot drink and a sweet slice of cake, Bai spoke up, "I can't believe you, Professor Rat. You're acting as if this is the first time. Didn't we do the same with the previous cohort of freshmen?" She felt that something was different this time. He replied confidently, "We'll see, Professor By certainly has reason to be so confident. No matter how dangerous things become, all we have to do is save them." "Alright, slaughter mode has been activated, prove yourself." "Freshman!" Elia shouted, "Damn it, let's go." Bai could only sigh helplessly. The head of the tactics department had tears streaming down his face. "Our club is finished." Meanwhile, he remained utterly confident. Monsters charged in from all sides. At the sight of it, the system flashed in glaring red, danger warning detected. The level of danger was determined to be life-threatening. Gripping his sword tightly, his face calm and focused, Dot swung his sword swiftly and forcefully. With a swish, the huge ferocious rhinoceros in front of him had its head severed from its neck. Rat was ecstatic. He shouted, "I knew it. This is exactly what I've been waiting for." "Bai, did you see that?" She was so surprised she spat the tea from her mouth, and the head of the tactics department stared with wide, astonished eyes. Elia, who was fighting back against the monsters, saw it too and exclaimed, "Dot, I knew it." A large wolf lunged at him viciously. Dot, unafraid, ran toward it at breakneck speed. Bai could hardly believe what she was seeing. How could this be happening? He's completely useless. Wow! Every stroke of Dot's sword was incredibly precise. With a single strike, he could take down a monster instantly. Rat seemed to understand him and replied, "He's only pretending." "I don't blame you. If you haven't witnessed his true skill, anyone would react that way. But over time, the monsters will grow stronger, and so will he. That means both sides will develop together." At that moment, Elia was intensely focused on her fight. She had just taken down 2 monsters and a giant ant in quick succession. On his side it was no different. The number of beasts defeated was the same. They kept taking down many powerful monsters. Elia gritted her teeth and decisively swung her sword. Her figure and the weapon flashed, dazzlingly sharp. After landing the killing blow on the giant ant, she called out loudly, "Now, Dot." He immediately understood and replied, "All right." Then he used Elia's shoulder as a springboard and jumped up. Aiming precisely, preparing for the exquisite slash, the sword technique Chi So Tun La Vobe. Countless critical strikes were unleashed against the giant ant. Afterwards, he landed successfully in a very graceful pose. An announcement sounded, "Congratulations. This power is astonishing. Cell and Elia Kane Nexer have broken the all-time record." But it seemed the giant ant hadn't been completely defeated. It raised its sharp leg to stab through him. She sensed something was wrong and immediately warned, "Huh? Dot." He turned around in surprise to see the attack was very close to him. Suddenly there was a sound, and he bent down. He only saw a streak of golden light flash by. Rat's precise, powerful sword stroke made the creature's body explode into 100 pieces. He still seemed unable to recover from that dangerous moment. While he could barely stand, the other had already cleared the obstacle and landed right in front of him. Dot quietly praised, "Congratulations, it looks like this record won't be easy to break." His face was still dazed, while the other kept chattering. Who would have thought a freshman could handle Elfant's artificial monsters as easily as mowing grass? Although Elia was exhausted and gasping for breath, he was still excited. Professor Conrad, his voice calm, nevertheless looked very pleased. "Thank you to the warrior candidates for your efforts." Conrad sheathed his sword with a smug smile. "I win, By." Bai's mouth twitched downward, as if he still couldn't accept it, unable to believe it. Not long after, the results came in. He and she read the reward decision together and both exclaimed approvingly, "You get to rent an entire warehouse and have the right to ask the head of the School of Magic for anything." Elia shouted excitedly, "That's amazing." Dot, watching nearby, was also pleased. No freshman had ever had such privileges. Quite a generous reward, huh? Then she turned to him and asked, "Hey, Dot, I've noticed this before, but why are you always so calm?" Dot replied calmly, "What do you mean?" Elia smiled faintly and replied, "No matter what happens, he always acts as if he already knows how things will play out, or as if everything is going according to his plan. There was something of that tone in the way he behaved. Seeing her size him up like that, he only thought to himself without saying it aloud, of course, because I already knew everything. Idiot. Elia held out his fist, signaling he wanted to bump fists. Dot asked, puzzled, what? Her face lit up and she answered, don't people do that with friends? I mean, like a fist bump. He was rather indifferent. But honestly, at the moment their hands met, the system displayed, Elia, Curiosity Flag Level 5, approaching the trustworthy stage. Dot asked, everything okay? Elia, his cheeks faintly flushed, gently replied, yeah. Having said that, she turned and ran off, leaving him standing in the corridor, her voice cheerful, see you tomorrow. Dot. Suddenly someone voiced an opinion, I don't know whether she's the friendly type or just plain odd. Dot shook his head and replied, yeah, I think so too. Then he suddenly realized the voice sounded familiar, wait, the student council president. EO remained calm, expression unchanged, and asked, do you like that freshman? Seeing he didn't answer, she cleared her throat, making Dot start. He was flustered, stammering, unsure how to respond, what? Her? Afterwards, Dot thought to himself, if the desperate survival mechanism doesn't trigger, then it seems she has no intention of doing anything to me. Wait, isn't that obvious? I'm not her boyfriend or anything. But EO still had no intention of letting it go and pressed on, her tone more serious than before, I'll only ask once. Do you like that freshman? Dot hesitated, unsure how to answer, when suddenly the system sounded an alarm, detecting danger. It terrified him, his face went pale, an indescribable feeling flashed through him, he felt he had to say something, while the system kept warning of the detected threat. At that moment, Dot spoke up as well, his tone unusually calm, so what? Student Council President EO, surprised, what? That composure didn't last long, are you getting worked up again? She was caught off guard and flustered. Then Dot mustered all his courage, shut his eyes tight, and told her decisively, although I've been training with Elia all this time, I really want to meet you. She stood there stunned when she heard Dot's words, why so sudden? Dot let out a sigh of relief as if he'd just escaped danger, but the inner psychological struggle remained. He asked himself, what the hell are you doing? DT Cambello, not a word, this trick won't work. It seemed EO's lips curved slightly. She confirmed with him, so you're saying you've missed me all this time? Dot, before she could think, jumped in quickly, that's right. She crossed her arms over her chest and turned to press him, why didn't you anticipate that this question would come up, stammering and at a loss for words? Well, I don't know why either. Deep down, Dot had the same question, what is this? What's wrong with me? She smoothed a lock of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushed, eyes flicking away, an unusually shy expression on her face. Never mind, maybe it's just some kind of friendship. I get it, it's because I saved you on that train, isn't it? But do you still remember the priority list? Hearing her say that, he was utterly bewildered, as if the memories related to that priority list had never existed. The priority list she's talking about, what is that? What's going on here? Before he could answer, she handed him an envelope and explained, don't worry, I only came to give you this. Seeing that, Dot immediately wondered, what is this? He was extremely unsettled when he received the envelope, unable to guess what was inside, a love letter? A challenge? This wasn't in the original storyline. She looked away bashfully and said, I meant to give this to you tomorrow, remember to open it when you're alone. Dot still didn't understand what was happening. Scratching their head in confusion, they replied, all right then. Rays of late afternoon sunlight filtered into the room. I felt a little regretful and flustered. I shouldn't have opened it. Does she want me to be her teammate? Tomorrow is the freshman welcome party, I forgot. But then I thought, becoming her teammate really isn't that big a deal, I just need to spend time with her at the welcome party. The only problem is the penalty if I refuse her offer. Not only would her favorability decrease, it could also make someone else hostile toward me. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Dot opened the door and said, I knew it was you. Elia was a little surprised. You figured that out quickly, she said. Then Elia produced an envelope. Dot exclaimed, "This again?" Hearing that, Elia immediately pressed, "What do you mean? Did someone else give you this too?" He hesitated, I mean, what is this? Dot thought to himself, I'm going to die right here, don't tell me she came here to make a request too. Elia pointed at him and winked mischievously, "What do you think? I've already decided after the simulated match, I have to go. Those troublemakers even made the student council president call for a doctor." Then she jumped down a floor from the railing, her face lit with eagerness, and shouted excitedly, "Hurry up and open it." Dot reached out to stop her, but it seemed too late. Huh? Why are there so many strange people in the world? I wondered, what is it? Maybe it's a request to become teammates. It could also be a challenge if it's from Elia. But she said it would be a surprise. And that's exactly what I suspected. The image of Elo and Elia facing each other appeared in his mind, with neither gaining the upper hand. Dot screamed in alarm, a request to become teammates. This wasn't in the original storyline. Why didn't anyone give me an easier option? If I choose EO, I'll be seen as the villain by the protagonist. But if I choose Elia, I'll make the final boss hostile toward me and might die because of that damn priority list. So what if I refuse both? I don't know what to do anymore. It's probably because both of them are still in the infatuation stage. What a mess. Suddenly Dot had a bold thought, could I accept both of them? So the freshman welcome party had arrived. The venue was lavishly decorated, with clusters of glowing lanterns casting a shimmering light across the room. The place was loud and bustling. "Class B, this way. Where's the last person from Class C? Is he in the auditorium?" The new students happily got to know one another. "Hey, aren't you a student from Class A?" A brown-haired young man with curtain bangs called out. "Professor Ho is here." There were so many students at this welcome party, people as far as the eye could see. The scene was crowded and bustling. Elia looked incredibly beautiful, but she seemed to dislike crowded places and sighed in frustration. "So many people, this place is no different from a pigsty." She turned to the person beside her, beaming, "Anyway, thanks for coming with me, Dot." He looked very different now with his hair neatly combed. The two of them walked inside together. Back to the scene where he was buying the WER clone item for $1,000, which can create a copy of oneself. All enhancement effects would apply, and Dot seemed to have high hopes for the item's effectiveness. I had used up all my points. Although it could only stand in for me, it might still work. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Double date event. You have decided to go on a date with both of them. Do not get discovered until the end of the event. There will be a penalty if you fail." No matter how crowded it was, this plan could still fail miserably. If someone saw me and my clone in the same place, I'd be discovered immediately. So he decided to choose the aloof gentleman option to shut him up. Then suddenly, Dot flinched at an extremely loud sound. It was a monster growling, baring its razor-sharp teeth and looking furious. It was locked in an iron cage and being carried away by a carriage. A warning voice called out, "Get out of the way immediately." I regained my composure and breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a monster from outside. It looks like they planned to experiment on it and let it escape. That'll be when the main event starts, and all I have to do is survive. With Elo and Elia by my side, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Then there was a hiccup with the effects. Fozo was activated. I'm no longer an ordinary kid, the purchased effect has been applied. I suddenly realized my body was giving off a strangely alluring scent. EO appeared, "Here I am." Dot jumped, "Oh, the student council president." She quickly recognized the scent. "Huh? What's this? What is that smell? Did you spray on cologne?" Dot protested, "No. It's just that the flowers here smell nice." EO trusted her nose. "I know that smell is coming from you, but this scent is driving me crazy." Dot tried to brush the strange scent off himself. I was irritated. "What is this Fozo thing? Please stop." EO shut her eyes as if trying to hide something. The system displayed a notification. "The faux effect has been applied to the target is doing their best not to be attracted to you." While Dot was dazed, he heard a sweet voice beside him. Dot nervously glanced into her eyes. I don't know why I'm only realizing this now, she continued. But you're more masculine than I thought. Dot panicked, jaw dropping and eyes wide, internally screaming. I forced an awkward smile and changed the subject. Why don't we go to the event? How about we take a walk around the nearby stalls? EO stepped closer and replied, you lead the way. The freshman felt a little anxious, thinking to himself, my duplicate has probably already met Elia. I must avoid running into them at all costs. Because she was drawn to the Fozomon emanating from it, EO was trying to steady herself and stay clear-headed. She murmured to herself, calm down, calm down. Meanwhile, Dot could only hope he wouldn't encounter his duplicate and that nothing would happen. If things keep going like this, maybe it will be fine, as long as my duplicate and I escort the two of them. Dot suggested, hey, why don't we stop by that snack stall and grab something to eat? EO's cheeks flushed as she gently nodded in agreement, all right. To the grill stand. Eyeing the fragrant, golden skewers over the fire, he said to her, how about trying these wild boar skewers? In his heart he believed this would surely be the worst choice for ELO, who always watches her figure. He needed to blunt the effect of Fozomon immediately. But contrary to Dot's calculation, ELO hung her head shyly and asked, how did you know I like this? Could it just be a coincidence? The unexpected question made him stammer, yes, though inwardly he was as surprised as Columbus discovering America. Goodness, even if she noticed I didn't like wild boar meat, ELO still held the skewer and ate it, then turned and asked, interrupting his train of thought, Dot, are you still eating? Not knowing how to answer, Dot glanced away to hide his embarrassment. I need to maintain this relationship, but at the same time keep my distance. I must make sure Elia doesn't come near us, the farther away, the better. ELO stepped up to a street vendor stall and said excitedly, it looks like they sell accessories here. Hey, freshman, do you need anything? Dot looked at the cute little items in front of him, assuming that all girls would like them. He said, let me buy you something. Though he spoke those words, his thoughts screamed the opposite, buy a gift for ELO? No way. I need to lower how much she likes me. Dot picked out a plain yellow button and asked ELO, this button looks all right. What do you think? He figured he should give her the worst gift he could. But Elo's reaction left him thoroughly disappointed. The girl shyly replied, actually, I need a button to replace one on my uniform, which made Dot grit his teeth and berate himself once more. After that, the two decided to sit down to rest and have a bite to eat. ELO asked, come to think of it, have you chosen your major yet? Dot and ELO chose a fairly private table, where several dishes that looked very appetizing were already laid out. In response to her question, he answered, well, I plan to study theology. She was a little surprised and asked again, theology? Why don't you reconsider? With his talent, it would be a shame not to join the Knight's Order. But Dot also explained his choice, I have my own reasons for taking this path. It's been part of my plan and wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. EO placed her hand on the table and asked seriously, what's the reason? Dot could only answer, to protect what is important to me, I need to learn certain things there. She asked curiously, what is it that you want to protect? Looking at her, he thought the answer could only be one, my own life and her downfall. Holy magic skills are the key to my survival, they are crucial to achieving the outcome I want. And of course, Dot didn't answer EO like that. He only replied, since I was young I've had something I wanted to protect. Which was an incident related to a secret society, an event that will occur in the future. That final mastermind is particularly vulnerable to holy magic. She frowned slightly and asked, does this have anything to do with why you keep getting involved with me? Dot could hardly answer and only mumbled. EO then bluntly continued, I know very well about the curse of the Chi-So-Tun clan. The curse drives every member of the clan insane, but isn't training one's spirit the only way to prevent it? Do you know how to break the curse? To her surprise, Dot answered gently, the angel's blessing, a miracle in which two archangels grant a blessing to a person, at least that's what people say. EO kept a serious look in her eyes, exactly, and you understand how difficult it is. That's why, no matter how many merits the Chi-So-Tun clan has earned, we still live in fear. So why can you be so close to me? Why is it that whenever someone tries to assassinate me, you always appear in time? What are your intentions, after all? Dot did not dodge the question, he looked her straight in the eye and affirmed, what I want to protect is you. She seemed not to understand, what am I to you that you would want to protect me? He replied, if I don't protect you, I will die. That's the truth. I have no other reason. EO, now calm, gently brushed a lock of hair back and responded, I've known that from the beginning, but you really are a strange man. He sighed as if used to it, I've been told that many times. He felt relieved after opening up to her. He had told the whole truth plainly, hoping it would be enough to satisfy her curiosity. The scene shifts to another place, seemingly some kind of dungeon. The woman who had been thinking truly was a strange one. It turned out to be Elia and a clone of Dot. Around them were ferocious monsters, snarling menacingly. Elia walked ahead, wondering to herself, is he angry with me? Why is he so silent? Suddenly, Dot stopped and, with a puzzled tone, asked, wait, when did we get to the basement? She turned to look at him, thinking that she needed to get closer to him to learn more about the Chi So Tun family. I really don't know what to do with people like him. More precisely, I don't know what to do with men at all, it's driving me crazy. Meanwhile, this Dot duplicate concentrated on observing the area around them. What is this place? They're all living monsters. Elia said as she walked, it looks like they were used for the Academy's experiments. The professors here are completely irresponsible. How could they leave these things down in the basement like this? A nearby monster snarled in furious anger, drawing attention and causing her to turn around in surprise. Huh! Elia watched the creature and exclaimed, even the large beasts are here. She curiously approached the cage holding the vicious creature, wait, they're not even chained. Suddenly, the sensor mechanism that locks the cage let out a sound, making the creature snarl even more ferociously. Elia's eyes widened in panic, she looked so startled that she couldn't react immediately. A thunderous explosion erupted. Dot quickly grabbed her, shielding her behind himself and trying to move away from the blast. Cut to Dot dining with EO, he felt the tremors from the explosion. She, too, realized that something was wrong. Everyone at the welcome party felt the tremor from the explosion, many even screamed in fear. Elia was shielded from the blast by Dot's clone. Surprised, she asked, Dot, why? He looked at her and replied gently, this is my job. Elia was surprised by Dot's odd response. She looked at him in bewilderment, huh? What are you talking about? The recent explosion burned most of the dungeon, freeing the monsters from their cages, and now they were advancing toward the two of them. The beasts bared their razor-sharp teeth, growling as they prepared to attack. Looking around, the only things that could be used as weapons were the iron bars that had fallen from the monsters' cages. Elia's gaze was full of determination. Anyway, thank you for protecting me. Now it's my turn to protect you. The system announcement sounded, main mission, monsters have appeared, deal with the situation immediately. If too many people die, you will receive a severe penalty in the scenario. Reward, materials for crafting exclusive equipment. Hearing the announcement, Dot left at once. He explained, there's something I need to do, and then hurriedly pleaded, Guildmaster, I need you to find one of the priests. EO raised an eyebrow in confusion and said, wait. Dot's expression was imploring, please. He urged hastily, we must protect the trainees first. EO was panting wearily. The system popped up an update, the astral projection had been recalled. At that moment, Dot hurried over to Elia and asked, are those all the monsters that were released? Elia crouched, holding an iron bar, looked up at him and said softly, you're awake, thank God. At the same time, the system recorded that EO's friendliness indicator had risen to curious, the display confirmed that the main scenario had changed. Not long after, Elia announced, I missed a large monster. Hearing that, he froze as he realized the bear from before was definitely it. Elia's face darkened and she let out a long sigh. It must still be somewhere on the first floor, if we hurry, we can stop it. She murmured tiredly, I think I need to rest for a bit. Seeing Elia's condition, he asked anxiously, are you okay? Dot couldn't shake his worry, right now the main scenario is the most important thing. If it fails, I'll face a massive penalty. I have to stop that from happening. At that moment, everyone looked up with terrified expressions. The monster's red eyes were utterly terrifying. A voice shouted reassuringly, "Hold on until the professor and the knights arrive, make sure the barrier doesn't break." It roared, trying to tear through the barrier. Cracks had begun to appear on the barrier's surface above. Suddenly a powerful voice rang out, "The principal, the professor, and Khan Jayat are not present right now." His tone was resolute. "Even so, we cannot use the angel's blessing." Eo, looking displeased, spoke up, "You call yourself a priest? There are students here." He turned to complain, explaining, "You're using overly harsh words toward a professor, Miss Eo. A high-level barrier like the angel's blessing isn't something just anyone can cast. Wait until the knights arrive and explain it. That's why I try to stop them from experimenting on those monsters from the very beginning. I knew we should never have granted that authority to the Chi So Tun family." Hearing that, she frowned and ground her teeth in anger. Dot couldn't wait any longer. He immediately dashed outside, declaring, "I'll handle it myself." Dot's haste made the man panic and try to stop him. "Hold on, someone stop him." But he still charged toward the monster, paying no heed to those behind him. He trembled with anger and barked, "You're only a student, do you even know what a blessing is?" The woman standing beside him looked puzzled and gently called his name, Dot. Dot's eyes were sharp and resolute, not a trace of fear. He decisively lunged forward. The system immediately updated the status. Supreme Divinity had merged with the priest's rosary. The golden vial opened, a blinding light pouring everywhere. The system displayed, "Usable skill, Holy Asceticism, Lachan." The system continued recording, "A dangerous situation has been detected." The system announced, "Life-threatening danger warning. The desperate survival skill, Tier 1, has been activated." At the same time, he slid past the monster's flank. He noticed and raised his voice to stop him. "Hey, wait, why aren't you running?" He spoke urgently, "I'll buy time, evacuate the students immediately." The beast's ferocious face lunged in, preparing to attack. The system's voice sounded, "Asceticism skill activated, all secondary stats will be converted into physical attributes." Holy Shroud. He put out both hands, and a golden cross shone brightly in them. A pair of angelic wings appeared, shielding him from the monster's powerful strike. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure. Everyone who witnessed the scene gaped in astonishment. Is that the angel's blessing? How could an ordinary trainee cast it? The priest at the back tore at his hair in envy. That idiot, does he know that even an ordained priest has to pray thousands of times before they can use it? She fell silent and reflected calmly. After everything that's happened, I'm no longer surprised. I've seen him conceal his true power countless times. At this point, he still couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "How could that stupid monster fail to break such a simple barrier?" He demanded again, "And that barrier was erected by a trainee?" A calm, sacred voice rose, "Expose yourself, are you really a professor? You didn't even do anything." Eo turned and asked. Elia struck him without hesitation. With an impassive face she replied, "Student council president, he's clearly useless to us, let it go." Then she asked the other, "Why are you late?" The man trembled violently and hurriedly explained, "I fainted in the basement, I only just came up." "Forget about it. That guy, could he cast a blessing right there like that? He's not even a battle priest, they say it takes at least 10 years of training to use it. How could this be possible?" Hearing that, Eo was briefly surprised and fell silent. Holy energy can only be used after 10 years of training. Eo recalled Dot's words, "I need to study within the department, if I don't protect you, I'll die. I have no other reason." She sank into thought, her gaze vacant. Elia glanced over, admiringly noting, even if it's an accumulated blessing, there must be limits to how much she can control it. Eo looked up and asked what she meant. Her chest heaved. Elia closed her eyes and gently explained. He is doing all of this for the Chi So Tun family and for her. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to do any of this. Eo gradually realized it, though she wasn't sure she had felt it from the beginning. But she sat hugging her knees in the darkness. Her eyes listlessly fixed in one direction. Light was emanating from that spot. Io's eyes widened to get a better look at it. At that moment, she raised her sword toward it, thinking about him. He truly was a strange man. The attacks grew increasingly powerful, making it extremely difficult for Dot to confront it. Elia blurted out in astonishment, "Chairman." Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape in shock. Io's gaze was resolute. Without hesitation, she drove her sharp sword straight into the monster. Io leapt up and struck the monster's nape with her sword. The pain hit so suddenly it let out a roar. In an instant, the monster was slammed forcefully to the ground. He stared in astonishment and shouted, "Io!" It howled in fury. Fueled by rage, the monster sprang up and hurtled toward her. She decisively raised her sword toward it. The power emanating from it was overwhelming. He froze, eyes wide as he stared at Io. That was the genuine Chi So Tun sword technique. She expertly thrust her blade repeatedly into its body. A stream of radiant energy continuously poured out from it and shot forward, aimed directly at the monster's body. Io's gaze did not waver at all. It was so battered by the attack that it couldn't retaliate and could only endure. She spread her legs. In a flash, Io appeared right in front of it. In the next instant, her sword would touch the monster's throat. The swing of her sword produced a shockwave that grievously wounded it and sent it flying, creating a massive explosion. Solemnly brushing back her hair, she watched and chanted an incantation. A cataclysmic explosion occurred. Io calmly watched. Dot was still astonished by her power, marveling that it was on a completely different level from the replica he had once used. Wait, does this make sense? In the original work, Io was never involved in these events. The system that appeared acknowledged the main objective, eliminate the monster. The current casualty count did not meet the achievement, astonishing. The system notification reminded, 30 seconds remain until the night appears. His gaze turned to the right as he privately speculated. All the professors who had supported experiments on living monsters were backers of the Chi So Tun family. If Io were to participate herself, it would mean she was indirectly admitting her family's mistake. Io stood before the sea of fire without a trace of fear, her bearing full of pride. Io stood before the sea of fire without a trace of fear, her bearing full of pride. But Io had never been interested in politics. So why did she help us? I don't understand. Never mind, let's quickly finish the mission first, we'll deal with that later. Outside, the fire flared fiercely, and someone shouted, "Everyone get out, is anyone still trapped?" A confirming shout rang out, "No, everyone has escaped." She said nothing. With a cold look she returned her sword to its sheath, her demeanor radiating nobility. Io sighed with relief. It's over. Dot frowned as if he had discovered something serious. From behind, the monster stepped out of the flames and swung its arm toward her. He immediately warned, "President, behind you." Io strained her eyes, sensing the danger. She had barely turned when she saw he was already there, using the angel's blessing to block its sudden attack and protect her. The monster's fur burned away, exposing a bony skull. It howled and launched repeated attacks at Dot. Io was surprised by what he did. He was exhausted, his gaze vacant, blood spilling from his mouth. Gradually fell, his vision blurring. Much later, Dot jolted awake when he heard a voice say, "He's awake." He mumbled groggily, "Monster." Io, on Anti replied, "The monster has been destroyed," and he realized that the person in front of him was not the leader on Anti. She closed the book and cheerfully announced, "Of course, all the students are safe." "Surprised to see me? I didn't have a chance to speak with you after the freshman match." Dot regained a calm expression and replied, "It's all right, I'm fine." He wondered, thinking, on Anti, the immortal who's lived for over 1,000 years, why would someone like that come to see me? Could it be because I used the angel's blessing? She immediately got to the point, "I'm here to give you some bad news." "No, bad news and even worse news. Which would you like to hear first?" Dot did not hesitate and answered, "Bad news first." She began to explain, "You're receiving more attention now than ever before in the Academy's history. No student has ever been involved in as many accidents and incidents as you. And based on my experience, with your bad luck, this will continue." Dot frowned in thought, "Besides, it's not like I want this to happen." He asked again, "So what's the worst news?" She narrowed her eyes and pressed him, "What do you know about demons?" At that moment, the light from the lamp filled the entire room. On Anti smiled faintly and said, "That's a rather interesting reaction, Dot. You don't seem worried even though the Academy president just mentioned it." Dot hesitated. Sitting on the bed, he watched her continue, "I can't tell you everything I know. If I do, I won't be able to guess what you're plotting." On Anti asked curiously, "Plotting?" Dot replied calmly, "I'm the only one not yet assigned to a class, and I can't attend any classes. So, you're upset about this situation? With recent events, we've had to deal with quite a few problems. Did you notice? Currently, the ruling power no longer has much control over this society. It's a terrible time. They'll do everything to recruit talented individuals, even if it means dragging them up from hell. Looked away and said, the coup in Beta, the changes in the Holy Empire's structure, and the struggle for succession, aren't they all connected? That's the cause of all the recent upheavals. She glanced at him, thinking to herself, look at him. Then answered, yes, you're right, the Golden Triangle at present. Although things seem peaceful on the surface, deep down the struggle to capture outstanding talents is still underway. Most students don't care about these matters, but their impact has spread across the entire continent. Its effects have reached Elfant, the tribal council, and the Holy Empire, pushing all three powerful realms into covert agitation for a major war. Rubbed his chin and commented, all the events I took part in have surely come under their radar, yet they still haven't acted. That can only happen if someone is controlling the flow of information. She said nothing, merely folding her arms and smiling in satisfaction as she thought, he's even good at politics. He frowned and asked seriously, so does that mean it'll be dangerous if they set their sights on us? Antai softly replied, yes, the world will be destroyed. Upon hearing that, immediately startled, imagining bombs and fire sweeping across the continent, and humanity would be annihilated in the raging flames. If the apocalypse were to occur, how horrific would it be? She produced a piece of paper bearing the seal of the false purifiers and showed it to him, then asked, do you recognize this seal? This is precisely why I asked about demons. Looked at the mark on the paper, panic welling up inside him, the seal of the false purifiers. Noticing the slight look of surprise on his face, she herself was rather taken aback. He knows about this too. The false purifiers are an organization that worships demons and operates in the shadows. Their sole goal is to summon demons to destroy the world. Both the failed assassination at EO and the monster escape incident were caused by them. Both events were aimed at the Chi So Tun family. And there is no guarantee there won't be a third time. Fell silent for a moment, then asked, why are you telling me this? She summoned a black card with white cracks across it and replied, I can't say why, but I want you to take this. He took the black card and, astonished, thought, an interdimensional key, this is an item that upends the balance of power, it can open a gateway to other worlds. Seeing Dot's expression, Antai immediately understood. Look at his face, I suppose you already know what it is, right? Keep it very carefully and show me what you can do. If you please me, I'll give you another gift. Suddenly, a small blast rang out overhead, and everything around reverted to the room they had been in at the start. While pouring herself a cup of tea, Antai said that this conversation must remain secret. He agreed at once when he heard that. Then she suddenly asked, how are things between you, the warrior candidate, and Miss Chi So Tun? Immediately made a face, inwardly shouting, why is she asking about that? But he answered aloud, it's fine. Antai sipped her hot tea and smiled knowingly, I hope things continue that way. He asked, curious and puzzled, do I have to keep relations with them? She kept smiling and replied gently, yes, otherwise the world will be destroyed. He immediately covered his head and shouted, not again. He pictured bombs raining down and fires everywhere at the thought of the world's destruction. Groaned inwardly, why is this world so easy to destroy? Seeing his miserable expression, Antai laughed, I'm not joking. She added privately that the plan's ultimate goal could only be achieved with the help of 3 people. The scene instantly shifted to outside the academy, and somewhere a sigh was heard. Holding the interdimensional key in his hand, sadly contemplated the destruction of the world. He stood in the corridor, repeatedly sinking into gloom, thinking he would deal with it later, but he couldn't believe she had given him this, an item that players weren't supposed to be able to possess. Something's definitely wrong with the main script. Suddenly, a voice rang out, you're here. Was immediately astonished at the voice. Professor Conrad, the knightly headmaster Conat, smiled and said, I've been looking for you, Camelo. He quickly hid the key behind his back and calmly asked, why are you looking for me? The man answered, even though you haven't been assigned to a class, I can't let you keep skipping lessons forever. This will be your temporary assignment. Starting tomorrow, you'll be studying together with these people. His expression suddenly froze. The people mentioned in the letter were class president Eo Chi So Tun and Fleer Jia. Just imagining those 2 girls made break out in a cold sweat. He shouted, the end of the world is coming. Outside the academy classroom window, sunlight stained the wall gold, while inside the sound of a lecture echoed. That's why the sword can be considered the most basic weapon in every situation, as we said before. But what about situations with obstacles? A voice suddenly cut in, Professor, I have a question. He saw someone raise their hand and stopped. Go ahead, Miss Chi-So-tun. EO spoke arrogantly, do you think you're going too deep into theory? I don't believe this knowledge will be truly useful in real combat. The professor, hearing this, immediately turned around in surprise and asked, what did you say? Sitting in the lecture hall among thousands of other students, she said haughtily, in combat, even a seasoned knight can be taken down by ranged weapons. Her words immediately flustered him. That can indeed happen. EO continued arrogantly, unless you intend to train your swordsmanship to the utmost limit, it's necessary to practice archery or throwing techniques as a supplement. Elia squinted one eye and cast a sidelong glance, still appearing unconvinced, but said, I think the professor has a point. If you know how to use the surrounding terrain, a swordsman can completely dodge an arrow or a hurled stone. But if an opponent closes in, am I supposed to fight empty-handed? So when there's no terrain to help, how will you make up the attack distance? Isn't that why we're studying close combat? You surely understand the difference between theory and practice, right? This is the professor's lecture. If you feel forced to be here, you'd better keep quiet. Dot was caught squarely in the middle, able only to remain silent, his face full of fear at the two women's battle, no gunfire, but intensely fierce. On the other side, EO also raised an eyebrow and repeated, forced? Then the two of them directly faced each other, each full of challenge. She forced out, her voice strained, as the student council president, I have a responsibility to ensure the quality of education our classmates are receiving. She refused to back down either, gritting her teeth and hissing, then don't interrupt the professor anymore, why do you have to butt in all the time? The professor, seeing this, immediately weakly tried to make peace, shall we end the class here? EO frowned and sneered, don't tell me you actually think these theories can be applied in real combat. Elia replied irritably, at least they're more useful than sitting and listening to you talk. I really do believe that, she added, I can't believe a warrior candidate can't tell the difference between advice and an insult. Dot cleared his throat and asked, can we continue the lecture? She clenched her fist, sneering triumphantly, I agree, so I've won. I knew Dot would side with me. She sighed and smoothed her hair, after hearing EO's boasting she said, it's only one loss. Professor, please continue. Seeing things settled, he hesitated and rearranged the class, understood. Then let's have self-study for today. At the same time, Ta Lion turned his head, frowning as he watched them. He was working on the system screen and thought to himself, they've been like that the whole time, because of them, the other students have started looking at us strangely. I'm sitting between a warrior candidate and the heir of a clan. Oh well, I'll just focus on my own work. On the system right now was the profile of Elal Chi-So-tun, Trust Level 5, Affinity Level 1, Reward Ready to Claim. He marveled, not bad. Next came the new skills. First, Basic Chi-So-tun Swordsmanship, 58% proficiency. The legendary swordsmanship of the Grand Duke Chi-So-tun's family, its user can apply this skill effectively with any type of weapon. And second, Basic Deep Breathing Technique, a breathing method that increases endurance and stamina to their maximum. This skill has high compatibility with Chi-So-tun swordsmanship. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, the two skills complement each other. Based on physical attributes, this could be the most powerful combination. And the only person who can fully exploit this combination is EO. That's also the reason she became the final boss. Additionally, the system screen switched to the profile of Elia Kane Nexer, Curiosity Level 5, Interest Level 1, Reward Ready to Claim. Then the system issued a new rule called the Law of Evil, use your influence over righteous people who are connected to you. The following individuals will be compelled to accept a request from you. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. High affinity with righteous individuals will bring greater rewards. If you can turn some righteous individuals evil, the rewards will be even larger. Dot stared at the information on the screen, bewildered. What the hell is this? Can I get a reward for turning a good person into a bad one? The scene changed in an instant. At that moment, the Academy's group was walking through a vast forest. Conrad raised his voice and announced, welcome, my little chicks. In Survival 101, we will practice survival skills. If you don't want to end up dead in some dungeon or ruin, you'd better learn how to survive right now. Today's task is very simple, go into the forest and bring back whatever you think I will like. You have 10 minutes. People began to panic, confused, no grading criteria. He explained calmly, I already said it, everything depends on me. The student council president and I will grade, so good luck. EO said nothing, only making a soft humph. Everyone began to groan, too vague, Professor. L suddenly smiled wickedly amid Conrad's shouts. Life is an experience. My little chicks, will begin in 5 minutes. While everyone at the back gathered into groups, Dot sat alone on a rock, staring at the system screen and thinking. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. How am I supposed to use this? How do I turn a good person into a bad one? Suddenly, Elia appeared behind him, bent down and asked, Dot, do you want to team up? Dot turned back and replied, you should work with your own friends. She kept a friendly smile, coaxing, come on, I'm your friend too. He didn't answer, he only thought to himself, she'd better go back to her own main group. Elia persisted, why don't we do it together? Dot thought to himself, if so, I'll only be a thorn between them. She put on a cute look and, appearing concerned, asked, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? He turned his face away and replied, it's nothing, we're not that close. Hearing that, Elia was about to say something but couldn't find the words. After that, her face went awkward, she tossed her head to the side and pouted. Elia, made to lose face by Dot, immediately turned and left, is that so? What a pity. Fine, Chi-Sa called out worriedly, Elia. He glanced over and felt guilty as well. Was I too cold? She looks upset. Ta Lion had observed the whole situation from beginning to end and suddenly spoke up, making Dot look up curiously to see who it was. Ta Lion rubbed his chin and asked, what is your relationship with the warrior candidate? He was amazed, thinking, Ta Lion is the second strongest in the class after Elia. Later he even becomes a sub-boss in Chapter 1. What does he have against me? But outwardly he only answered, I just happen to know her. He said darkly, someone as strong as Elia has no reason to be involved with you. At that moment, the system also displayed, law of evil, a righteous individual has been provoked by your influence. Ta Lion grabbed his collar threateningly and asked, there are a lot of rumors about the suspicious outcome of your duel. Why do you keep trying to get close to her? He suddenly realized something, a status message appeared, it seems I've activated a personality condition by making him angry. He ground his teeth and hissed, be honest, was that match just a sham, wasn't it? Dot paid no attention to those hateful words, merely thinking to himself, he'll become a sub-boss later, perhaps I can exploit him and trigger the law of evil to use afterward. Ta Lion shouted, you can't hide the truth from me. He stayed calm, did not resist, and gently leaned in beside him to murmur, that match wasn't fake, but maybe you wanted it to be. Seeing your target defeated with a single blow, do you feel the distance between us? Elia had seemed to leave earlier, but even now she was silently observing him all along. Dot stood before Ta Lion and spoke seriously, seeing your target defeated with a single strike, do you sense the gap between us? Hearing those provocations, he flew into a rage, his face contorted and his lip bitten, then why don't we make a bet? Let's wager on who will score higher on this exercise. Dot replied, all right. Perfect. Elsewhere, Conjayat called out to EO, hey, Student Council President. The teacher told you to help grade the students. Don't you think this is a bit arbitrary? She immediately replied, from the beginning. Conjayat disagreed and, frowning, asked, really? Then explain, why is there a full mark when the assignment hasn't even been submitted? EO paid it no mind and said, because he deserves it. He was shocked to the core, what did you just say? She squinted and replied, it seems you're not satisfied with how I graded. Conjayat couldn't hold back and raised his voice, why don't you try putting yourself in my shoes? EO fired back, if that's the case, why don't you observe him a bit so you can verify for yourself why he deserves full marks? Then EO turned to leave, I'll be right back. But he grabbed her shoulder to stop her, wait, I know you're trying to get close to him. Though hit in the heart, she denied it, of course not. I just don't want him alone with the warrior candidate. After that, EO made an excuse to leave, something might happen between the two of them, please let me check. But he wouldn't have it, saying, even if I don't allow you to join, I can just kick you out. How about that? Elsewhere, Chi-Sa was very worried. She watched and silently assessed, Elia seems different today. At that moment, Elia used her brute strength. He threw a punch at the monster in front and a kick at the one behind at the same time. Luca hoisted his axe onto his shoulder and asked, all the strongest monsters are gathered here, has something special shown up nearby recently? A freckled blonde replied, you're right, this is an area with rare mineral deposits. The man wearing a monocle added, if we can get a few gemstones, we'll probably avoid low scores. Another person spoke up, alright, stop hunting monsters for now. Lu Xie, help move the ore. Then he shouted at a round black mass that was coalescing over someone's chest. That thing appeared on Elia while she was still busy fighting the monsters. She also noticed that suspicious thing and grew very worried. The color of the darkness, the thick emotions. I can see it all, even if she doesn't show it outwardly, she's really angry. Then she went over to check on Elia, who was sitting on the monster. Elia, how have you been lately? She didn't seem different. She turned back with a bright smile and said cheerfully, huh? These days? Nothing special. Chi-sa asked anxiously, still, if something's bothering you, I can help. Although Elia acted fine, the black thing on her chest proved otherwise. Elia replied, what are you talking about? Nothing's happening. That only made her more anxious. Although you say that, I'm worried your emotions might overwhelm your reason. Chi-sa continued to advise the other, I know something's bothering you. She could no longer bear it, so she sat down at the base of a tree and sighed. Elia, saddened, spoke softly but clearly weary, is it that obvious? I could never lie to you. After a moment, Chi-sa summarized what she had just shared, D-Cell keeps his distance from me, and all I want is to be friends with him. EO, slightly annoyed, said, even though we've been through a lot together recently, I don't think it's necessary to put such a boundary between us. Chi immediately asked, might it be that that's not Dot's real intention? She was surprised to hear that, not his real intention. What do you mean? Then she explained right away, he's just a young man from a minor noble family. If a warrior candidate were seen with him, there would certainly be a lot of gossip. EO realized the problem at once, is this how he's trying to help me? Chi-sa then said, that's right, he was probably worried he might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. She forced a smile, even if he's keeping his distance now, once his reputation is secured, he'll certainly still consider you an important friend. As EO began to reflect, the thought do you think so? Shifted elsewhere. Dot was running desperately, as if something were chasing him. He fled while glancing over his shoulder, while the system kept announcing, Ta Lian's fury was reaching its limit, you had caused him unbearable humiliation. A sharp spear was lunging toward him, and the system continued, your negative influence has become permanent. The system reported, you activated the evil rule and received an order reward. Ta Lian, spear in hand, charged in a murderous frenzy and shouted, you bastard, I'll kill you. He shouted angrily, I'll skewer you on a spit. Immediately, Ta Lian drove a series of spear thrusts at Dot. Meanwhile, he had to run while dodging. Despite striking continuously without landing a hit, this only made Ta Lian angrier. He bellowed, don't run. Fight like a real man. Why do you always try to grab the finishing blow after I've already dealt most of the damage? Then suddenly, Dot turned around and raised his hand, wait. Stop. He halted just in time and called out to Ta Lian, which left him momentarily stunned and puzzled. Dot, with a sly expression, said, so, want to split the spoils? Ta Lian, upon hearing this, was so furious he broke the nearby tree and shouted, you bastard. Dot took advantage of the moment to run away. He immediately seized the spear and concentrated bolts of lightning into it, preparing to launch. Although Ta Lian had thrown the spear, it was intercepted by a sword and snapped in two. Both men, seeing this, couldn't help but be astonished. It turned out that Elia had used her sword to slash that spear tree into many pieces. She snarled threateningly, don't lay a hand on my friend. Elia frowned and warned, stay away from my friend. Ta Lian was astonished to see her appear, exclaiming in surprise, Elia. Then he thought to himself, a warrior candidate. He then spoke, long time no see, it must be the first time we've met since the monsters escaped. She then quickly rushed forward. Pressing her sword to Ta Lian's throat, she coldly replied, no, this is the first time since you lost to me. At that moment, Dot was also extremely surprised by her appearance. His face darkened as he wondered, where did she come from? With a sword at his throat, Ta Lian was sweating with fear but still tried to appear calm. It's so good to see you again. EO didn't hesitate and asked, what were you doing just now? Ta Lian stammered, huh? Dot cut in, don't tell me you were bothering her. He tried to justify himself, but Elia didn't let him finish. She swept Ta Lian's leg, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. She stepped on him and pointed her sword down at him with an angry look. I don't want to hear your excuses. He panicked and hurriedly said, I know, I get it. But why do you keep protecting her? Someone as talented as you. Elia paid him no mind and replied, you don't need to worry about who I befriend. At the same time, Dot from behind tried to push in, hey, Elia. But she still wouldn't listen. I hate people who think they're better than others and then get angry at them. Then suddenly Ta Lian shouted, but he's deceiving all of us. He's doing this just to teach us a lesson. He's not the kind of person who's irrationally cruel. Dot, bewildered, asked, what? Elia glared, do you want to be knocked down in one strike like last time? Ta Lion froze, remembering the scene of being punched through the wall. What was that? Is that his true self? Could I have died that time? Then he dropped to his knees. Ta Lion sincerely knelt, bowing his head respectfully. Sorry, Dot, I won't come near you without permission again. Let's try to get along. Then she nonchalantly brushed past it, leaving him dazed and lost in thought. No wonder she's a prospective warrior, she's excellent at teaching others a lesson. I wonder if we can still be considered friends? Right now, I guess we still are, at least for the time being. Wait, that's not important right now, I still have to get my points for the assignment. Just as Dot was about to leave, a voice called after him, Dot, we've met before, haven't we? I'm Chi. Dot also recognized her and said, you're Elia's friend, I remember now. Chi began, I have something to ask. But Dot's face looked very exasperated. In both the original story and now, she always drags conversations out. She hesitated. Well, this might be a little troublesome, but, before Elia could say anything, Dot left, leaving only one sentence, let me collect the points first. She could only accept it. Realizing something, Chi-sa frowned in thought. He made her fight Ta Lai, and normally she'd try to talk things out rather than draw her sword right away. You're the problem. When Dot stepped up to receive her points, the area was shrouded in smoke and dust. What? The sight before Dot made her panic. What the hell is going on? Kanjayat and Eo had a fierce battle, resulting in her lying on the ground, unable to get up, while he remained seated, and upon seeing him he spoke slowly. Damn guild leader, he kept insisting on going into the forest, so I told him he had to get past me first, and I won. Dot had nothing more to say. Inwardly she judged, this place is really insane. Still, Kanjayat praised her, she's better than before. Hey, are you playing dead? Meanwhile he hoped they'd just keep punishing her. Then Dot perked up, right, I'm here to collect points. While Eo still lay there, the teacher and student chatted cheerfully. He said, that's right, we're still in class. Let's see, why did you bring back so many? The student replied, no big deal, it took a bit of time because I wanted to make sure I picked the best ingredients. Rat looked at the bag full of minerals and beamed, perfect, you're the best. I'm sure Bee will really like these if you give them to her. He immediately asked, you've already arranged the wish, why not take this chance to score some points with her? Dot tied the bag and replied, all right, I'll do that. Then Chi-sa suddenly appeared, urging, are you finished? Rat gave his instructions before leaving, okay, you can go home, class is over. But Chi-sa, please take care of her. She agreed, all right. Chi turned back and, with all her strength, blurted out, please take care of Elia, but don't be too good to her. Every time she mentions you, she seems to lose all sense. I'm afraid things will only get worse later. Hearing that left me thoughtful. I'm grateful for the warning, but at the same time a little scared. Before heading off, he waved and accepted their request. All right, don't worry, Chi-sa, I'll do my best. Chi-sa, still thoughtful, used her healing power and said, you should do that if you want to survive this. She healed Yo. Thinking of her close friend's face left her pensive. She might not notice it, but I did. Just one misstep and she could cross the line. The scene shifts to an afternoon at the Department of Magic. Boy sat cross-legged, sipping tea, and asked, do you want to use your wish? So soon? Dot immediately replied, that's right, I need something from the goddess of magic. She asked again, can't you wait any longer? At the same time, the others waited impatiently. It's not like only you are working to complete this request. He glanced at the people behind him and began calculating in his head, but to get through the upcoming battle with the purifier, I have to prepare everything possible. And she said, I received orders from the headmaster to assist you as much as possible, as long as it's not used for other purposes. I'll do it, what do you want? He pursed his lips, not answering immediately. Meanwhile, the system updated with new information. You have received 500 points from Elia. You have received an evil seed. You can exchange it for a special skill in the points shop. The list of purchasable skills has been updated. Elia's serious face appeared. Elia Kane Nexer, negative seal ×1. You can use the evil rule once. Ta Lion, negative seal ×1. You can use the evil rule once. Dot fell into thought again. The effect of a special skill is far better than any item. That's fine for now, but there's still a lot to prepare. Dot Campbell is still too weak to withstand the purifier's varied attacks. Dot cleared his throat, not yet satisfied, and then said seriously, I need a cannon. A cannon that could blow this entire academy away. Boy didn't change his expression, he just muttered lightly, "You're crazy." She sprang up in a fury and yelled, "Are you crazy? Creating it is one thing, but where do you plan to use it?" He immediately raised a hand to interject, "Oh, wait." The professor pushed the agreement across so Bori had no room to argue. Clearly it stated that he must comply with any ordinary request. Something as simple as this surely couldn't stump the head of the Department of Magic. She said helplessly, "You want me to craft a weapon? That's not an ordinary request." He retorted, "A promise is a promise, isn't it?" Then continued, "I won't use it to hurt anyone. There's only one thing I need to destroy in a single strike, otherwise it'll be a huge hassle." Bori shouted, "That's exactly why I'm even more worried, you idiot." But she sighed and agreed, "Fine, I'm sure you have your reasons. And since you helped deal with the recent monsters, I'll make a cannon for you." "Thank you," he replied, thanking Professor Bori. After that, Bori went on absent-mindedly, leaving him perplexed. Unbelievable. Not only do you have 4 people in your harem, you even make others believe you'll save the world. Asked, "A harem?" She jumped, then babbled in a panic, "Wait, what's wrong with my head? Just talking to him made me lose focus, it's all your fault." Reassured, "Please calm down. I have one more wish." Professor Boy, 30 years old and single, after calming down scratched his cheek and asked, "You have another wish?" Folded his arms and said, "You promised Elia and me that you'd give each of us an item from the illusion vault. Can I have mine now?" After he had completed his objective, he left. Now he was holding the contract from earlier and, while walking and lost in thought, bumped into someone. Good. So I've been allowed to build the cannon. Now I just need to gather the materials to make it, and I can obtain all of them with an interdimensional key. It seems everything is going according to plan. A man with orange hair, leaning on a cane, approached. He asked, "Hey kid, you're Campbell, right?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." Gaddy said, "I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence." Then the old man introduced himself, "I'm Gadverb, I run the Purification Charity Fund." Pursed his lips in silence but cursed inwardly, "What a farce, that fund is nothing but a front for money laundering." Gadverb, the chapter's final boss, a purifier, is in fact the leader of the Flame of Wrath. Gadverb handed over a business card and said, "I've actually heard a few rumors about you. You single-handedly prevented a monster from escaping. That's not something an ordinary person could do without courage or extraordinary skill. Impressive, yet you're still showing no expression." Gaddy said slyly, "Whenever I meet an exceptional student like you, I always wonder what their future will be like. I'd very much like to have dinner with you. Are you free? I would very much like to talk with you." Cut him off, "I think we've talked enough for now." He immediately grew wary of Gaddy, just like in the original storyline. This guy was supposed to approach Elia and bother her, so why is he coming to me? Don't tell me this system thinks I'm the protagonist. No way. He scratched his head and replied, "I'll think about it." After that, the old man left and gave a meeting place. "Meet me at the Sunset Eye in 3 days, I'll be waiting for you." Hearing that, muttered angrily to himself, "Hey, I said I'd think about it. Damn it, the Sunset Eye is an upscale restaurant right outside the academy." The business card in my hand made my eyes widen. Okay, I'll go, alright." He figured that, in reality, he had no way to avoid this main event. Previously, everything could only be a yes or no. What I can do, what I know, what I don't know, and all the related factors and risks. If I consider everything in this situation, defeating the Purifier isn't impossible, but I still don't understand why I have to take on Elia's role. Maybe from the very beginning we messed everything up right before our eyes, focusing only on the present and leaving everything else for later. Then mustered up his courage and knocked on the door. After knocking, his face looked even more tense. He had barely finished speaking when Io stepped out to open the door. "Io, are you there?" She stood in the room and asked, "What are you doing here?" He replied, "No need to come out, I just have a small thing to say." Coughed a few times and spoke with difficulty, since she was still intently listening to him. "Are you free in 3 days?" Io asked back, "In 3 days?" Someone behind her called out, "Hey, return the books on time, President." The bespectacled girl said irritably, "You haven't even read a single one. You just let them gather dust. Did you rent them just to admire the covers?" Before the bespectacled girl could finish, Io held up a finger to stop her. "Am I supposed to pay the late fees because of you?" He said, "Well, President, I'd like you to take a little time that day to go somewhere with me." Io asked, "With you, just the 2 of us?" He answered, "Yes." She called from inside, "Where are we going?" Began to answer immediately but was cut off by a shout, there's a place called Sunset Eye, do you know it? The bespectacled girl spoke loudly but was cut off before finishing. Hey, that place is famous as a dating spot. EO said, I know. So why do you want me to go with you? He said, yeah, I'll tell you when we meet that day. That made her blush. Then EO, standing one door away from him, asked, are you asking me out? The scene shifts to Elia, beneath a deep blue sky and a field of flowers stretching at the foot of the mountain. A voice keeps calling, Elia, Elia. He's finally found you, are you here? She grimaced and turned to look. Her body was dirty and scraped, tears still welling in her eyes. You liar. Elia shouted accusingly, do you think pushing me down the hill was a joke? Kanvan scratched his head sheepishly but still shot back, well, next time I'll attack you when you're still on the ground. Hearing that made her even angrier. Stop bullying your sister right now. He burst out laughing. I was only joking. Kanvan protested, I just want you to be stronger. You idiot, I don't want my sister to be beaten by anyone. Elia shouted angrily, I don't need that. Seeing his sister still upset, he produced a fairly full small brown bag. Here, try some cookies I brought from the Viscount's house. The two siblings' silhouettes were clear on the hill. She bent over and opened the bag to look. Did you steal these? Kanvan put his hands on his hips and looked down. Hey, don't say that, I only took the leftovers. Elia grabbed a cookie and, chewing, listened as he recounted, thanks to the Viscount, I might be promoted to squire immediately. She asked, and then? Kanvan replied nonchalantly, I'll go to the battlefield. The last rays of daylight gradually faded behind the high mountain ranges. In the vast field a voice rang out with excitement, you'll have the chance to experience new things and explore this world. Who knows, you might even win the title of guardian. Elia nibbled a biscuit, puffing her cheeks in disdain, keep dreaming. How could someone who bullies his little sister all day become a guardian? Kanvan hurriedly retorted, hey, who knows? There's no rule that says people have to stay stuck in the same place forever. The sunlight grew ever brighter, the sky taking on a brilliant orange hue. Will he die if he goes to fight? Well, if he's unlucky, it's possible, but I'm pretty skilled, so that probably won't happen. Elia puffed her cheeks, shooting angry glances all around. I hope you have bad luck and just drop dead. Go on, go. You always tease me and bother me. You never listen to our parents. You just spend your days with a sword, fighting. Still, he only smiled tenderly at his little sister and continued to listen to her scolding. I hope death is already waiting for you. The two siblings sitting side by side looked small against the vast expanse of hills and the blazing orange sky. Kanvan made a promise, if I become a guardian, I'll always be there to protect you. Time and scenery shifted, and she stirred groggily to a flurry of calls, Elia, Elia. Elia's face wasn't fully awake yet as she stepped over and opened the door. What's the matter? It was Dot. He stood outside the room, awkwardly scratching his head and not daring to look her in the eye. Sorry. I'm from the countryside, so I'm not yet used to things here. About what I said about not being friends with you. I'm sorry. I even brought some cookies from the kitchen, they're pretty good. But Elia's reply startled him, his face twisting awkwardly. Why apologize? That's not cool at all, we're friends. Anyway, go to sleep. Dot hesitated and stopped her. Wait, I need you to help me with something. Could you come with me for a moment? This is urgent. Elia frowned in annoyance, muttering under her breath. Is he crazy? The scene hadn't changed. A slim hand deftly wrote each letter on the page. EO sat up straight, put down her pen, stopped writing, and thought about what the other person had said. So we've finished processing all the teaching materials. She considered this seriously and resolved to audit the club's fees. The brown-haired student close to EO gently lifted her glasses and reviewed the report. The rest was a matter of the transferring students' affairs. I heard we'll have a student from the Tribal Alliance. She's from a sect that fell after the coup, surely the daughter of one of the tribal leaders. Now they're basically exiles, she'll have many followers accompanying her. But in reality, her whole family is seeking asylum here. Her name is Lilagata. Have you ever heard of her? They say she's quite famous. An image of a powerful Lai Lu fiercely launching a kick like a great shield forward appeared. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing ruby pupils. Probably. On the note board, 4 items had been checked off, leaving only the last one marked with a question mark. The silhouette of the priestess holding a staff stood head high before countless worshippers of the Holy Order in the report. And next semester, a real priestess from the Holy Empire would arrive. Io asked softly, "Is she coming in person?" The brown-haired student removed her glasses and said nervously, "They say a delegation of envoys will accompany her, but given how things are being handled, perhaps the director has used some of her influence." She sat upright at the cluttered desk, leaning on it, pondering, a priestess and the daughter of a tribal leader. She slammed her pen onto the densely written page, closed her eyes, and was convinced the academy was up to something. First Lai Lu with striking blue hair, then a mysterious priestess with jet black hair. Next Elia with her cold, beautiful face. And finally the boy who's always been like that. The head of the order startled, realizing, "Oh, I forgot." She held the notebook, bewildered by Io's attitude. Why is she so worried about this? She hasn't even been here a couple of days. Io remained silent, staring into space. A soft voice sounded under the pitch-black sky lit by the moon and stars, "I'm just in a bad mood." Everything circled back to that. He beamed and looked up, surprised to find an observation deck at the school. Dot was still exclaiming, "The night sky is so beautiful." Io frowned and glanced over. "Do we really have to do this right now?" Dot held the remote, trying to persuade Io, "We have no other choice. This is the only way everything will line up perfectly." "Alright, wait a moment. This huge contraption is your plan. With the catapult taken from the observation storage, I can get there. Even though this area is for high-level players only, I have the secret card the director gave." "She still doesn't understand your intention. What are you planning to do in the middle of the night?" Dot answered Elia's doubt with 2 sentences, "Okay, let's go." No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a thunderous explosion, sparks flying. He seriously tucked his limbs in and prepared to fly. She panicked, flying and screaming, her face distorted pitifully. Dot cried out in concern, "Elia, focus, open your eyes." Space was suddenly torn open, creating a grotesque circular red hole. The two of them flew straight into that blazing red space. He held up the black card and smiled smugly. "This is the location of the Spacelink gate, we're about to enter." "Don't worry, Elia." Canvan's familiar smiling image appeared again. "Hey, why are you crying? What are you afraid of? Look at me, Elia." Finally, her face eased the panic a bit. Dot continued to reassure her, "It might be a little dangerous." The 2 small dark silhouettes gradually moved deeper into the strange space, everything around them seeming warped and distorted. At last, the whole vanished, leaving only a blazing red glow that slowly shrank in the dark sky. Silence fell again. Elia, flying into this area, squinted against the blinding light and bit her lip to endure. "We don't have much time." By contrast, Dot brimmed with excitement as he looked around. "This is the interdynastic space region. Try not to touch anything. It could be very dangerous." Dot sprang up, twisting his body to glide among the floating rock fragments. She clung to a rock and turned to scold angrily, "Dot, what are you doing?" He winked, looking mysterious. "You'll see. Just jump, the rocks are being repelled." Waves of ethereal bubbles drifted through the colorful space, but her screams rang out, "Are you crazy? If I fall, I'll definitely die." Elia hid behind a rock in fear, looking around. Dot urged, "We won't die, just jump." She finally leapt from the rock, her body falling freely through the air. Elia panicked, one eye shut, the other open, trying to endure. Her fear distorted her face. "Am I falling?" She couldn't hold it in, fear distorted her face. "Am I falling?" Elia flailed, struggling wildly in the air, screaming in terror. Amid the crackling flames, she tried to respond, "I'm here, brother." Canvan's voice rang out in the blaze, "It's dangerous here, we must escape out the back and go to the granary." Little Elia trembled, clothes and face stained with blood, gripping a sharp axe. "Are we going to abandon mother and father?" He blocked the way and snapped, "We have to go, I'll take care of mother and father." The fire burned ever stronger. Canvan warned, "If you see any descendants of the apocalypse, just run and hide." Her small hand grabbed the hem of his shirt. "What about you?" Canvan tensely turned to look at Elia. She was drenched in blood. She couldn't hold back any longer. Tears poured down like rain as she sobbed. "Mother and father are already dead, I'm not stupid. Mother and father are gone, it's just the 2 of us left. If you die, what will happen to me?" That's why we have to run away together. He turned his face forward, leaving a large back blocking Elia, who clung to his hem, his voice resolute. Fool, if I go with you we'll be even more in danger. Besides, before I'm your brother, I'm a guard. Don't think about anything, don't worry, just run as far as you can. Don't worry, as long as you reach safety, we'll meet again on the hill where I used to train. Her small hand tightened its grip as Canv 2N urged, answer me, Elia. Elia, crying, let go of his hem and whispered through sobs, yes. Canv 2N's deep blue coat billowed before her. All right, stay calm, everything will be fine. Now run, little sister, I'll be right behind you. The memory was cut off as Dot grabbed her arm. A reproach rang out, where's that gravity you mentioned? With one hand gripping the cliff and the other pulling Elia, he still teased with a smile, you're falling very slowly. She was so terrified she lost her composure. You should have said that more clearly, I'm almost dead. But Dot was unfazed and gently reassured her, calm down, Elia, you'll get used to it. Look up, I've found our target. He and she sat upright on the floating rock's tip, observing everything in this interdynastic space together. A bizarre object, rainbow-colored, hovered weaving among the layers of bubbles. The Phantom of Git Pavilion. Dot tossed Elia a sack, leaving her bewildered, and he eagerly grabbed one himself. All right, take this. The Phantom of Gigi's Pavilion was gradually sucked into the sack. Elia panicked. What is this? What am I supposed to do with it? Dot quickly tied the sack's mouth tight. In a moment we'll have to run. We'll use it then. She didn't understand at all, huh? Run? He turned around, excitedly asking, do you see it? The sky was a wondrous pink and blue with a faint dark silhouette. Dot slung the sack over his shoulder, his body arched, hovering in midair. Elia hugged the sack, standing dazed on the rock tip, huh? It's just the sky. Suddenly the space turned pitch black, freezing both of them in place. A set of razor-sharp teeth suddenly opened and lunged at them, startling them in terror. Dot frowned, shouting in alarm, a creature of the interdynastic space, it seems it's time for us to leave. Elia stared in panic. The monster with glowing red eyes dashed like a blade, gaping its mouth and baring razor teeth to bite. He hurriedly said a fragmentary sentence, we need to make sure it will release. She understood nothing and asked confusedly. Elia gritted her teeth against the wind and opened the sack to release what was inside. Like this? This is so unpleasant. Danger drew near, the giant monster's sharp jaws were only inches away. Waves of spatial energy spread fiercely. They passed through it and forcefully landed on familiar ground. Dot sighed in relief, like I calculated. It worked perfectly with the card's duration. He asked with concern, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Their hands were still clasped together. He, sweating heavily, glanced over, how are you? But Elia, soaked through, coldly snatched her hand away from Dot. She said wearily, don't tell me you planned all of this from the start. Even the escape. He smiled brightly, of course, everything went according to plan. Tactics, phantoms, decoy foul, fairly easy for a veteran player like me. But Elia asked a question that left Dot stunned. How did you know we'd come to the interdynastic space region? He startled and widened his eyes, huh? I thought you wouldn't follow me here. She hoisted the bag, set it down by him with Dot's own bewildered look, I'm sure I can trap it. I can't believe you woke me up just to do this. Dot watched Eos retreating back and hesitated, thanks, and sorry for not telling you beforehand. Sorry, but the familiar blue notification suddenly appeared, system notice, Elia's affection level has rapidly increased to interest level 4. He was completely baffled, still kneeling on the ground with the two sacks beside him, huh? Unaware, she was actually leaving with a small smile. Dot couldn't understand it, wait, why did her affection increase? But recalling when they held hands flying through the interdynastic space, Elia couldn't take her eyes off his handsome face and brilliant smile. In that moment she hurriedly looked elsewhere, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed Elia's feelings. Atan had just finished training, tiny beads of sweat on her ageless graceful face, a hair tie still at her mouth. She looked at Dot suspiciously and asked, this is, then, looking at the brought bag, she continued, is this what I think it is? Dot didn't answer directly but replied gently, I don't know what you think, but it's a spiritual entity. Atan nimbly tied up her still sweaty hair and asked curiously, so it has entered the interdynastic realm? Not fully aware of the situation, simply answered, yes. He raised the black card in his hand and asked her, isn't that why you gave this to me? Atan looked at him with an embarrassed expression and asked hesitantly, I didn't think you'd use it so quickly. More importantly, what happened to your hair? With his hair standing on end like he'd been zapped, frowned and forced a wry smile. Dinby hit me with lightning. Ignoring the embarrassment, he got to the point. They're in the process of transporting the apasm we took from the interdynastic realm. Hearing this, she pondered and then said, a spiritual entity? Bori will be very surprised. Although she's a witch, she's quite timid. Pointing at the brown bag brought in, she asked, so is this enough? Atan didn't answer but replied, enough. You said you'd give me another gift if I pleased you. Seeing this gift was quite valuable, she looked at and asked, the Tower of Magic would spend a fortune to obtain this, so why are you giving it to me? Understanding the question, he explained, it's not exactly a gift but a request. A spiritual entity is the consciousness of great people with extraordinary achievements. I want you to merge such a consciousness into an item. Atan hesitated, if I do that, the consciousness inside will gradually awaken and grow stronger. A bold decision. You've chosen well. Seeing the request might be accepted, asked further, the item will be. Before he finished, Atan interrupted, before that, let me ask one question. She looked at the young man before her with curiosity, as if wanting to understand him deeply, then slowly asked, why are you doing this? You defeated Xin, an aspirant warrior, with a single blow without a weapon. You held off the monsters by yourself. Why are you so focused on getting stronger? Hesitating in response to her somewhat personal question, he said, because, the worms appearing in the main plot are all at Demon Lord level. This story will ultimately revolve around Io and Elia. And I've inadvertently become entangled with them both. He knew well inside that he couldn't say those things out loud, so he hesitated and offered no answer. Asked again, then I have a question too, why do you favor me so much? Atan raised her big, beautiful eyes, looked straight at the young man, and asked back, what do you mean? Answered seriously, I'm sure you have a lot of questions for me. How did I know the location of the interdynastic realm? How did I know about the spiritual entity? How did I defeat Elia or stop the monsters? I know things an ordinary student couldn't possibly know, not to mention I'm only a freshman. But lately I feel like the whole academy revolves around me. I know saying this might sound dramatic, but I really feel my studies and daily life are influenced by you. Headmistress, it's as if I'm being guided to do what you want. You're favoring me this much, what exactly are you asking me to do? Anti listened to his confession and question with some displeasure, so she reprimanded him coldly, don't speak to the student headmistress like that, I don't much like that attitude. But it seems you've become self-aware, haven't you? You ask why I'm giving you special treatment. The truth is, maybe simply because you're adorable. Both confused and bewildered by her attitude, could only scratch his head and wonder to himself, what? I haven't told her anything, so why would she? In any case, she did agree to help me merge a spiritual entity into an item. If I increase the synchronization rate, the spiritual entity will awaken, and if I continue to nurture it later, it will be extremely useful from Chapter 2 onward. But before that, the main Chapter 1 quest, the False Purifier, resolving the impending incident at the Eyes of Dusk. First I have to complete this task. While looking around, a voice suddenly called from behind. He's here. He turned toward the voice and replied, President, did I keep you waiting long? Io calmly applied lipstick to her lovely lips and said, not at all, not too long. Only about 6 hours. Looking at the beautiful, dazzling woman in the rose-red dress before him, his eyes couldn't look away as he asked, you look completely different from the freshman welcome ceremony. Inwardly chastised himself, 6 hours, meaning she was here even before sunset. The girl casually tucked loose strands of hair and walked over to him, saying, it's been a while since I've been someplace like this, so I grabbed a good spot. Hearing her, he thought to himself, she's overly considerate. Io gently asked him, this is your first time outside the school, right? Freshman, correct? He shyly answered, yes. She moved closer and scolded softly, "Why don't you look into my eyes?" It was the first time a girl had done that to him. Dot was embarrassed and speechless. Though his mind screamed, this was his first outing alone with a girl outside school. Honestly, this isn't like the freshman welcome ceremony at all. Isn't this a date? Not trying to make things difficult or truly needing the answer, Ao suddenly took his hand proactively. Before Dot had finished recovering, she pulled him along and said, "Let's go, the line is long." Ahead of them was a noisy crowd with complaints, "Oh my, don't push. Why is this line never getting shorter?" The two standing hand in hand at the back looked at each other. "It's more crowded than I thought." Looking at the long line ahead, Dot timidly asked, "Can we actually get in?" At the ticket booth, Ta Lion angrily shouted, "Number 27, if I have to call number 27 one more time, I will cancel ticket number 27. Alright, removed from the list, next please, number 28 come in." Dot stepped forward, saw the blonde young man checking tickets, and asked in surprise, "Oh, Taeyu, what are you doing here?" He seemed even more surprised and replied, "Oh my, lord, you still remember me? I work part-time here, my family doesn't send me an allowance." "Ah, so the student council is here too?" Eo listened silently to their chatter. Ta Lion widened his eyes at Dot and asked curiously, "Lord Dot, may I ask something? What is your relationship with the council president that the two of you came here together?" Just then, a security guard behind them called out, "Number 29, please come in." Hearing that, Dot turned to Eo, appearing to ponder, then answered, "Our relationship." He mentally fumbled, "Right, why am I going with the president? Isn't this a date?" Eo didn't answer but asked instead, "Part-time staff, can I enter under the student council president's authority?" Ta Lion promptly replied, "Of course." Dot suddenly noticed something on his friend's neck and asked, "Wait, Taeyu, are you wearing a necklace?" Ta Lion took the necklace out and said, "Huh, a necklace? Yes, I am wearing one. It's from the Purification Order, you know, the place of Marquis Makair Verbak." At that moment, the system displayed a notification activating an authority skill on the person speaking. Dot pointed at the necklace and instructed him, "Yes, that one, don't wear it today." Ta Lion, confused, asked, "Huh?" But Dot continued, "I'm serious, don't wear it today." Ta Lion looked at him puzzled but still agreed, I understand." Dot began to contemplate, after raising Eo and Elia's goodwill, the main plot has shifted. Now I have to redirect Marquis Jerbabok's favor toward me. The chance to just eat and leave is gone. The story has taken this turn. Suddenly, a cane tapped down in front of him, cutting off his train of thought. A deep, hoarse voice rang out, "Oh, we also have Miss Chi So Tun and student Dot." Looking at the man before him, he thought, "At least I need to prepare a countermove." The screen displayed, "Main mission, a villain is trying to entice you, tactfully escape this situation." The Marquis G stood leaning on his cane and solemnly said to Eo, "Miss, I'd like to borrow student Dot for a moment, I have something to discuss with him." Hearing that, she was a bit stunned and asked, "What?" But a second later, Eo immediately refused, "Who gave you permission?" However, before she could finish, Dot hurriedly intervened from behind, "It's fine, President." "Okay," he agreed. The old man quickly added, "Please come to the private VIP room." Dot took the chance to whisper something into Eo's ear, making her frown in thought. She looked at him with a hint of surprise, and he reassured her, "Miss, it will only take a little time. You seem quite close to Chi So Tun's daughter. Student, if your conversation is finished, please come with me." Scene shifts to the two of them sitting and talking privately. A gin martini was placed in front of Dot. Marquis G began, "Perhaps you know why you've been called here, don't you?" Not wanting to waste time, Dot calmly replied, Are you going to drone on about nonsense regarding reviving demons? Public order will weaken during the full moon festival, so he intends to exploit this opportunity to carry out a massacre. He will use the blood and death from that to draw in a powerful dark magic. By releasing monsters in multiple locations, he will keep the knights occupied with ambushing assassins. His plan is to sow chaos and terror to awaken the sleeping demon in the Chi So Tun bloodline. From the start, the assassinations and the horror caused by the monsters were his doing. But I wonder, I've already reported this entire plan to the headmaster. What are you going to do now? He didn't know how Dot had learned his plan. Recalling what the other had said, he thought to himself, now I understand why the seer took an interest in him. He looks harmless outwardly, but inside he's extremely cunning and strategic. He's no ordinary person. He glanced at Dot's seemingly simple, youthful face and muttered, unbelievable. My men have subdued the young lady already. You hadn't accounted for that, had you? No sooner had he finished speaking than Eo, sword in hand, kicked the door open as if to rebut him. Seeing her blood-splattered appearance, he couldn't believe it and stammered loudly, what? The daughter of Chi So-tun? How could that be? He remembered a few minutes earlier, when Dot followed Ji and then someone suddenly called to Eo, Miss Chi So-tun, come with me. You have elsewhere to be. At that moment, a whisper from Dot surfaced in her mind, President, a group of dark cultists will attack you soon. You've been having trouble with the madness recently, right? Whatever happens, let it out sometimes. Eo replied coldly, under imperial law, after dealing with heretical followers, reporting it is no problem. From behind, one of his men gripped her ivory shoulder and sneered, but do you have the strength to handle them? Suddenly, that man's face froze as a fierce killing intent emanated from Eo. She answered quietly, I will try to hold on. Eo's mental state shifted rapidly. In an instant, her eyes flared red and blazing in the dark, while the man behind still knew nothing, babbling threats. Now hurry up, we must capture you alive. He kept talking, suggesting she behave obediently, when suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his head. In an instant, the whole room recoiled as Eo, using only one hand, slammed his face down onto the dining table, rendering him unconscious. The remaining henchmen around them ground their teeth, drew their weapons, and cursed as if about to rush forward. Damn it. The men surrounding Eo debated, don't kill her, follow the plan. A few scratches are fine. They rallied and then all launched a coordinated attack on her. In the deep darkness, only Eo's blood-red eyes flashed with menace. She charged through their ranks, beating them until they called out for their mothers. The more she fought, the madder her gaze became. The red in her eyes seemed soaked in death. Her sword blended into a symphony of death, gliding gently to take the lives of those men. Marquis Gadel's henchmen couldn't mount a defense. They could only scream in despair as one by one they were killed like reapers. Her slight figure cutting across the room made many who drew swords curse, fuck. The clash of arms produced a piercing din. Those who confronted her directly might have been stronger, but the inevitable result was the same. Swords splintered and broke like the lives of those foolish enough to challenge her. With a scythe in hand, Eo raged through the dance of the reaper, annihilating the entire group of henchmen without leaving a single one alive. Seeing the massacre before him, Ji's face remained horrified and unbelieving as he exclaimed, it can't be. Meanwhile Dot, full of anxiety, asked, President, are you all right? She wiped the blood from her sword and nodded, answering, I feel remarkably refreshed. At that moment Dot's screen also displayed, Eo's favorability has reached friend level. Her madness has improved thanks to you. She turned her head, glanced at him, and murmured, but with things like this, our outing has been ruined. Will you have to accompany me again? Dot received another notification, special mission unlocked. You have caught Gaiden's eye. Hearing the alert, instead of being happy like before, this time the content truly made his heart skip. Huh? Why would Eo's father be interested in me? Anyway, I have to finish the mission first. Things can't stop here. Ji, knowing his painstaking plan had failed, took out an apparently ancient gem and growled angrily, I didn't expect I'd have to use this. Hearing those words and seeing the stone in his hand, Dot thought in surprise, dark essence, why is it appearing now? He reacted at once, shouting, President, stop him before he absorbs that. The warning came too late, leaving her stunned and confused as she looked over. For by now Gon had put the gem into his mouth and whispered, I will receive the grace of the god. Under the full moon, the scene outside the restaurant remained eerily calm. But in an instant, from inside the restaurant a bizarre, dark, malevolent energy burst forth, and everything exploded into rubble. A hand rose up from the chaotic pile of debris after the sudden blast. At that moment, Dot was dragging his battered body out of the wreckage when loud, mocking laughter rang out in the air. He forced his head up, squinting toward the source of the voice. It turned out to be gone. Not only his voice but his entire form had changed. He had completely transformed into a demon. I hadn't intended to use this until the seer dealt with it. Damn Bell. Can we deal with this? From experience and what I know about this game, a demon that absorbs a demon's essence can utilize part of the devil's power. A demon already in Chapter 1? This world is insane. The game system issued a mission notification with a reminder: defeat the purifier. Failure occurs if there are too many casualties. Above, Gon, feeling the vast power in his body, howled with delight like a wolf under the full moon. From now on is the time of purification. Dot looked around, wincing in pain, and cursed, damn, the problem isn't just that guy. The demonic cultists EO had dealt with had also been resurrected. From his view, his henchmen's bodies had also transformed into demons with bloodthirsty eyes like they were being controlled. They all charged toward him. Reacting swiftly, Dot shouted and produced a torrent of blue light that hurled toward the swarm of monsters, blasting them back. Dot's finishing piercing strike. He frowned in confusion at the scene. Loud laughter echoed again above. Desolation surrounded them on all sides. Ta Lion approached with the council president, scratching his head and firing off questions in astonishment. What the hell is happening? What are these monsters? Where's Marquis Jerba? In response, Dot joked, oh, you saw my technique? I'd love some feedback. Then Dot explained, they were all your teammates who were transformed. He looked at the monsters and added, if you wear that necklace, you'll become like them. Hearing this, Ta Lion began trembling uncontrollably. What? He glanced at Dot and asked, could this really be a trap set by the Marquis? Dot nodded and plainly told his friend, yes. If you don't want to witness true hell, obey me from now on. Quickly grasping the gravity of the situation, Ta Lion hastily nodded in agreement but still asked, I understand, but what about you? What will you do? Dot answered, I have to handle something else. I must protect civilians and stop the Marquis. His words made EO turn her head, impressed and admiring Dot's combat ability even amid disaster. He urged hastily, anyway, let's go. Ta Lion, heeding the urging and realizing he wouldn't be of help if he stayed, hurriedly ran off. Roger. After he left, EO glanced at Dot and asked if he knew where the Marquis had gone. He wiped his mouth and cleared his throat to think of an answer. Well, I have a guess. Looking at the energized swarm under the moonlight, he voiced his guess. The targets of those demonic cultists are always the same. They sow despair and chaos everywhere, bringing the darkness of demons into this world. There's only one place they'll aim for. At the same time, Gon flew up to a golden energy barrier. Staring at the massive barrier before him, he wasn't confident he could destroy it. Even if I can't break the entire protective ward, at least I can cause some damage. Saying that, Gon quickly began compressing dark energy in his palm into a spherical orb. In an instant, the black sphere grew, emitting an oppressive aura that made anyone nearby shudder. Suddenly, Dot's cold voice rang out from behind, all right, stay where you are. Hearing it, Gon was somewhat astonished, unable to hide his surprise. He turned to ask, how did you know I'm a dragon? He smiled mockingly at the old man's surprise. It's obvious, your actions are too predictable. You've taken on demonic power but intend to leave the place where the evil is sealed. Given the emergency, Dot, carrying EO on his back, hurried forward, watching the two battered figures approach. Gon showed no panic, instead he was delighted. Thanks to you I didn't have to search for it. Later I'll just kill them all and protect the princess. He looked at her, then leaned in to whisper in her ear, no matter what happens, we have to survive, understood? EO nodded at his words, and a bold thought crossed her mind. Until now, the level of trust he places in me is hard to get used to, but I must be worthy of that trust. That is the pride of Chi So Tun. Seeing her like that, Gon didn't understand what she intended, only uttering, princess. Then EO channeled power into her sword and lunged straight at the demon. While the two were fighting in midair, below, Dot took the chance as he ran up to the net and shouted, President, this way. Seeing the direction the one below was running, the demon Gon was startled, concentrated dark energy in his hand, hurled it toward him and shouted, don't you dare touch it. From above, he wouldn't leave him be, repeatedly launching orbs of accumulated dark energy to attack, but Dot seemed to dodge them all. Seeing that none of his strikes hit him, his eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible?" While he was still stunned, focused on it, Elia's blade kept attacking relentlessly and almost stabbed Gon. In the emergency, he quickly recovered, swung back in response. Two powerful attacks collided, hurling both of them far apart. His black streams of energy above kept raining down, forcing Dot to do his best to defend and sprint toward that spot. Seeing him focus on running, Gon chased closely and taunted, "Filthy wretch, fight me." Eo followed closely behind him without letting go. Growing more irritated by the pursuit, he shouted, "Stop just running away like that." Gon watched the chase from behind, feeling really annoyed, thinking, "What a nuisance, princess." Forced to deal with the two before him, the old man drew in and began to unleash an extremely powerful source of energy. It sent both Dot and Eo flying. Not stopping there, Gon concentrated power into a sphere at his chest, making it glow increasingly red. Seizing the moment as Dot collapsed to the ground, he unleashed dark fangs and claws. He shouted loudly, "I will finish you." A sphere of energy with terrifying power showed signs of cracking. Dot widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and stared in stunned shock. Immediately after, black fragments shot into the yellow protective barrier, making him cry out loudly. The scream drew Eo's attention and made her turn to look. As a result, Dot took the full brunt of an energy blast, and the yellow protective barrier around him shattered. The direct attack hurt him so badly his eyes rolled back and his face twisted in pain. As if struck hard, he was flung out of sight with a dreadful scream. Finally, his whole body slammed to the ground from momentum, his body covered in wounds as he helplessly groaned. Gon, watching from above, laughed heartily. "There are more people here than I thought. It seems you've run out of tricks, haven't you?" Eo bravely stood in front of Dot to protect him. "Get up, I'll stall. Go ahead, quickly." Seeing her resolute face, he became elated and sneered, "You two are truly stubborn, Miss Chi So Tun." He wore a smug expression and smiled sarcastically, honestly saying, "You two really are a perfect match." His words caused her to fall into thought for a few brief seconds. Until now I've only known how to receive and never to give. She suddenly recalled the moment Dot rushed forward to shield her. The next memory that surged back was when he helped her fight off the traitor. The image of him swinging his fist, shielding her under the protection of a golden barrier. Isn't it about time I repay him at least once? After pondering for a while, Eo finally turned and urged him to hurry. At that moment, a notification also displayed, "The life chain is activated to increase durability, health restored." She slowly stepped forward, her body darkened, her hand gripping the sword which sparked a few red flashes. "I will trust him to the end." In the darkness, seeing the touching scene of the young couple, Gon whimsically extinguished it. "How touching, so your little strategic meeting is over, is it?" Eo, unafraid, looked up at him and demanded, "Marquis Gade, I have only one question. Tonight in your eyes, do he and I make a good couple?" This unexpected question made his face go stiff. He fell silent for a few seconds, but just as Gon was about to answer, suddenly a powerful whirlwind attack struck him from nowhere. He lost his footing, and was hurled to the ground, creating a cloud of choking smoke. A dark figure with tremendous power appeared in the sky at that moment, each strike slamming into the earth with thunderous sounds as it advanced toward his body. After being hit by this attack, Gon coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and cursed, "Dot, you bastard." He refused to accept defeat. Despite his injuries he rose and cursed inwardly, "The rats have all fled." Eo's eyes glowed red, and a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Gade screamed madly in fury and lunged at her. "You hit him, didn't you?" The scene unexpectedly shifted to the man Otto in the city. At this point, Jayat and the others had eliminated them all and brought the chaotic situation under control. He looked at the defeated man Otto, propped his sword, and nodded. "It seems everything is almost resolved." Not far away, Eo chimed in, "Fortunately all the heads of departments were present. If even one had been missing, we'd be in big trouble now." Floating Bow frowned in agreement. "Luckily we listened to Dot and went with Master Conrad." Conrad fell silent and analyzed seriously. "He only said he was going to dinner nearby, but if we hadn't gone, things would have been much worse, right?" Under the bright full moon, his words still echoed through the quiet space. Could such a terrible event really be a coincidence? On this side, Dot was struggling with his newly restored body, forcing himself to take difficult steps. All right, Ta Lion placed it in the right spot. Suddenly something that looked like a bell came into his sight. Seeing it, he quickly grabbed it like a straw to save his life, the pain nearly killing him. Really? Dot reached out with a sliver of hope, just praying Eo could hold on a little longer. As he thought this, he saw Eo's figure fly across his vision. Seeing her lying helplessly on the ground, Gade couldn't help but utter some cruel words. Cruel is not an overstatement, Miss Chi So Tun. Then he suddenly looked at D, making him break out in a sweat. Well then, student Dot. He began to raise his hand, gathering a black orb of demonic energy. Do you still have any other plans up your sleeve? Before waiting for an answer, he unleashed a powerful black energy beam like a sword that pierced Dot's barely healed body, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Gade's voice echoed for a moment in their ears, "You will die." Events happened so fast that although Eo had stood up, she couldn't react in time. In that terrifying instant she seemed frozen, the surroundings abruptly froze, leaving only black and white. Gade still grinned gleefully at the havoc he'd caused. Trees on both sides were suddenly tossed by a violent gale. That attack caused him pain, but it was the key that increased his energy. The system received the signal and announced, "Reminder, fatal charm activated." His tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, glaring with murderous intent. The system's voice continued, "Target has begun moving toward you." Sensing something, Dot quickly looked up and saw Eo had completely changed. A pair of demon horns had sprouted from her head. The aura around her was utterly different, perhaps the demon within her had awakened. In the darkness, birds flapped up in chaotic flight. Loud noises kept erupting throughout the forest. A huge monster roared. Her gaze upon it was one of astonishment. At the large mansion, something pierced Dot's body, and the system displayed, "Direct threat has become Eo." With a sinister smile, he tilted his head and looked. The system displayed, "Part of the system disabled, skill stripped." This is the entity manifesting through LNO's body. The Grey Demon's fatal charm easily attracts favor from those inclined to evil. The more extreme, the stronger the effect. Eo moved closer toward him. As her hand drew near to reach him, a surge of dark energy suddenly appeared. They rushed forward and surrounded the two of them. A flash of light ignited in his chest, forming an extremely strange character. The system displayed, "Received Seal S." The killing seal took effect. He stared in shock at the mark on his chest. His wound had been reversed. A supreme-level being in this world behaving kindly toward him. How bizarre. He quickly crawled forward, his hands frantically operating the system screen. The future is uncertain, but for now he'll use everything he can. The system announced the use of the skill copying right. Eo kept that horrifying smile as she looked at him. A terrifying pressure hit so hard it felt like his brain would explode, like his flesh was being corroded. Through the connection with LNO, "I will copy a skill right now, an important skill for now and one that will be crucial later." Her body shimmered like an illusion, flickering in and out of sight so he couldn't look away. Before disappearing, she didn't forget to give him a farewell greeting. Before his astonished eyes, "See you then, until we meet again." At that moment, a beast suddenly lunged forward, striking with blinding speed. Die. From its hand burst a bolt of lightning that seemed to pierce the sky. It squinted, trying to look down below. Below, from the massive power it had unleashed, a huge crater opened in the middle of the forest. Seeing the spot it had just attacked empty, it couldn't help but wonder, where the hell did that bastard go? It leaned to sense that something was wrong. Suddenly, a large black silhouette streaked by. A great lightning bolt appeared. It was struck and fell, followed by an explosion. Down in the forest, the white smoke gradually dispersed. It looked around, still not understanding what was happening. What the hell is going on? Unexpectedly, Dot descended from above onto the ground. The system kept flashing warnings. Danger detected, an immediate life-threatening threat identified. The critical situation was rated as epic, activating a new skill, Sovereign Band Demonium. For 5 minutes, he had absolute advantage over all enemies of the demon race. The monster looked at him and snarled with contempt, "A worm of a human who wields this?" His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately lunged forward at breakneck speed. It screamed in panic. The seer did not foretell this, but before it finished speaking, it took his full punch. Dot struck it forcefully, sending it flying. In an instant, it was knocked away. Dot looked ahead and called out, "Round 2, the second act begins, charge in." Under the quiet night sky, the monster lay motionless on the ground. It continued to emit low growls. Dot's ferocious silhouette appeared in the distance. The monster slowly sat up, glanced toward him, thinking, why? Its eyes narrowed as it looked at him. How can he control an upgraded version of the very power I possess? Suddenly, it braced its hands on the ground, blood pouring from its mouth. It slowly stood up, staring at him, thinking to itself, what I struggled for years to achieve, what right does that nobody have to use? It's so unfair. Truly unfair. It stamped the ground hard. The system notified. Black ritual emits demonic aura from the demon crystal to amplify the blessing power of the black soul. Its body was enhanced by the demon crystal, greatly boosting physical resistance. Then the monster charged at him, roaring, "You bastard, die for me." Seeing this, Dot wasted no time. He unleashed his mana and lunged at it. It was no less. It leaped up at the same time. The two forces collided, attacking each other head-on. He frowned, and his eyes flashed red. His pupils dilated, reflecting the image of himself facing off against the monster. They both slid away at the same time. It raised its hand in front of it. Toward him, "You bastard, die." He quickly activated a technique, and a brilliant golden power surrounded and protected his body. Not stopping there, it shouted loudly, "Holy power!" Hearing this, onlookers like him were also astonished. How could it use holy power too? But before it could counterattack, it was kicked and flung hundreds of miles away. Its body kept crashing into large rocks behind it, accompanied by piercing screams. The scene puzzled it. Where did that source of power come from? Dot had his fist raised, lunging forward, appearing right before it. Its gaze followed him, clearly panicked. He clenched his teeth, eyes full of resentment. His eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment. The skill time had expired. Suddenly, something fell from above into the bowl of water. The monster exclaimed in surprise, "Wah, what is this?" And he breathed a sigh of relief. "Lucky, I didn't return it." Then he reached out and pressed a button on the controller. A strange object shot him high into the air. The monster immediately gave chase. "You damn mutt." Below, a gun barrel suddenly appeared. It looked down in astonishment. He grabbed the weapon, aimed at it and asked, "No cooler parting words?" It followed his gaze, utterly terrified. The barrel unleashed tremendous power, firing toward it. Before vanishing, it couldn't hide its suspicion. "Don't tell me this whole thing was in his plan from the start." The system displayed, main quest completed, received 1 demon crystal, 1 hero shard, 5,000 points. He sat and looked down, thinking to himself, they gave a whole pile like this. It seems reward scale with difficulty. Originally you could only pick one of the two. Anyway, I got 2 extra items that can twist the plot. A tan anti stepped up from behind him and said, "Will you use one of the 2 right away?" "That's right. Guildmaster L&O is still safe. But you're impressive, Dot. I want to hear the whole story you went through, about the Grey Demon." Atan looked at him and made the request. "I want to hear everything about the Grey Devil." Hearing that, he asked back, "What do you mean?" She immediately asked again. "Even knowing beforehand, I'm asking, hey, are you involved with the devil?" Eo lay motionless on the sickbed, with her voice and questions still echoing nearby. Is the blood transfusion ready yet?" "Not yet, but almost. Blood pressure is below 50. Countless tubes and lines were attached to her body. Suddenly, she woke up, and someone beside her shouted, "Damn, where's the priest? Why is he taking so long?" Turning back to him, Anti looked and explained. "One of the Grey Demon's powers is corrosion. That phenomenon spread from the student into a very large area. The Heresy Court and the Holy Nation will surely intervene in this matter. You've become the center of the storm. You knew this would happen and still did it?" Dot fell silent, thinking to himself, I've long given up dreaming of being an extra, especially in a situation where I'm directly entangled with a demon like this. A few minutes later, he looked at her and said, "You could say I'm still pretty lucky, right?" Atan Anti sitting opposite replied, "Among the demonium factions, the strongest is the Grey Demon. As I suspected, he chose Guildmaster L&O as a vessel." Hearing that, he immediately asked, "Principal, did you know about this beforehand?" She, realizing she had been a bit heavy-handed, said, "Sorry, I was a bit rough." She explained, "First of all, thank you for fighting for the school and protecting Ellen. Make yourself comfortable, but now focus and listen carefully to what I'm about to say. It's top secret. His body suddenly moved toward her. His knee rested on her thigh. Since the last hero fell, the shards of the demon have scattered everywhere. If a shard manifests in this world, the other shards will gather around that one. Yesterday the grey demon briefly awakened, so it won't be long before the remaining shards are drawn to the vessels of the other demons. Hearing her story, he thought to himself, in the original, these vessels always cause disasters. The red demon's vessel turned Gitch City into a living hell, and Elsa's family was swept up and vanished without a trace. And because the shards and vessels are random, the game system will pick a different dungeon each playthrough, except Eliza's and Ellen-O's setups are fixed. Anti frowned and added, the Holy Nation's intelligence is very strong. They've narrowed down the candidate vessels. Ellen-O is among them. I'm trying to gather all the candidates at this school. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder, gathering all those dangerous people together is, frankly, impressive. But isn't concentrating dangerous individuals in one place a bit excessive? Anti continued, once, a demon vessel fell into true love, and as a result the demon shard was completely destroyed. Love eradicated the seed of destruction. Hearing these details, Dot frowned, eyes full of boredom. Sounds unrelated to me, but what a melodrama. Suddenly her voice rang out, the grey demon seems to have a fondness for you, Cambio. He was surprised and asked, what? No way. Anti placed a hand on his chest and explained, I saw it clearly, it healed your wounds and even applauded you. Dot still tried to excuse himself, maybe it felt sorry for me. Atan paid little attention and added, whatever the reason, the key point is this. The image of Elo sitting seductively, reading a book in the forest suddenly appeared. She continued, the demon is overly friendly toward you, Dot. I've been testing your judgment, knowledge, and ability to act, so I really want to ask you to go and flirt with the vessels. Upon hearing this, Dot sprang up and shouted in her face, what? No way, I'm not playing hide and seek. Anti affirmed, I'll provide you with every resource to make your seduction go as smoothly as possible. Dot, seeing she'd misunderstood, kept defending himself, it's not about the resources. Worried he'd be anxious, she kept reassuring him, don't worry, all the candidates are currently female. This is a gift from the heavens, you even made the grey demon clap for you. Conquering those mortal hearts will be a sure thing. Dot thought, if it were that easy, I wouldn't still be single. She frowned slightly and said, at all costs, woo them all and destroy the demon shards. Then the world will be redeemed. Hearing that, Dot was alarmed, wait, you mean true love? Are you asking me to sleep around with how many people? He also thought to himself, this actually sounds easier. Atan, hearing this, still paid little mind and said, it's not easy. Because cultists who worship the demons are targeting them, the vessels aren't pushovers. Atan's voice grew solemn and sad as he continued, but even so, I beg you, please save humanity. Looking at her, he felt decidedly unhappy. I want to log out of this world. He frowned and asked, hey, headmistress, I can guess the answer, but what if I fail at seducing them? She replied, well, I mentioned it in episode 14, humanity will be annihilated, the world will fall apart, and the demons will establish an evil empire. Hearing those words, he could only curse inwardly, I hate tragedies for real. Soft sunlight streamed through the window. Eo slowly woke up. She sat up slowly on the bed. With a weary look she asked, did we win? A voice rang out, you mustn't barge in like that, student. Oh, she came yesterday too and even skipped class to visit. Madam Tu opened the door and walked in. Anyway, it's still early to be waking up, isn't it? Eo glanced over and, with a hint of contempt in her voice, said, you dared to skip class? Suddenly, the fairy rushed to her bed and threw back the covers, to Elo's amazement. What the hell? That damn hairstyle, are you trying to drive me crazy? Oh my god, I thought you were dead. How on earth did you fight? Eo recalled the scene from last night, then looked at her and asked, now, calm down. What about Dot? Madam looked a little puzzled. Dot was discharged from the hospital a while ago. Eo asked suspiciously, discharged? She lifted her glasses slightly and replied, he wasn't seriously injured, really. You're the one who was gravely hurt, I thought you were a goner. Eo asked again. I'm like a walking corpse and escaped unscathed. Madam recalled her comatose state from days ago, then looked at her and said, You've been lying motionless like this for 2 days. If this person doesn't wake up, Cambio, I might have to deal with you myself. Picked up the bouquet on the table and prepared to leave. Don't worry, Senior. Chairwoman Ellen O isn't that weak. I'm sure she'll wake up in a few days. She asked with some curiosity, On what basis are you so sure? Replied, Because I'm still very much alive. Someone like me, she risked her life to protect me. The Chi So Tun family isn't as weak as people think. Returning to reality, Madam held the book and smiled at her. All right, set him aside. Chairwoman, are you still able to hold a pen? If you're awake, sign these papers for me. Eo sighed in annoyance. I'm still a patient. At 3 o'clock, the notebook in hand began to read aloud. Yes, yes, but there's breaking news about 2 colossal figures about to appear. Chairwoman, the first is the Saintess Lucian. Eo put her hand to her chin, looking thoughtful. Wasn't she supposed to enroll next term? Madam answered, Well, that was the plan, but it's changed, she'll enroll next week. They've decided that side. Seems to be because of the scandal she caused. The Holy Nation and the Heresy Council are also starting to get involved. As for the second person, I tried to keep it secret but can't anymore. Hearing that, she immediately turned and asked, Who is it? Madam hesitated a bit. Soon, recalling the silhouette of that enormously powerful man, after a few seconds she finally answered, Lord Gideon will arrive soon. Eo wasn't particularly surprised. Cut to a vast courtyard somewhere. A dark figure looked through the window, gazing around and exclaiming, This city is so lively and full of vitality. Lucy glanced over with an annoyed expression. Please close the window, the light is too harsh. The one standing in front asked, Interesting. Has the Saintess started hating the light lately? The Saintess replied, Spend your youth in dark chapels and you'll end up just like me. Seeing that, he asked again, Why suddenly go on about gloomy stuff? Saintess Lucy sighed in exasperation and ordered, Close the window for me, Night Guardian. Suddenly he turned back and voiced his wish, I want to enjoy this bit of peace a little longer. Lucy, puzzled, replied, Peace? A saintess and a demon worshipper sharing a room, how is that peace? He smiled and answered, I thought we'd grown a bit closer, and the initial tension between us has been fading. Lucian frowned, clearly displeased, I'm cooperating for a purpose, not to make friends. You think that's enough? Lucy replied, Those who hold my chains and the fate that strangles my life are really no different. Think whatever you want, at least I still have someone to protect. My beloved son, summer is coming soon, isn't it? Father heard it's much hotter where you are than at home. Remember to take care of your health. I've sent some fruit, remember to share it with your friends. I heard there's a parent-teacher meeting coming up, but our family is busy with the harvest so your parents probably can't attend. Instead, I'll send Hom Man. If you need anything, just tell him. Everything at home is fine, don't worry, and remember, stay modest, don't try to stand out. A group of students ran forward with effort. You're clever, so I'm not too worried, but absolutely don't cause trouble, live quietly for your father's sake, okay? If you get a girlfriend, bring her home during the break to introduce her. This father also wants to see his grandchild's face, right? In short, take care of your health. Your loving father, Amin Cambello. It's a pity I can't come. After reading the letter, looked up at his friend and asked, So you're Hom, an apprentice butler or something? Hom Man adjusted his glasses and smiled, Yes, that's right. Master, if you have any orders, feel free to tell me at your leisure. At his words, said, Hey, your attitude is blatantly obsequious. He then held the bunch of grapes out to him. These are grapes sent by the Lord for the master. Popped one in his mouth and asked, Seedless grapes? He answered honestly, Yes, very sweet, right? At that moment, some other students passing by glanced at him with judging looks. That guy's always putting on an act, now he even brought a butler to school. Trying to play noble, eating all by himself. Hearing that, he wiped his mouth and handed the grapes back to the butler. Hom Man, we need to pretend to be friendly like buddies here, do as I said, eat all of these for me. Taken aback by his sudden request, the boy hesitated, bowed, took the grapes, and complained, Yes. Said, You'll probably be an apprentice butler your whole life. Fine, now's not the time to indulge. The headmaster's words were truly unbelievable. At that moment Atan Antai's words surfaced in his mind: seduce all the demon vessel candidates and save humanity. The system notification appeared: LNO Intimacy Level Phase 1, Mission Activated. The ancestral curse appeared: 7 days remaining. GHI Donchit's Curiosity Level. Phase 1, Mission Activated, Ancestral Curse appears: 7 days remaining. At the same time he thought inwardly, forget saving the world for now, these immediate tasks are more urgent, things won't stop. The system appeared again: Main Mission Chapter 2, the Ice King will appear after a day. The boss fight in Chapter 2 is the real issue, we need to plan our moves for that encounter. Wait, in the original I never met GHI, what am I going to do now? Back in the present, Man looked up at the sky with a very satisfied expression. Master, it's unbearably hot here. Paid little attention, other thoughts kept circling in his mind. In the original, he appeared already dead. Though he wasn't a close father to his daughter, a father is still a father. Gideon's death was originally the trigger that awakened the white demon, but I ended up awakening it during the Chapter 1 boss fight instead. Damn it, everything's gone to hell. GHI Dion's being alive means the script I knew can change without limits. At the same time, a man's voice arose in his head: why does teacher look so miserable? Could it be because of that guy? He thought to himself, all right, ELOS father, I'll meet him. He must be avoided at all costs, avoided, but if we do meet, we have to dig something out of him. Only then will Tella have a chance to deal with the Chapter 2 boss. Looked at Ta Lion, who was pinching his butler's cheek, and asked puzzled, hey Ta Lion, what are you doing to my butler? Taken aback by the question, he stammered, a butler? I thought he was being bullied, someone like him can even do that? Pointed at him irritably and said, because you touched my butler, I'm borrowing your sword for a day. His sudden tone surprised him. Huh? Why? But immediately he dropped to his knees and presented his sword to him, granting me this honor all of a sudden. Teacher, please take and use it. He, embarrassed, quickly explained, no, I'll return it. EO looked at him, amused. Interesting, you're enrolled in theology but want me to teach you swordsmanship? Gestured aside and began to explain, after that demon incident, I realized many things. I found that relying only on divine power leaves me too weak in physical combat, so I want to learn Chi So Tun swordsmanship, even if only the basics. As he spoke he thought privately that, thanks to his innate boost to goodwill toward villains, Elna would keep sticking to him for a long time. She bowed her head slightly and sneered with a smile, that's the first time you've said something that sounded decent. If it's a constructive suggestion from a junior, I'll help a little and see. Seeing her drawing her sword, he thought, I must use this chance to copy her sword techniques as much as possible. To build a relationship with Gideon later, swordsmanship might be the only path. Suddenly a voice rang out, what a rare scene. The student council president, busy with 100 things, has the leisure to give private lessons. Elia approached from afar. EO looked and replied, I'm the one who asked. Hearing that, she turned to him and asked, really? But the president specializes in single sword, teacher. Uses twin blades. He raised a hand with an awkward smile and explained, it's fine, single or dual swords both work. At his attitude, EO shot him a glare full of killing intent. The type of sword doesn't matter, who teaches you is the crucial point. Elia sighed softly, exactly, so leave it to me. You've had experience as a trainer, you'd be much more suitable to teach. Hearing this, EO's face immediately darkened as she looked at her. Are you implying your swordsmanship is superior to mine? Junior, who am I to be able to beat the president? Elia touched her sword and slowly stepped forward. They closed the distance, trading words continuously. But I'm sure Chi So Tun swordsmanship has a weakness. Oh? Then show me that weakness, on the condition that we don't use any powers. Seeing the situation was unstable, Man offered a suggestion. Master, is this what people call a duel? Elia now brandished her sword before them, her eyes resolute. The power of the Chi So Tun house, on the condition we don't use it. Madam President, EO opposite her said coldly, I also want to see how far this will go. Heard their words and panicked. You said you'd teach me, so why are you two going to fight? Man at his side could only force a smile. Looks like you two have been itching to clash for a long time, huh? Elia lunged forward with her sword. Then please instruct me. Unfazed by her haste, Elo merely looked up and said, redundant movement. As the blade neared her throat, Elo showed no reaction and silently observed. A cold flash lit Elia's eyes. She suddenly raised her sword to block the strike. Eo tensed her arms, trying to hold on as best she could. After gaining momentum, she quickly surged forward, and shoved her away with force. Witnessing that power, she was slightly astonished, thinking, too fast, not only fast but very powerful. What are you doing? Do you mean to let a demon overpower us? Suddenly, Eo's expression turned extremely surprised. Elia was no longer at a disadvantage and immediately pushed back. Elia brought her sword back behind her, eyes highly alert. Noah, the clan she belongs to, is a demon clan. No matter how noble the bloodline, sooner or later it will be seized by demons and driven mad, whether you like it or not. At the same time, a childhood scene she had witnessed returned to her mind. Staring at the desolate scene before her, Elia could hardly believe the truth. Back in the present, her gaze grew cold. In the end, you're just a sacrifice for demons. She slid her foot back to gain momentum and unleashed her power. A blazing red flame engulfed the sword. After gaining momentum, she immediately dashed forward and attacked. The blazing spark rushing forward so rapidly left him and the butler stunned. At the same time, a huge question mark seemed to appear in Dot's mind. Eo remained completely calm, watching her movements. It's hard to control what you call emotions. Then she lunged in front of him to dodge the attack. The flames seemed to subside gradually. Elia looked toward them, eyes both surprised and remorseful. Sorry. But Man had foamed at the mouth in terror and fainted on the spot. Dot was utterly amazed, appraising him. Is that a human reflex? Faster and stronger than before. Could it be starting to fuse with the shard already? Seeing they didn't respond, Elia tried to explain. I went too far, sorry, President. Eo looked at her and slowly admonished. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, but as a candidate warrior you need to train things beyond swordplay. You can't let your teammates get hurt, right? Realizing she was entirely wrong, she stopped resisting and bowed to apologize. Yes, Teacher. I'm sorry. When she saw he had regained consciousness, she was surprised. Where did he vanish to? In the large forest. Seeing Elna's condition, this is no time to dawdle. If we stay lax like this it'll all fall apart. We have to risk everything and get stronger. After all, I never intended to become a pure swordsman. To survive, divine power is essential. Not only swordsmanship but divine power must be improved. And to achieve that, Duya was intently eating an apple when his voice suddenly called from afar. How's life been lately? You look fine, don't you? She looked at him in surprise. I'm Duya Jersey Hounch, the Saintess's younger brother. Now it's your turn to help me. Amid the deadly silence, a strange voice rang out. Still longing for someone to come save you, or hoping someone will become your friend, will only make you suffer more. You must realize that soon. Hope is nothing but the overture to despair. Accept it, just like your sister did. A drop of bright red blood fell straight onto her face. Everything around her began to fade under her eyes. At that moment, Yuria seemed to be falling into a pit of despair. A cold gaze looked down at her, and a voice said, You are only a cursed sacrifice, destined to be alone until death. That is the way to protect everyone. And it is also your mission, Yuria. It seemed a dark space was gradually swallowing her. Yuria startled awake. She was drenched in sweat from the nightmare. She found herself lying on a white cloth, her face still pale with fear. From above, a beam of light shone down on where she lay. Yuria reached up and picked an apple from the tree, then slowly ate it. Her basket was now full of red apples. She chewed while glancing to the side. Dot stepped up from behind and asked, How have you been lately? You look well, don't you? Hearing his voice, she immediately turned her head. The chain suddenly appeared. Yuria grabbed it and quickly launched an attack toward him. Campbell raised his sword and chopped down to block her strike. Why did you step into my attack range? You knew it was dangerous. His eyes showed smugness, the sword gradually revealing itself. Not stopping there, Yuria swung the chain, deftly maneuvering it. Campbell was no less skilled, dodging nimbly. Seeing she still wouldn't stop, he kept pleading in his head, Please step back. I told you to step back. He used his sword to push the chain away, then slid along the ground. Campbell glanced aside as the chain suddenly whipped back toward him. Startled, he immediately fell. Dot sighed tiredly and looked at Yuria with admiration. Seeing you swing like that, it's clear you're still quite healthy. Yuria stared at him in surprise. His voice rang out once more. I told you, I stop by sometimes to bring you food. Surely you remember me, right? I didn't know what you liked, so I prepared a bit of everything. With this much you can eat comfortably for 2 or 3 days. By the way, living isolated from everyone like this, don't you feel lonely? I come occasionally to keep you company like this. You don't mind, do you? Taken aback by his manner, she was surprised, but then a cold, hard voice suddenly echoed in her memory as a reminder. You must realize it soon. You are only a cursed sacrifice, destined to be alone until death. Accept it. Back in reality, Dot looked at Yuria and urged her earnestly, eat as much as you want, I'm leaving now. That memory resurfaced, him standing in front of Yuria. But his words extinguished her hope. Longing for someone to come save you or hoping someone will become your friend will only make you suffer more. Yuria stared blankly at the pile of food before her, then slowly picked up a loaf of bread. She also threw her weapon aside. Yuria held the bread in her hands as if it were a treasure. Tears of sorrow slowly fell onto the bread. It doesn't hurt at all. A system notification appeared. Critical attraction, villain affinity has increased significantly. Yuria Jersey I Haunch, interest level phase 1 eligible for rewards. Dot jolted awake in alarm. What is this again? We've only been playing with her for a few days and already phase 1, might as well check the rewards. The system displayed, Swordsman's concentration skill rank B, increases reflex speed and combat accuracy. He slowly turned on the tap, thinking, not bad, right? If combined with 1,000 pounds hanging by a hair, it'll be very effective. Wait, is that kid Herman still asleep? So uselessly leisurely. Parents, nobles, royalty, and merchants will all attend. I've trained hard with Yuria for today. System notice, Tristan's swordsmanship is not picky with weapons, can parry, with a low chance to bypass defense. He turned to wake his steward. It's late, Herman. Herman, rubbing his sleepy face, slowly replied, let's depart, master. Dot quickly fastened the last button of his coat, face full of excitement. Today I only need to impress one person. He thought to himself, Gideon Galesturd Tristan, a sword prodigy who doesn't appear in the original story. Meanwhile in town, the Iron Man looked toward the old man and offered, Captain, if the ground is uncomfortable, please step onto me. The old man replied, it's fine, sometimes one should stroll through the countryside like this. Nearby, a few people stepped forward eagerly. I heard even the Holy Emperor's country is coming this year, could it be true? The splendid knights earlier were. Oh my, then it must be real. The Holy Emperor's country is indeed participating. Hey, our son is entering the battle royale. He entered the school as second place, how could he not join? On the stage, after seeing the crowd gathered, the MC began to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, parents who have traveled from far and wide. Our Elfanti Academy is the Empire's premier educational institution. We are honored to welcome you to this open class. The traditional battle royale opening ceremony will begin shortly. A man slowly stood up, looking startled. Wait, that person. 2 nearby men were equally shocked. Hey, are you kidding? Why is he present at a school event like this? The man rumored to never appear unless there is war. Why would he come to a school open class? Moreover, his daughter is the student council president here. That's true, but there's a rumor he doesn't even attend the matriculation ceremony. Is that true? They say that man is cold-blooded, knows nothing but the sword, so no one dares approach or speak to him. Gideon narrowed his eyes slightly at the crowd whispering about him. Conrad Baltador hurried over from the side and asked, isn't that Gideon? Well, what wind brought you here? He folded his arms and, with a calm gaze, said, Senior, Conrad Baltador, aren't you tired of teaching these children? He folded his arms, looking calm as he said, Senior, after all these years, don't you get tired of teaching children? Conrad quickly sat down beside him, not tired. What wind blew you all the way here? Training? How's catching up to the first generation great Tristan going? Gideon folded his arms and sighed wearily, just training, so I stepped out for some fresh air. I'm still training according to what's recorded in the texts. They say you must turn your Mount Tai into. Hearing that piqued his curiosity and he asked, that's hard to understand. How are you carrying that out? His face darkened gradually, then he answered, first, I chopped the mountain peak. That was indeed a crude and brutal method. Below, the MC's voice rang out again, ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention, in just a moment, the battle royale will begin. All students participating in the match are volunteer freshmen. Conrad looked down and then explained aloud, the competition will take place under the supervision of the faculty and professional medical staff. The MC smiled at the audience and continued, all types of weapons contestants might want have been prepared in wood. Contestants, please enter the arena. Immediately the crowd erupted. Our youngest daughter, go for it. Edward, you must make the top 10. He slowly stepped onto the platform, thinking, damn, I'm so nervous right before going out. Did my character feel like this too? Damn, if I'd known I wouldn't have entered. Do I really have to catch Gideon's eye? Talion beside him smiled and said, in this match, Dud and I will have our final duel. Aaliyah was a candidate for champion so he withdrew, so that makes the duel not impossible. The MC's voice rang out. Now, contestants who need weapons, please come collect them. Elia looked ahead, thinking, Master Dud, why are you so stubborn about entering this match? Is his hobby occasionally to toy with the weak? Or is this some peculiar trait of his? Or perhaps a noblesse oblige sense of duty? The host's voice continued. Stay calm and choose. 1 minute remains until the match begins. The objective of the match is simple, to become the last survivor. That student will receive special points. Those who make the top 10 will also gain points. From below, Herman shouted encouragement toward him, Master, I think you only need to get into the top 10. Campbell sighed to steady himself. He thought to himself, Guyan must be sitting somewhere, right? Look at me, look at me. Elia was just as nervous. I'm watching, so don't worry. Master Dud, I trust you, but if anything happens I'll help. The MC began to speak. All the contestants bowed to one another. Elnor stood high above, silently watching below. In the audience, Gideon lifted his eyes to look up. She announced aloud, prepare to begin. As soon as the MC's words ended, all the contestants on the arena floor seized wooden weapons and charged at their opponents, attacking relentlessly. Master Dud, I won't hold back. His strange action left him puzzled. Why does this guy keep targeting only me? Nevertheless, there was no time at all for him to ponder. Dud reacted quickly and blocked his attack. Dud looked on with great satisfaction. What is this? The brat in the stands watched silently. Dud raised his sword into a stance ready to attack. Seeing that, he frowned slightly. Those two look pleased, don't they? The system suddenly displayed a danger warning notification. Riru came up from behind and launched a kick toward him. The sight of her appearance left him astonished. Riru smiled at him smugly. What are you doing? Come on in. Riru Garda, the second daughter of the great clan that leads the tribal alliance. The character will appear in Chapter 5. Talion was attacked, his eyes squeezed shut as he cried out, thinking to himself above all. Elia looked ahead in confusion and asked, who is she? Riru stepped forward with a very arrogant expression. If you won't go, I'll go. He looked at her, thinking to himself that she's a sadistic brat who likes to beat people. Her magic is the tribal alliance's body enhancement technique. Even when I activate 1,000 pounds hanging by a hair, I wouldn't be sure I'd win. Right now, she's definitely stronger than Ilona. Talion collapsed to the ground, his body too sore to stand. Did you really protect this weakling? Master Dud, are you shielding the opponent you're dueling? Dud sighed silently and looked up at the sky, wondering why this kid Riru would enter an event like this. She's not well known yet. Suddenly his attitude shifted 180 degrees. I will definitely make you rank 1 today. Seeing this left him helpless. If you have time for that, go run. Talion stood up, stepped forward to block him. Hey new face, if you're aiming this way you have to get past me first. Here I am. Second place freshman Talion Armand. Can you swallow that? Riru asked him, you're the second place student. Then I won't hold back. She suddenly pointed straight at his stomach. A system notification appeared, swordsman's focus activated, reflex speed and accuracy increased. Dud looked on with astonishment. Riru smiled brightly and said, don't you dare die. Riru moved like lightning. Talion's eyes widened in sheer terror, and with a single simple move he was sent flying. Dud placed his sword before him to brace and defend. A few others standing nearby were also knocked away. Talion was hit until blood gushed from his mouth. He set his sword before him, trying his best to block her attacks. Clearly it worked, yet the impact still pushed straight through. Seeing this power, the crowd in the stands buzzed. Wow, is she a freshman? Elfanti really sent someone. Riru looked at him, pleased. What is this? I thought she was just someone ordinary. You're holding back too. You can take this hit, good. Then I'll go all out. He looked at her, thinking whether with his current stats he could win. Unexpectedly Gideon and Elnor exclaimed in unison, impossible, even in a dream this is ridiculous. Riru rushed in, continuously throwing kicking attacks, switching from legs to hands. She unleashed a flurry of punches at him. Dud struggled to keep his sword in a defensive posture. Now is not the time, don't act recklessly. Suddenly he blurted out, wait, I withdraw. Riru was surprised to hear that. Above, everyone continued to chatter. What a coward. A noble with no pride. Did your classmate tell you to withdraw? He answered honestly, yes, sir. I'm stepping down. Elia nearby observed and sighed. A wise choice, Master Dud. Dud took a few slow steps down toward the arena floor. Shouting what? You want to take him on yourselves, do you even dare when told to go up? The MC looked a bit embarrassed. Now, so it seems the winner has been decided. Is that not so? There are still contestants on the field, so continue. Riru doesn't seem pleased, it's only getting interesting now. She clenched her teeth, her face showing clear fury. Damn imperial bastard, who the hell do you think you are? A system notification appeared, critical charisma has sown the seeds of an explosive favor. Dud turned back and, seeing the terrifying power she unleashed when angry, sighed with relief. Indeed, running away was the right choice, nobody forbade quitting. Suddenly a mesh bag appeared out of nowhere and covered his head. When it was removed, he found himself in a different room. Beside Gideon a strange voice spoke, Dud Campbell, what is your relationship with my daughter? Hearing that, he was startled, thinking wait, I'm not mentally prepared. Dud sat up straight, his expression a little worried. That person has helped me a lot in school life, just a friend. Dud opened his eyes wide, observing in astonishment. Calm down. Stay calm. Only then can the plan be followed. He then answered, no, sir. The man added, so where did you learn? Tristan swordsmanship. He thought to himself, as predicted, Great Duke Gideon had recognized it, then spoke, you noticed? In response to his question, the man asked back about the foundations of the family's swordsmanship. How could I not recognize it? Answer me, who did you learn from? Dud frowned, calculating carefully, determined not to let any tension show. The man before him was like a sword, reveal a weakness and everything could collapse. Then he cautiously replied, someone even the Great Duke knows. The Sword Emperor is so prodigious that he once sought out a baron's family in the countryside like ours. At the same time he silently pleaded, please, believe me. Hearing this, the man suddenly said, my master taught you, an interesting boast. Keep talking, the best way to hide a tree is to make a forest, one small lie must be covered by a bigger lie. Dud looked at him and asserted seriously, it's true. He also asked a favor of me and entrusted matters to me. Hearing that, the man asked again, a favor from someone like you? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, precisely, he assigned me a task. Great Duke Tristan, please learn swordsmanship from me. Gideon slowly turned his head to look at him and asked, and this was at my master's request? He answered, yes, exactly. Upon his confirmation, the man's face immediately darkened. Can you be held accountable for those words? He did not hesitate and replied, I can. Gideon, having heard this, no longer refused and immediately agreed. Very well, can you take responsibility? I don't really know either, I can only trust in the power of the original work. This was also my first time meeting him. Among all the players, I was the only one who met Elnor's father first. Rumors were countless, but his ability was beyond question. This person was judging me, and rightfully so. Suddenly popping up and spouting those absurd positions was entirely understandable, but that meaningless silence is really annoying. Gideon pointed a finger at his face and demanded, not defending? His question left him astonished. Huh. His eyes narrowed, a cold murderous gleam flashing. You're already dead. The wooden table and the teacup on it suddenly split in two. This is an invisible sword, an ability that slashes without a blade. The ultimate skill at the end of the night skill tree, and it's used this easily. Seeing this, his expression turned to horror, speechless. Gideon pointed at the table, dead again. How terrible. Against an opponent who can't even react, what can I possibly learn? He recalled the earlier scene, thinking that indeed the knight's swordsmanship was the strongest in the empire. It was said to have pierced dragon scales, but it wasn't complete. Dud pointed to the ground and asked, it's as formidable as rumored, Lord Gideon, but if it were a perfected technique, shouldn't the motion be streamlined instead of this? Hearing his question, Gideon was a bit surprised. What do you know to dare say that? He recalled inwardly that he only spoke boldly because he knew it all. The journal found after Gideon's death in the original recorded the entire process of how he became powerful, including content about his master, his family, and more. His face showed slight worry as he glanced at the man, the goal he wanted to achieve. I heard there was such a thing. At his words, Gideon frowned in thought. He added, to break the family's curse, there is one thing that must be able to be cut. Meanwhile, Gideon recalled his master's admonition, my disciple, it's easier to bite through the sea then you will begin from the sea. Back in the present, his voice rang out, the rotational force is the key. At the moment the mental image forms, the sword path must be drawn perfectly with rotational force. Try channeling a bit more into it. Gideon did not reply, silently closing his eyes. Actually, I don't really know what this is. I only recalled what Gideon had written in his journal. Advice his future self left for his present self, the rest is up to him. Suddenly, large cracks appeared in the ceiling, and a blazing golden light flashed in the space. Gideon stared up at that source of light in astonishment. He stood facing him, suspicion clear in his eyes. Who exactly are you? Without hesitation, he smiled and replied, I'm simply someone who hopes Lord Gideon becomes stronger. At the same time he thought inwardly that way Gideon wouldn't die and Elnor wouldn't be corrupted. After all, it's already obtained. The Tristan family's immunity privilege, regardless of what happens, one is not judged by the law. This is a one-time authorization document written by Gideon himself. Gideon is currently the Empire's executor, the one who handles the court's dirty work in the shadows. His status is no different from a dog with a chain around its neck. In any case, this pardon will be very useful for proceeding into Chapter 2. The system notified, critical charisma, number of villains with favorable impression increased. Skills can be enhanced. The more the fate attraction skill is recognized by villains, the more varied the rewards. In the room, he pointed at the letter with some surprise. This can be enhanced too. The system kept notifying, received revelation from Gideon. His steward was still blissfully asleep. When a revelation awakens a villain's power, it grants a similar ability. The added ability can be used identically for a time. Reading those system messages left him a bit puzzled. What kind of skill is this? Staring at the light through the window pane, he thought inwardly, perfect timing, this ability really gives wings to what I'm about to do. After a moment, Dud looked at the letter, his expression somewhat flustered. After finishing writing his plan, he immediately closed the book. This should be enough for the upcoming plan, right? Dud smiled in satisfaction. It won't be easy, but he'd already agreed to take responsibility to Gideon. The Tristan family. I will definitely protect everyone. In class, the instructor lectured energetically, explaining that within all humans, divine creatures have left holy power. This works entirely differently from magic. Why? Because everyone can use it without being chosen. However, reaching the level where one can truly wield holy power takes time. The instructor looked around the classroom, and seeing many empty seats he couldn't help but feel discouraged. Is that kid here to sleep or to attend the lecture? Why are the empty seats increasing? Damn it, it's all because of that bastard Bach, bringing monsters to school or dragging zombies around, I couldn't care less. A demon worshipper like him is beyond the limit. Moreover, this semester's students are unbearable, always defiant. Some even dare to hit the professor's head. So far no one knew things had gone sour between me and Riverbeck. She should endure a bit longer and then quit. Yes, just quit, after all, here. He spoke up, do you have a question? How does one cultivate holy power? This made him extremely angry. Seeing his students uninterested, that bastard grew annoyed and said, holy power or anything, use it constantly and your proficiency increases. Is that even a question? Dud propped his chin on his hand and replied casually, questions are still good, teacher. Hearing that enraged the instructor, who lost his composure and ended the lecture. Glancing at the stack of papers in the desk only made him angrier. That bastard has always been a thorn in my side, hasn't he? He frowned in irritation, thinking he should quickly take this confidential information and find work elsewhere. That way he wouldn't have to deal with those damned students, or the stupid headmaster, anymore. Good. Unexpectedly, a loud knock sounded at the door. Professor. Hearing the call, he immediately stepped toward the door. These vermin students are troublesome but almost gone, I'll teach you one last time. As he opened the door, complaining that it might break, a burst of force hit him and sent him flying. Outside came a voice, still haven't fled? He turned and shouted angrily, what? Are you insane? Elnor kicked forward at the professor and replied coldly, that just now was the door. And now the professor, that's what you've gone and lost your mind over. One of the two voices rang out. What did you say? Sir, the professor of theology. When he came to, he found himself tied to the front chair. Seeing the two people before him, he was alarmed. Huh? What's this? Dud glanced up calmly and said, "This is not a joke. We're detaining you now," which only made him angrier. "What nonsense are you barking about again? What did he do wrong that gives you the right to detain him?" His voice rang out. "Are you damned?" Hearing this left him frozen. "What?" Elnor continued, "He's accused in the case of the escaped magical beast. I've already reported it to the headmaster. How can a professor abandon the Empire's students to die? There's only one conclusion: your purpose was never education. One more thing, a letter exchanged with you was found in the house of Marquis Riverbeck. Exposed, he still refused to admit it and kept arguing. Ridiculous. What does that pathetic demon worshipper have to do with a priest like me? I was merely building relationships. I'm a victim too." Dud checked his watch and gave the order. "Too noisy, no time to waste, confess quickly. Start with the names of your spies in the school," he snapped irritably. "Go ask your mother about that." But no sooner had he finished speaking than Elnor lunged to attack. "Now will you talk? Then begin." He answered with a trembling, injured face. "Guard Barrymore. Cook Annie, listen." Dud suddenly placed his hand on the man's head to heal. His pronunciation was poor. Saying that, Dud put a hand on his head and began restoring him, to prevent this weak man from dying. Seeing himself gradually recover, the professor immediately raised his head to look at him. "What are you doing, you bastard?" Dud looked at him with an icy expression. "I'm healing you. Using holy power. Didn't you say proficiency increases with use? If there's a chance I have to try it now." Seeing him about to leave made him panic. "You madman, where are you going?" Dud turned coldly and replied, "This isn't a matter that ends after naming a few people." Elnor, standing nearby, added, "Search his desk, something will turn up." He begged, "Please don't." The man radiated a pink energy as he tried to break free of his restraints. Dud held the file in his hand, expression slightly surprised. "What's this? You teach in theology yet you even know the Empire's military roster? If that's the case you should just enlist." He sprang forward to grab the file. "You crazy, give it here." Elnor wasted no time and swung his arm to attack. He turned in time to see it but couldn't react. With a single simple move, that sent him flying, his back slamming hard into the wall. Duya below heard the loud commotion and grew curious. What was that sound? An earthquake? Seeing papers slowly drifting down, he smiled faintly. "Teacher, is this everything?" "It seems to be all of it. Now hand this over to the school's night squad, right?" Meanwhile the man lay motionless on the ground. Suddenly he spoke up to stop them. "Wait, senior, I'm still a freshman and I want to learn a bit more about holy power." He lay on the ground, breathing heavily. "Right, now I know why I didn't like that brat. Last time he resembled the one I met with Riverbeck." He recalled a scene from his past, kneeling on the ground and respectfully saying, "Oh pioneer, first time to meet you." A strange voice from above thundered down, "If you ask about me you will die. If you reveal that you have seen me you will die. If you forget me then death would be a mercy." He looked down with a pensive expression, thinking to himself, "It certainly matches that strange, whimsical sense of alienness." One of their voices rang out. "All right, begin the treatment." "Sir," he looked at you, expression a little startled, thinking as if something was commanding him to act. A voice echoed in the house, "Thanks to you, senior. My holy power has risen enough to affect my spiritual core. We've caught a rat disguised as a professor. Senior, did you relieve your stress?" Elnor, standing behind him, said, "Well, I don't take pleasure in tormenting the elderly for fun." The system displayed a notification, "Elnor's madness has shown positive change." He thought to himself, "Clearly she's already released it. Well, senior, this isn't something you can reason away." Suddenly she asked, "Hey, don't you have anything to tell me?" He was looking at the keychain in his hand and answered, "No." Suddenly she stepped closer and asked, "You met my father, didn't you? Why did you meet him?" Elnor leaned in, curious. "Why did you meet him?" Dud flinched, sweating. "Me? Why?" She had to repeat it, "I'm asking you that." He stammered but affirmed clearly. "Yes, the meeting happened, but I never revealed it to anyone." Elnor still looked puzzled. "Huh?" Dud was in a panic, trying to steady himself. "Damn, there's a variable, think of something. This guy," she continued with another question. "Did he do anything to you?" He quickly denied it. "Father? No, none of that. Absolutely not. Finally Dud came up with a story to tell. Last time in the match I used the real sword technique you taught. His Highness was just curious who the kid was and called me over, nothing serious. Elnor's face was full of doubt. She said he called out of curiosity. The Grand Duke Tristan? He trembled as he tried to explain. The move learned from you was executed very well, and besides, almost no one uses Tristan's swordsmanship. Finally she turned and walked away. Know your limits. You handle it yourself. Though he wasn't the type to leisurely teach swordsmanship to a raw recruit, it's not something I should interfere with. Dud didn't forget to remind her. But we'll probably run into him often from now on, the Grand Duke. He said with great certainty, because he's family to you, Senior. To protect you I have no other choice. After saying that, Dud chastised himself. Those words were a bit abrupt. Why do you keep saying you'll protect people? You idiot. Elnor gently admonished. Hey Dud, have you noticed? Since when did your manner of address become so informal? He turned back, bewildered. Huh. She pulled down his hood, blushing as she reminded him. Before protecting me, mind your manners, call me President. Herman, walking behind, complained. Master, did you just go out with Lady Tristan again? Be careful, the Viscount told you not to draw attention. Dud turned back cheerfully and emphasized, I only have 3 friends at this school, one of them is that princess. Herman looked worried. Master, isn't that a bit autistic? Dud corrected him, actually their relationship's hard to call friends. Dud changed the subject. You too, compared to a butler you stand out. Where did you get that? Herman, holding a half-eaten ice cream, explained, they were giving them out for free outside to cheer on the midterms. There were 31 flavors. Dud suddenly remembered something important. Right, the midterm survival exam, Soul Liker, the test, the heroic holy power shard is ready to fuse and can awaken a soul's consciousness. He called back orders. Herman, orders, go taste the remaining 30 flavors and report back. Herman quickly obeyed and left. Yes, master. He thought briefly that the boy might not actually be a butler. Dud sat down, lost in thought. Now I can awaken Gregory's ghost. He recalled important details thanks to the boost in holy power while healing that priest. Dud let out a sigh, trying to find an answer. After all, when you awaken a phantom, the soul of a great figure who helps the player mature will appear, but it's random which of the great figures will appear. It's always an event. His biggest worry was not finding a suitable match. If someone incompatible showed up, Dud tightened his eyes, then that would be a loss. He then performed the opening ritual. What is this? Even that damn gotcha card is here? From the stands the flags fluttered up, alongside the cheering shouts. So cool. Dud went pale and broke into a sweat as he examined it. A knight? Who is it? Lancer magic user Frederick Tanker Johann. He tried to dredge his memory. Who is that? I feel like I've seen him before. First off, he doesn't seem evil. That alone is good. Who is he? Oh, their face turned, and the Dawn Guardian Caliban Chrysonak suddenly realized in alarm that he was Eliya's brother. He was utterly helpless. This was a complete collapse. In the desolate scene, Chrysonak stood there dazed. Are you just standing around? Come help lift him. Truly hell. Chrysonak stood there dazed. Are you just standing around? Come help lift him. Truly hell. Guardian Caliban, who sacrificed his life to stop the Scarlet Knight tragedy. Caliban became a great hero. He became a hero through that sacrifice. The image of his father, the image of his mother. Eliya cried endlessly. He said he would return. He said if she waited he would come back. From that event, Eliya followed her brother's path. Yet every death was a tragedy for their family. From that event, Eliya followed her brother's path. On the day she lost all her family, Eliya decided to follow in her brother's footsteps and become the demon slayer who had orphaned her. The cheering roars rose up, striking harder. The one among you who ranks first will fight Eliya. When she grew up, Eliya was awarded the sole special warrior title of this patriotic training session. Everyone give Eliya a round of applause. The Empire's official commission, the candidate warrior would also be presented. From then on she became a warrior. The teacher was announcing their exam. The midterm will be held fairly in 4-person team battles. Who are the Empire's chief enemies? Magical beasts and demon worshippers. Yes. Elfonte is the organization formed to oppose them. Fight. Survival ability is the main criterion for grading the midterm. Dud turned to ask. How is it? Caliban, his sister is alive and well here. Caliban, seeming incredulous, asked again, so you mean the girl? Yes, my sister is currently a candidate warrior of the Empire, he reiterated. Yes, officially. Caliban sneered with amusement, that kid was just a green-nosed child not long ago. Dud emphasized that Aaliyah is an adult now. Caliban suddenly uttered a strange sentence. Truly worth it. Dud turned, puzzled. Why is Caliban's heart filled with nothing but joy? It's just that being reborn as a spirit and seeing his grown sister feels a bit unfamiliar. Dud stammered a hint. Well, I did resurrect you anyway, right? So, Caliban, you mean I should cooperate? Yes. Can you help me? All right, but don't tell my sister about me. Dud bowed respectfully. Yes, thank you. Caliban turned with a bright smile, guided by the intuition of one who has died. I don't know what rules you've mastered that I haven't, but I feel you're a good person. Keep watching over my sister, thanks to you. Dud stammered and scratched his neck awkwardly. For now my goal is to make sure no one has to die. He called out Aaliyah's name. She turned around. Huh? Teacher Dud. Dud cleared his throat a few times and made a proposal about the midterm team. If you still haven't decided on a team, would you like to team up with me? Aaliyah suddenly froze. Making Aaliyah a bit suspicious, she hesitated and asked again, you want to team up with me? Dud didn't hide it and answered, I really hope we can form a team. Aaliyah, surprised, exclaimed, last time you said we weren't that close. Dud hesitated, then honestly replied, I already apologized for that. She began to ponder, brow slightly furrowing, and continued, saying it like that means you'll probably make me do some weird tasks like last time, right? At the same time he stepped forward, cheerfully lifting the veil of obstacle and grinning widely, come on, just say yes, after all, that girl studies you day and night to win. Then he added casually, she's always calling you, teacher, don't you notice? Dud could only force a smile and avoid his gaze. Alright, no more politeness. Lend me your teammate. From the other side she cried out excitedly in alarm, please, we're asking you, please team up with us. However, when she saw him beaten to the ground, her mother's tone shifted. Well, it's not that bad, is it? Aaliyah rubbed her neck a little embarrassed and said, but this is a chance for us to interact and grow. Is it really okay for you to leave your friends? It should be fine. Each member of the group is quite capable. Dud inwardly understood one thing and told himself, of course, after all, it's the protagonist's role in the rules. Seeing him silent, Aaliyah winked and snapped her fingers, pointing at Dud. Then you and I will do a duo play after so many days apart. Dud leaned over decisively and looked at her to refuse. We're forming a team here. Upon hearing that she seemed drained of strength and listlessly added, we need about one more person. Outside the luxurious hall, a gasp of surprise from Credo reached the headmaster. Credo regained his composure and hesitated before speaking plainly, such generosity is allowed, thank you very much. The headmaster calmly sat in the presiding chair and replied, it's not that big a deal. Her eyes betrayed no emotion as she glanced at those below. It's strange that the saintess came with a night guardian deliberately to appear here. I cannot fathom His Majesty's intentions. Credo smiled naturally and replied sincerely, what intention? Lucienne can't be kept locked away forever, can she? Taking advantage of this routine diplomatic delegation, the girl stepped out bit by bit, recalling the naive image of Lucena. The headmaster still had some reservations. The saintess must also learn about the world, right? Hearing Credo, the headmaster couldn't help but ponder. Though called a saintess, according to our investigations, the more we think the more puzzling discrepancies appear. She is also one of the candidates to be a demon vessel. Therefore, I have been quietly preparing so that one day she could come to Elethan. Sending out her twin sister Uriah was the first step. Yet they proactively sent the saintess here. Then she looked back at Credo. He kept the same smile but with a hint of doubt. Why? Pope Credo opposite noticed the skepticism on her face and began to explain, Lucienne is a symbolic figure for both the Empire and the Holy Papal State. I must say up front this was a bold decision and not taken lightly by us. Hearing this, the headmaster suddenly realized the hidden motive. Could the reason for such a disruptive action be the recent demonic beast incident? Credo, seeing she had grasped part of it, replied cheerfully, there was that incident. And an Alfonti priest was discovered to be a spy. We're quite concerned about that. She inwardly thought it was bait, would she take the hook? But Credo answered contrary to what the headmistress expected, no, on the contrary it's good. In Credo's cold eyes a chill showed. He said hoarsely, if she is truly the Empire's saintess, she must have the courage to face justice and not flinch where evil runs rampant. We want Alfonte to assign a mission to Lucienne. And based on what the headmistress knew about Lucienne, she asked further, I heard the school is in midterms now, hopefully the girl will be useful for training the students. What do you mean? Credo could not fully disclose the details. He closed his eyes briefly and replied, we will convey the specific details privately. Just understand that all of this is aimed at eradicating the evil spreading within Alfonte. The headmistress hesitated as she studied Credo's expression, then asked, Your Holiness, are you being sarcastic right now? A loud laugh rang out, bringing to mind Lucienne's cold gaze. The headmistress began to lose patience. She asked sharply, so you intend to order Lucienne, the saintess, to do what? Can't we just refuse? Credo showed no anger. He said matter-of-factly, if the saintess volunteers, that's a different story. He only smiled lightly as the image in the crystal sphere began to disconnect. Before it vanished he said, that girl will surely be of use. When he disappeared, the headmistress rubbed her temples and sighed wearily. Damn it! She cursed Credo inwardly, what a heartless man. Pope Credo, that sly old serpent. She looked at the nearby mirror again, still unable to believe she could meet the saintess so easily. But the headmistress still harbored suspicion about the unequal terms he proposed, being a puppet for the Empire. So I'm asking you sincerely, please seduce those demon vessels. For her, could Dud really be trusted now? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. By habit the headmistress pulled out her lipstick. Yet inwardly she scolded herself, hypocrite Atalanta. Now the headmistress shows no hint of emotion, her gaze distant and inscrutable. Forcing others for one's own goals makes one the same. Scene change. Yuria was washing a cloth by the stream, but Yuria's mind was far from the present. She brooded with a longing look, why hasn't he come? Around her were only plants and flowers, the space was oddly quiet, contrasting with her anxious, expectant mood. It had been days, Yuria's lips pressed tight in restless unease. He usually comes around this time. In Yuria's memory now there was only the image of masked Dud, always cheerfully saying, your defense was great today, well done. I'll come again tomorrow, so wait for me. What should I bring tomorrow? Steak? Donuts? His image invaded her mind, slowly eroding her emotions. She said sadly to herself, you don't have to bother bringing food, just come. It turned out that for her, what she needed now was simply for Dud to come and stay with her. A silence fell in Yuria's mind, her eyes looked blankly ahead. The space seemed to tell her it was bored of her. Yuria, it's tired of you. The answer was simple. Each word seemed to corrode her will, as if she were falling into a bottomless abyss. Yuria Greyhoucher, Alfonte's lonely one, had betrayed the holy papal state. Yet the small voice in Yuria's mind rang with the familiar sound from when she fled with a sword. Didn't you prepare yourself for this? That damned fate must cut down those who come near you. A reply she pasted onto herself. Haven't you been able to bear it? That voice planted a resigned thought in her head, a hidden hatred. This is the cursed life you chose, Yuria. It's an emotion stirred by a fleeting illusion, reality remains unchanged. Yuria's small body hung suspended in the fixed space, each phrase seemed intent on swallowing that tiny form. Alone, it threatened to drown her unstable feelings, she would be forever solitary. In her panic, Yuria finally broke free. She clutched her chest, trying to draw breath, questions racing through her mind. When left alone in an empty forest like this, who will you turn to, and who will come to you? It crushed Yuria. Her beautiful eyes welled with tears, that voice kept urging in her head, you're someone who can't even cry for help. It tried to steal the tender feelings Dud had given her, could it succeed? At that moment a familiar voice rang out, why are you crying? It was Dud. He looked tired and clearly hurried to get here. Holding a packet of snacks, he asked breathlessly, did something happen while I was gone? Ah, the cookies you mentioned weren't for sale, and at once the feelings that had filled Dud evaporated. Yuria, overjoyed, ran toward him. A notification-like gauge showed Yuria's interest spiking from 1 to 4. She looked up at him with tearful, stammering eyes, you don't hate me, do you? You're not tired of me, are you? Dud tilted his head slightly, puzzled. What are you saying? On the contrary, I came because I needed to ask you for something. An errand that requires leaving here. As he spoke, Yuria suddenly sprang up and he froze. Are you okay? But instead of answering, Yuria broke into a radiant smile as if an unseen force guided her. She swung the chain in her hand forcefully, knocking the bag of cookies from Dud's grip. "It's fine, I'm fine with anything." He gaped like a startled deer at the torn snack bag. "Hey, Yuria," tears streaming, "I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself and did this. You won't hate me, will you? Please, I'll do anything, just don't leave." At that moment she lunged, whipping the chain as she chased after Dud. "Don't go, please." Dud panicked, bolting forward on all fours, shouting, "You're the one making it impossible for me not to go." Yuria, hurt, choked and repeated, "I'm sorry." Scene shifts to the academy. A slow voice announces, "From today, Alfonte will begin midterm exams. The mission is to depart from the Great Plains and reach the designated target. Confrontations between students during the exam are free competition. The more necklaces you seize from opposing students, the higher your score." Elia looked at the person before her with a judging gaze. "On a day as important as this, Teacher Dud, I have many questions about the current situation." Dud, who had just dashed to escape Yuria, was panting hard, trying to get his words out. Let's ask later." She cut him off. "No, I want to ask right now." Elia, unable to hold back, pointed indignantly at Yuria, who was being pulled by a chain around her neck. "Is this some kind of hobby or what the hell is going on?" Dud, sweating, stammered that there were reasons for everything. From one perspective it certainly looked like a severe pervert. She shouted, "You know that's what it looks like, right?" At once Yuria hurriedly spoke up, embarrassed, to disarm them. "I suggested walking like this because it feels more comfortable and much more secure." Hearing that, Elia was struck dumb as if by lightning. What on earth for? Is that method of interaction part of her? Where has her dignity gone? These perverts. She shot him a look that could burn, warning, "Listen, I don't know what your relationship is with my sister, but it seems we need to clear up this misunderstanding before we continue, right?" Dud suddenly adopted a serious expression. "Yiza, I don't know how you'll take this," but what he said next shocked Yiza into freezing for a few seconds. Dud spoke sincerely, "I hope you absolutely won't leave my side, and I forbid you from getting close to this friend." She frowned. What kind of perverted arrangement is this supposed to be? Dud affirmed firmly, "It may sound like that, but it's entirely a request and part of a strategy. So please trust me." Really, this friend has their reasons for needing to keep distance. In Elia's head 1,000 awkward images flashed, but she calmly replied, "I get it, but don't even think about putting a collar or anything like that on me. If no one else shows up, then let's depart." Then Elia urged, her cold voice cutting the air, "Let's go, Yuria." While walking, her curiosity resurfaced. "By the way, what's her specialty?" Dud shouted in despair, "I told you not to get close." Elia snapped back, no less sharp. "I'm not going, I won't go." That perverted teacher. Elsewhere, a figure trudged forward. A whispering voice spooked a nearby rabbit into leaping away. It was nearly deadly. A blond man, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath. "Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt?" He exhaled and looked around, for now they seemed safe. The person by the tree struggled to speak. "Talion, you couldn't handle that transfer student from the Tribal Alliance?" Talion raised an eyebrow and stepped forward with a hint of mockery. "If it weren't for me, everyone's protective magic would have broken and they'd be out already." The other stammered, "That's true, but that girl really did try to kill people." The black-haired guy beside him suggested, "Why don't we safely target small fry like Dud first?" The fellow next to him, half asleep, agreed. "Fine, that fraud, but let's crush him this time. Being a country bumpkin who got in here, Alfonte's already annoyed. Or we can raid him now," someone proposed, but unexpectedly Talion flatly refused. "Save me." This left him stunned. "What? Go on, you're supposed to hate him too." He shook his head as before. "But not now." The black-haired guy, full of suspicion, said, "What? You've been won over by Dud too?" Talion's pendant swung lightly in the breeze. His next words, philosophical in tone, replied, "It's just that my perspective has widened. There are many strong people in this world." Elsewhere, after defeating someone, Riru looked up with hollow, mocking eyes. "There are far too many weaklings in this world." She frowned in obvious displeasure. "Why isn't there a single decent one among them?" After rising, Riru raised her leg high, battlefield, combat, a fight to the death. Her face seemed to sink into shadow, her voice was icy and utterly devoid of warmth. So how is this maintained? Riru spat a curse. Damn imperial scum, then prepared to stomp down on the unconscious figure below. Just as her foot neared, a flash of light erupted. Elnor arrived in time, her sword blocking Riru's foot that was about to strike. At the sight of Elnor, the corner of her mouth curled into an amused smile. So this is Elnor. Elnor responded with a cold glance, her eyes probing. Suddenly a slash was unleashed, sweeping aside the opponent's leg, white light and streaks of black lightning intertwined, erupting into a catastrophic blast. The ground was pocked with cracks. Elnor warned in a cold voice, a transfer student seeking refuge shouldn't be so conspicuous. Riru's guard dropped, her eyes reddened with battlelust, like a predator spotting prey. There, she judged the opponent to be a real challenger. Elnor remained composed, pointing her sword at Riru as a reminder. Excessive violence cannot be overlooked in my capacity as supervisor. Restrain yourself in the future. Riru snorted contemptuously, her voice full of provocation. What if I don't like that? Elnor held her stance with the sword and said, if this were a battlefield, your head would already be pierced, but since it's not, consider this a warning. Riru nonchalantly stepped up to the tip of the sword, almost pressing herself against the steel. It's fine, this is a battlefield to me. Stab, go on, try stabbing me. The blade lightly met Riru, but she continued to taunt, her voice sultry and venomous. You drew your sword, shouldn't there be blood? Can't even deliver it at point blank? Elnor's hand on the sword tightened. Riru, like a lunatic, kept spitting insults. The imperial women are all the same. People like you exist in my tribe sometimes, capable but indecisive. Cowards who just cry when their lovers are taken and do nothing. Elnor's eyes narrowed, her gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Riru advanced with arrogant footsteps, unable to bear the sight of them. She sneered, a challenging smile spread across her face while Elnor outwardly remained calm. But within, a fierce demon quietly awoke. Suddenly black streaks of lightning appeared in the sky, causing Riru to stare in astonishment. She froze, and her father's admonitions echoed in her mind. Riru, the tribe is not the whole world. The stronger you become, the wider and more powerful the world will be. Riru inwardly conceded. You're right, father. Watching the black lightning gather toward her, her eyes narrowed with delight. Truly vast beyond measure. Riru Garda leaped up to strike, her face set with murderous intent aimed at the opponent before her. Elnor remained expressionless and cold as she watched Riru's move. As Riru closed in, Elnor's tone grew stern and she forced a teleport. At that moment, Riru's eyes had gone entirely black with terrifying blue pupils. A triumphant smile still played on her face. But just as expected by Elnor, when Riru's foot drew near her face there was a flicker and she vanished. Riru stared wide-eyed, not understanding what had happened. A moment later, where had Riru disappeared to? All that remained was a gust of passing wind and Elnor's silhouette holding her sword as she watched. Riru had been teleported to the hall, falling from the air onto the hard floor with a painful thud. Eyes half closed, she let out a faint groan. She muttered to herself among the shabby people sitting in the corner, what? Am I eliminated? All for arguing, she sighed at being treated like this. The student council president. Then she suddenly paused. Wait. Elnor's image flashed in her mind. This couldn't be chalked up to a simple skill gap, she felt inherently different. Riru bit her nails, pondering why the calm was suddenly shattered and that murderous aura revealed. What had struck the student council president? Was it because I said the imperial lot were indecisive? The two who had been given a lesson by Anhan watched this scene sweating and said to each other, hey, we're not getting beaten here, right? Ignoring the surrounding affairs, Riru sat with legs spread, grinning malignantly and thinking, maybe it's because I said they'd do nothing even if their lovers were taken. Who is that, anyway? Elsewhere, Yuria had triggered a killer state, her eyes turned black. A notification appeared, Riru Garda has begun taking an interest in you. And another notification, influenced by that interest, you have unlocked a skill, an enraged aura. Chaos erupted as an explosion sent people flying in all directions, they could only scream in panic. What is this? Why is this happening? Suddenly Dud, having escaped the explosion, spoke up. I haven't seen him since that day. Iliya grit her teeth as she ran but still turned back to scold. What is this now? Teacher Dud, what are you muttering to yourself? Over here all you could see was Yuria rampaging in killing frenzy, and curses echoed everywhere. That fraud Dud. Iliya. We'll save you. Wait. Iliya paid no mind and turned to Dud. Teacher Dud, maybe we should pause a moment to clear up this misunderstanding. Dud shot a disapproving glance. No, absolutely not. He gripped the chain at Yuria's collar and pulled her away from the blast. I'm busy controlling Yuria right now. He pulled and shouted, hey, we were just trying to rescue her from that pervert. Yuria drew her knees up and stared, bewildered. Get lost, you lot. Dud sank into thought again. We really have to deal with this fraud. Elia's obsessive fans all rushed at her alone when suddenly Yuria flew out from behind. She smiled coldly to his astonishment. Elia charged at Yuria. No, Yuria, can we finish this exam properly? Before she could reach them, Elia was blocked by a green-haired fanatic and his rock monster. He gleefully shouted to Elia, then stuck out his tongue like a pervert to show his feelings. Since the first day of enrollment, I've admired your strength and dazzling looks. Seeing Elia's tense expression, Dud asked, Elia, do you have this many fans? Over here, the green-haired guy with the puckered face whimpered, why were you taken by that pervert fraud? But I'm ranked M in the enrollment rankings. I will save you and invite you to a meal at Sunset Pavilion. Hearing that, Elia told Dud, that place was wrecked by the council president, wasn't it? Dud corrected her, no, it was Count Riverbeck, actually. Elia showed obvious annoyance at the puckered man. Listen, I absolutely was not kidnapped, and moreover this person is not a fraud. The man wouldn't let it go and asked again, so he's a pervert then? Elia raised her sword hesitantly, but Dud cut in. Why don't you just say no and be done with it? Seeing Elia ready to fight, the green-haired man panicked. I don't intend to fight you people. Dud and Yuria listened with mouths agape. Night department, necromancy department, theology department, all charging in together like this. Truly a perfect condition to develop certain traits, huh? Thinking that, he activated the ring on his hand which lit up, and sent a message to Caliban who was drooling asleep. Big bro, wake up. Caliban replied, What's up? Dud spoke into the ring, I need you for a favor, please come out here once. Caliban lazily responded amid snores, what's so urgent sounding? Under Yuria's gaze, a group of people approached shouting, my lady, heroes, please wait a moment, we will rescue everyone right away. A notification popped up, dangerous situation detected, A rank, life hanging by a thread. Dud, seeing no signal from Caliban, angrily asked, what? Why are you just replying and not coming? Only to be met with disappointment. It's just kids fighting. Who do you think I am? A guardian. Seeing that, Dud immediately used his ultimate skill coolly. Right now my sister is fighting a stalker. Hearing, sister, Caliban suddenly snapped awake. He fumed and demanded, a stalker? Who is that? Then a blinding light appeared in the sky, that was Caliban. His anger radiated power, skills and world-scale effects were activated. Buffs would be shared with party members within the nearby space. Shared skill, life hanging by a thread. Rank A, receive power. Elia assumed a stance and lunged at the green-haired man. She shouted angrily, I don't need fans like you. The green-haired man, about to be struck, still warned her, wait, it's a stone golem. Your sword will break and you'll get hurt. Then what he didn't expect happened. She cleaved the stone golem in two. The green-haired man gaped in astonishment. Yuria and those around her were also dumbstruck. Dud, witnessing it, felt his heart skip a beat. Oh wow, that was dangerous. After that slash, Elia couldn't believe she had done it either. She wondered in astonishment how. The onlookers were utterly amazed. Meanwhile, the system sequentially announced the activation of the world image skill. It also shared the rank A life hanging by a thread skill with Elia and Yuria. With a single stroke, Elia cleanly severed the monster the green-haired man was riding. Dud was exhilarated. Amazing. However, he also noticed the single drawback of this skill. It consumes a small amount of his holy power. Because of that, the buff ends after just 2 or 3 attacks. After finishing that strike, she suddenly heard a commotion. It turned out they were charging together. Even if someone is a hero candidate, I won't shelter someone like that. At that moment, chains flew through the air one after another. It was Yuria retaliating. She delivered stunning kicks at them, leaving them unable to respond. When it was over, the seemingly innocent one said, sorry everyone, I only meant to prank a little. She sulked, even if I'm not a hero, you don't even listen to others or bother to understand. Not only that, Elia angrily shouted, how could I possibly stand for this? Then she drew a long line on the ground with her sword while chanting the Guardian Burst incantation. They were once again defeated. Dud was amazed, isn't that too strong? Good thing all my stats are F. Caliban was also startled. What, that kid has become that strong? Elia sighed in relief as the system reported that party members had achieved results in battle. Blue-haired felt relieved that no one was injured. The system reported increased proficiency in their traits and bashfully said, "I'm not worried about you anymore." He pretended to change the subject. "Oh, where did he go?" she complained, "there it goes again." Meanwhile, Elia thought to herself that forming a team with Teacher Dud was more interesting than she'd expected. Elsewhere, someone on another team shouted joyfully, including this, "That's 9 now." The red-haired praised, "Well done, everyone. In the first year midterm, if it's like this, it's probably a perfect score." The brown-haired agreed, "Definitely. We work well together and things went smoothly." The blonde was dissatisfied, "Smooth, yes, but we're not rank 1. Someone on the team was puzzled. "What? How many for rank 1? Someone answered, "At the moment rank 2 has 15 necklaces." Hearing that, the red-haired sneered, "About 5 more and we can catch up quickly." "Does this map even work properly?" the red-haired asked, "Is there a problem?" The blonde replied, "Rank 2 isn't a group, it's just one person." The Talion group went pale, "Gathering 15 on your own without being a team, isn't that absurd?" The blonde mentioned a name. "Has anyone heard of Painol Ripek?" They replied, "Not at all. Why is our class swarming with monsters like this?" The red-haired asked, "Wait, how many does rank 1 have?" The blonde panicked, 100, 111. The whole team shouted, "What? Which group is that?" Meanwhile Dud's team received a system notification. They had gained the heteromorphic wind trait. If you block correctly you can reflect damage. After moving for a while, he cried out, "We're here." Elia looked at the cave before them, puzzled. "If we capture this spot first, does the test end?" He replied indifferently, "Why ask me? You're the top of the school." She snapped back, "Stop talking so rudely." Dud thought to himself that in the original story this was a random event, and wondered, what will appear? A monster even more terrifying than the demon beast last time? While Dud was covertly surveying, he suddenly shouted, "What is this? Even for a test, this seems a bit much." Yuria was also stunned by the sight before her. She stammered, "Sis." Standing before them was Lucienne, sitting still. The system announced, Main Quest Chapter 2, The Young King's Task. It was to suppress the wrath of the bearer. A curse severs the object that must be protected. Lucienne Greyhouncher, Yuria Greyhouncher. She stepped closer, suspicious. Could this person alone be supplying holy power to the entire plane? Elia continued to ask about the necklace's blessing and its teleportation, while Yuria still hadn't recovered. She doubted this wasn't Elfondi's way of doing things, and Lucienne remained silent with no reaction. Elia declared, "Hey, I'll save her right now." But a voice intervened, "Don't do that." A streak of light flashed before Lucienne. He reminded them of the devotion and voluntary service to the saint. Were they going to obstruct her? This man was a high-ranking battle priest of the Holy Empire Klein Garrison. Is Elia-sama questioning voluntarily? Garrison frowned and replied, "This is a voluntary act that Her Holiness chose to do." He ignored Lucienne, pointed his sword at Elia, and continued, "Out of respect for her noble will, I suppose I shouldn't interfere, right? Is anyone forcing her to do it?" To Yuria's surprise, Lucienne spoke up. "Ah, Your Excellency hesitated." "Ah, I do it because I want to." Elia-sama asked irritably, doing such gruesome tasks voluntarily and calling it one's own business. She watched Lucienne and continued, "You dare oppose Her Holiness's will? That is no different from defying the will of the entire kingdom. Someone regarded as a hero candidate should understand that." Yuria opened her eyes in astonishment. She declared, "I do not oppose, I only want to save those who are suffering." Garrison coldly queried, "If you hold that position, must I beg you to stop?" Dud gripped his sword and frowned, thinking he hadn't expected to run into him here. Lucienne, the dominant power, the Holy Kingdom. Dud pondered the corruption of the Holy State. Their senior ranks were fanatical, beyond reason, capable of unpredictable acts, especially the pontiff. He was as concerned about demonic affairs as that headmaster. And Lucienne was the Holy Kingdom's most precious asset, a puppet of the pontiff. He wondered if Yuria and Lucienne were merely tools for his grand plans. The system seemed to be pushing Yuria into rebellion in this situation, to strike a rebellious host. "Are you insane?" Dud spoke up. "I'm standing in first place. I think Her Holiness should rest now." Garrison replied, "She will stay until Squad 2 and Squad 3 arrive. Please wait until then." Dud thought to himself that if you wonder why they arrived so quickly, he guessed it was probably because of Elnor. Dud clenched his hand, recalling the monster attack incident that had drawn their attention. The purifier incident had made them more certain. He thought about Yuria's disturbance and wondered. They feared being implicated because she was at the center of both events. If Yuria went mad again, Dud frowned, realizing the pontiff would begin intervening in Elfanti. He told himself, "Sir, hasn't Yuria already been discovered? If so, there would be no other choice." A glove suddenly flew up into the air. The glove was tossed toward Garrison. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" To Duya's astonishment, Lucien and Aaliyah stepped forward, and Dud said, "Don't you understand what this means in the Holy Kingdom? It's a challenge to a duel." "Bastard." NH slapped Aaliyah on the shoulder and said, "Step outside for a moment." She was surprised and wondered, Dud issued a challenge? Garrison questioned. "A duel? Why accept it?" Dud walked toward Garrison and said, "Step aside and face me." Aaliyah supported Her Holiness and took her into the infirmary. Garrison cried out, "Oh my! This again?" He raised his sword into a ready stance, then threatened, "If you advance further, this could become an international diplomatic incident." Dud said, "Then I'll report what you've done to Her Holiness." Garrison arrogantly asked, "May I know your title?" Student Dud calmly answered, "Title? I'm just an obscure count from the province. Is there a problem?" He looked toward Lucien, who was breathing heavily. Garrison introduced himself, "I am a high priest, so I cannot casually challenge anyone." Dud was surprised. "Oh, then why did you draw your sword?" Garrison frowned and asked Dud, "The hero candidate Aaliyah-sama is over there, why are you so wary of me?" Dud thought again that to break this stalemate he needed a bold move. He placed his hand on his sword and provoked, "Look, I'm drawing my sword." Garrison raised his greatsword in response. With such an insolent student, outside intervention might be necessary. He swung his sword high, aiming directly at Dud. Dud seized the moment and drew his sword from its sheath. Then he delivered a beautifully executed slash forward. Garrison was wounded. Dud was secretly pleased. Excellent. Counterattack activated. Under his assault, Garrison was sent flying. He recalled the astonished looks of Aaliyah and Yuria. Meanwhile, the principal's voice rang in his ears, "I want to know what you're thinking." "Dud Campbell," she said, "do as you wish." "So I did." She criticized. "I don't recall telling you to provoke the Holy Kingdom. This isn't a brawl, it's an official challenge." That man got riled and charged first. She worriedly warned that he wasn't just an ordinary priest, he's a high priest fighting Student Campbell. Dud produced a paper and reassured her, "It's fine, I have an exemption letter from House Tristan. The royals will take responsibility for my actions." The principal sighed sincerely, "Student Dud, Her Holiness belongs to the Holy Kingdom, so I'm left with no choice." She asked, "But an unexpected challenge, are you sure?" Dud answered calmly. "You told me to secure the demon hosts. On your candidate list, Yuria Greyhoucher, I convinced her 50%. He recounted that Yuria had been at the principal's office. The principal, surprised, asked, "What? Why was she there?" Dud explained, "I brought her to ensure the number one position was overwhelming. To attract the host's attention, you must be blatant, half measures won't do. Save the world from demons first, diplomacy comes later. Right?" He remembered the relationship between Elnor and Aaliyah, then said, "Think personal ties before international relations." Dud folded his arms and affirmed, "First of all, I never held any grudge against the principal or the hero candidate." The principal, at a loss for words, said, "Sir, I mean pay attention to school life too. Make some friends, don't get involved in weird affairs." Dud thought of Gideon and quietly replied, "I've completely failed at that, principal." He frowned and brushed the image from his mind. The principal warned anxiously, "Since a report of the challenge has reached the Holy Kingdom, the pontiff might come personally. I don't know what you intend to do." But Dud thought of Yuria and Lucien as two experimental subjects. The principal's voice still echoed in his ears, "The pontiff is very dangerous, you should reconsider." In the dark room, harsh sunlight slanted through the window and lit a small table on which stood a single vase holding one yellow rose. Lucien sat sprawled on the floor, one hand holding a smoking cigarette, the other flat on the floor, turning her head to gaze at the window. She exhaled a plume of smoke, her expression indifferent. Suddenly she heard a knock at the door. Lucien stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray and said, "Come in." Yuria entered with a rather surprised expression, pointing toward Lucien. Lucien straightened up, frowning in surprise. "Yuria." Yuria blurted inwardly. Her sister softly called out, "Sister Lucien." Lucien lowered her face sadly, and slowly stepped forward. Yuria's face registered horror, her mouth agape, unable to speak. She trembled and stammered, Don't come closer." Seeing Lucienne approach, her hand involuntarily rose as if to stop her, silently thinking, "Don't come near her." Lucienne's expression was completely cold now. In Uria's mind, her sister was thinking about the severing curse. Uria's face was full of complexity. If she took another step, the chain on the hilt seemed about to slip free and she would be hurt. Watching Lucienne fling the knife aside, she thought, "Thank goodness." Lucienne gently caught the chain, swung it up, and said calmly, "Because you and I are twins." Steps led down to an arena, surrounded by a large crowd of spectators. The announcer's voice rang out slowly, "The rules are as follows. This is a simple match to determine a life-or-death prohibition. If there is serious injury, stop immediately and determine the winner. Otherwise, the fight continues until one side surrenders. Do both sides understand?" Dud's face looked rather tense. To delay Uria's awakening, Lucienne was absolutely necessary. Otherwise the obsession and curse would gnaw at her mind like now. The two stared intently at each other. Meanwhile, Atalanta looked at him fairly calmly, seeming unconcerned. Uria's mind would collapse. The principal's gaze was fixed on the arena. For that reason, this match was very important. Images of the tense guards outside and the Holy Kingdom's continual intervention with Lucienne, I must strip that away. The image of Pope Credo closing his eyes serenely, sitting calmly on the throne in a single match, the majestic emblem of a great bird on his chest, we must create such an impact. The principal folded her arms, thinking silently that even if the Pope couldn't come in person, he would never miss matches like this. Garrison's hand tightened on the sword hilt. Pleading for mercy was already too late. Garrison's face was arrogant, yet there was still a chance. "Surrender, the sooner you yield, the fewer bones will break," his tone full of taunt. "Hear me, young Master Campbell." Herman, watching from outside, raised trembling hands to his mouth. "Fine, surrender at the start, but you must not strike directly." Dud replied calmly, "How curious, I was just about to say the exact same thing." Garrison frowned as a voice echoed in his memory, "Don't use murderous intent." The scene shifted back to a room. Garrison did not turn. "What do you mean?" The person behind immediately replied, "The stronger the killing intent, the more rigid the opponent's reaction. That's the kind of power it is." Garrison was surprised. Can such an absurd ability really exist? Credo smiled and explained, "I've seen it before, I didn't expect to see it again." Garrison glanced back and said gravely, "I was felled by my own attack." He tightened his grip on the hilt, voice full of determination, "Not just murderous intent, I must completely erase the enemy's will." Back to the actual battle. Garrison bowed his head slightly and said, Blessing immediately produced flashing sparks around him. Garrison swung his sword hard, his legs bending slightly, spinning his blade in a circle as his cloak billowed, the energy emitted growing more resplendent. Garrison frowned, eyes fully focused. His voice rose with threat, while the gut stood calmly watching, to teach an arrogant noble a lesson. Then Credo narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Garrison began channeling power and surged forward to attack. The blade's movements made Dud's hair fly in the wind. As Garrison lunged, Dud closed his eyes and murmured, "We'll use the usable skill guide. Divine Wrath." Garrison's gaze tense, both stared, focused, missing nothing of the other's movements. A glowing orb flashed forth. The arena space roiled like a storm. Dud thought to himself that the sigil of the fallen heavens was reacting. Garrison lowered his stance and lunged forward. Meanwhile, Dud stayed upright and raised his sword. The two blades clashed and sparks flew. Time seemed to stop then. The stands erupted as if on fire. The principal's eyes widened in astonishment. Outside, the guards also felt the tense atmosphere inside and looked alarmed. Everything unfolding here seemed premeditated by the pontiff. Credo's expression was extremely composed. Stones kept falling clumsily. Dud's eyes flashed. He gritted his teeth and strained to use everything: guidance, usable skills, the wrathful relic Elnoa. A black aura engulfed Garrison, his eyes betrayed bewilderment. The sigil of the fallen heavens reacted, and Dud gained the upper hand against Garrison. The ground around them cracked in seams and a gale rose. He unleashed a new move, demonic energy coalescing around the fallen heaven sigil. Witnessing his family's power, everyone was astonished. His eyes kept flashing light, staring intently at his opponent with acute focus. Suddenly a crack appeared in the sky. Elnor descended from the heavens before Dud. Seeing her appear made him even more vigilant. He clenched his sword, his whole body taut. Elnor looked through the knot with a cold gaze. When it manifested through her, everything around stilled. Merely balancing her power made it hard to breathe. Garrison was terrified by her pressure. What the hell is this? Such a malign force? The blade swung up. Elnor unexpectedly interposed herself between Dud and Garrison. Fight. Suddenly she spoke, surprising him. Get lost. Elnor said to Dud in a melancholy tone, and don't make me look at you anymore. You annoy me. She lightly touched the blade of his sword, to Dud's astonishment. Then Elnor laughed with delight. Return what you took. Credo frowned at the sight. He was silent in contemplation. Garrison poured his strength into the sword, the blade glowed red as he charged at Dud. Something was off in that instant. As they fought, Garrison wondered about his strange power. How on earth did this guy block my move? Suddenly Dud lowered his sword and called, Hey, Garrison. He said nonchalantly, I told you as long as you don't kill him it's fine. Puzzled by this, Dud suddenly threw a punch that contorted Garrison's face. His eyes had shifted to the same color as Elnor's. Dud focused his strength into a punch at Garrison. With a single blow he sent him flying into the air. A stream of red fluid continued to flow from Garrison's mouth. His gaze dimmed for a moment. Then Garrison lost consciousness and fell lifelessly to the ground. The Pope saw this and smiled calmly. He pointed at Garrison and said, While I wasn't paying attention, Elfanti's level has exceeded expectations. At the Pope's gesture, a beam of light surrounded Garrison, and suddenly the victor spoke up. May I say a few words as the winner? Credo agreed. Very well, speak. He forced himself to say tiredly, Men like him are harassing the Holy Maiden, stop interfering. Some who heard Dud felt offended. What did you say, student Dud? Credo remained silent. Hata Anti spoke up, What are you looking for? Don't waste effort, it's mine. This is your first and final warning. Chairman Atalanta, what's going on here? Do you dare commit such an act before the Pope? How do you teach your students to cause such incidents? Credo still smiled benignly without a word. Hata suddenly grinned slyly. Not only sending a trained knight to deal with greenhorns, but also harassing a holy maiden. He was the captain of the Blue Dragon clan, Hata Yuzul of the Tribal Alliance. Hata folded his arms and spoke with disdain, Truly depraved morals, even villains must admire your audacity. Dud stood alone on the arena floor, enduring everyone's criticism. He continued to taunt, If even those esteemed folks publicly criticize you, shouldn't you be stripped of your Holy Kingdom title? Someone shouted at him, Hata, watch your words, this concerns the Pope's safety. Seeing the churchman arguing, Dud felt weary. What do you intend to do? If you're angry, come down and fight me. What can you do? Credo then said something full of implication. I understand. He spoke, It's not a duel, but fine, I'll handle it for you. Atalanta was stunned to hear Credo. My lord, Credo raised his hand as a yellow power wrapped around it. You're not only skilled, you're an extremely lecherous pupil. The golden light enveloped the unconscious Garrison, I must acknowledge that. A dazzling golden light cloaked the churchman in the stands. Dud shouted, Hey, are you planning to run away? Holy Kingdom. Suddenly Credo descended somewhere. He gazed at the scene before him and fell silent in contemplation. Credo ordered Sarahs to deploy agents around Dud Campbell of Elfanti. Sarahs responded coldly, Understood. The Pope's wicked smile drew the attention of 3 nations with a single match. The more I look, the more he resembles that man.